This feeling again. Even though this should be the first time I've seen this scene, it brings a strange sense of nostalgia. And this isn't the first time I've had this feeling. This familiar feeling has haunted me since childhood until adulthood. It's as if I've known about this world from the very beginning. Mr. Jinfrey Van Raid, is that right? A voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. The female receptionist smiled in welcome. Thank you for waiting. I assume you're here to register as an adventurer? Jinfrey walked to the counter, confirming. Ah. Yes, that's right. Meanwhile, another female staff member was still focused on processing information on her screen. Jinfrey fell into thought again. Even this woman. He felt like he had met her somewhere before. All right, it's done, the receptionist cheerfully announced. Let me display the window. A blue light screen suddenly appeared in front of Jinfrey. The text read, Adventurer Registration. The verification process will begin after you wave your right hand. Jinfrey was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. He suddenly understood. This persist déjà vu. The young man placed his hand on his chest, his heart pounding wildly at an unbelievable truth. Seeing his expression, the receptionist asked worriedly, Is something wrong? These are memories from a past life. Fragments of a life he once enjoyed in this world. Memories of comrades who fought side by side in the journey of yesteryear. A memory flashed. Old comrades raising a toast in a tavern. That's right. This place is. Inside a game I grinded so much I was considered one of the hardcore players. A magnificent world with castles floating amidst the clouds. A world named Grand 7. It was a classic online game where players journeyed through 7 continents to bring peace to the world. Jinfrey was bewildered, asking himself, wait, what are these memories? As fragments of this world suddenly flooded his mind. He was originally just an ordinary person, with the dream of becoming an adventurer so his family could live comfortably. But now, he realized a shocking truth. The world he was living in was the game world from his previous life. A confident smile spread across Jinfrey's lips. This means, I'm practically invincible, the blonde receptionist asked worriedly when she saw him trembling continuously. Jinfrey just smiled faintly, reassuring the girl that there was nothing to worry about. This is just a warrior's excitement, he declared. Things are getting interesting. Standing before the adventurer registration board, he still wondered why his memories returned at this exact moment. But then he decided to fully exploit this advantage, and the name Jinfrey Van Raid appeared on the verification board. The receptionist offered a forced smile, advising him to take care. Jinfrey didn't hesitate, stepping straight into the gate of light to begin his journey. The overwhelming sight of floating islands appeared before his eyes, making him raise a hand to shield against the dazzling light. The system announced that he had entered the starting area, the altar of purification. He exclaimed in astonishment. Even the altar of purification looks exactly like in the game. Jinfrey turned back, seemingly recognizing something familiar. Just as in his memories, 5 rookie adventurers had gathered there, ready for the first tutorial. The bald rookie glanced over with a calculating expression. Jinfrey silently observed the unfamiliar faces, realizing everything was unfolding exactly as in the game. But this was reality, a cruel world with no restart button. If he fell here, it would be the permanent end. However, he smirked, with knowledge from my past life, becoming a top adventurer is no longer just a dream. A system voice rang out, announcing the purification ritual, and instructing everyone to choose their equipment within 30 seconds. Jinfrey just smiled. It's starting. Even the announcement isn't a single word off. The bald man didn't waste a second, immediately rushing forward. I'll be the first to choose, he yelled, aiming straight for the floating weapons. Countless weapons, from swords and bows to axes, began appearing in midair. Just as the bald man grabbed the spear, another hand also gripped it tightly. The brown-haired girl growled, "Let go!" But the man retorted, "No, I was first." Meanwhile, the bespectacled young man was delighted to have chosen the crimson sword for himself. His joy was short-lived, as another adventurer rushed over, yelling, "Get out! That sword is mine!" Amidst the chaos, Jinfrey casually clasped his hands behind his head. Right, I've seen this scene too. The system continued to explain mandatory professions, a harsh mechanism that limited choices. What an unfair system, Jinfrey thought, recalling how he had to grind hard in his past life to get a good start. The bald man finally secured the spear, flashing a triumphant smile at the girl's disgruntled expression. Turning, he saw Jinfrey still standing still and scoffed. "Hey, look, there's a slacker here." Jinfrey merely replied coldly, "Thanks for the compliment, I guess." The bald man growled, annoyed by Jinfrey's attitude. "Well, what is it? Showing off?" Completely ignoring him, Jinfrey resolutely walked forward, thinking to himself, "All right, I'll just take that weapon." He stopped, his gaze fixed on a short sword hovering and emitting a magical glow. The information panel appeared, revealing pathetic stats. Common short sword, rank F, Attack power a mere 1 point. The bald man burst out laughing. Hey, that weapon only has 1 attack point. Don't cry when you get a trashy profession. Jinfrey gripped the hilt of the sword, lost in thought. The common sense of this world dictates that strength is determined by one's profession. But what if that common sense was wrong from the start? His eyes gleamed with absolute confidence. An amateur's knowledge cannot compare to a professional player's. The only correct answer is this: common short sword. The system's emotionless voice echoed throughout the aerial arena. Now, the purification ritual will begin. The time limit is 5 minutes. From the void, hideous mechanical creatures with thin wings began to materialize. A horde of monsters appeared, and the command was given: destroy as many as possible. Jinfrey recognized them immediately. Winged centipedes, creatures that only appear in the purification ritual. He analyzed the danger. Its paralyzing venom is enough to incapacitate anyone. Turning to the bald man, Jinfrey issued a cold warning. Try not to get killed, okay? The other man merely sneered, completely disregarding his words. Jinfrey sighed inwardly. What's wrong with this guy? Well, I'll just ignore him. This type of person is everywhere, even in games. The ritual officially began. A swarm of giant winged centipedes roared as they descended from the sky. A vanguard monster shrieked, aiming straight for the group of rookie adventurers. Jinfrey calmly looked up, observing their every movement. Their appearance and movements are exactly like in the game. Then, he locked onto his target, a crosshair appearing in his vision. Their weak points must also be exactly the same. Jinfrey Vanrade muttered as he faced the flying centipede. Even if the critical hit system is a bit clunky, he deftly dodged the monster's dive, the short sword in his hand ready. A flash of light, and the flying centipede was torn in half in the blink of an eye. The system notification rang out coldly. Flying centipede has been defeated. The other rookies stood stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Jinfrey smirked, a satisfied smile on his lips. Perfect. The bald man sneered. Must be a fluke. While the others whispered, he took it down in 1 hit? Jinfrey thought to himself, most games have bugs, and this game also has a bug that can only be used in the purification ritual. He recalled the rule. If you attack the flying centipede's weak point with a common short sword, it will become an instant kill. Facing an entire horde of monsters, Jinfrey confidently declared, only I know this strategy, and it's truly effective. At the same time, the others were struggling. The girl with the staff struggled to defend herself, while the young man with the splendid sword gritted his teeth in determination. The bald man, however, easily took down 2 monsters at once. He burst into arrogant laughter, shouldering his spear. Ha ha ha, behold my power. Then he loudly declared his goal for all to hear. With this, I'm sure to get the strongest profession, swordsman. Jinfrey frowned in annoyance. Noisy. He's even worse than those trolls in games. Another centipede charged forward, its shriek tearing through the air. Oh dear, Jinfrey casually leaned aside, letting the monster glide past him. The centipede braked sharply, stopping right in front of him, ready for a direct confrontation. Jinfrey smiled with interest, getting into position. Perhaps this is even more fun than in the game. Jinfrey Vanrade calmly faced the charging winged centipede. In just a moment, he glided past the monster's side, the blade flashing. The centipede froze, completely unaware of what had just happened. Immediately after, the system announced, winged centipede has been defeated. When the time ran out and the purification ritual ended, Jinfrey merely smirked with satisfaction. The profession selection phase began. A girl smiled upon seeing her score of 7 kills, but she still sighed in disappointment. Sigh. With only 7 kills, how can I get a good profession? I wanted to be a summoner. Meanwhile, the young man with glasses collapsed as the notification panel displayed a round 0. Another man burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, I did it. 15 kills. His joy erupted upon seeing the swordsman profession he had always longed for appear. The bald man nearby also exclaimed in surprise at the impressive achievement. Jinfrey, meanwhile, quietly looked at his own results panel, lost in thought. The bald man swaggered over, patting Jinfrey on the shoulder. Yo Tilda, lucky guy. How about you? Jinfrey indifferently turned around. But when the bald man's gaze swept across the notification panel, he froze. Wah! He stammered incoherently, his eyes wide. What is this? Jinfrey's results panel displayed an unbelievable number. 33 kills, along with a list of all available professions. The bald man screamed in panic. He can choose all professions? And what's with 33 kills? Unbelievable. He tried to save face. So what? I can also choose swordsman, but Jinfrey coldly walked past him, uttering a single sentence. With 15 kills, the chance of getting swordsman is less than 2%. You're the lucky one here. Among the strongest professions, Jinfrey pondered. The thing I should choose here is, amidst countless choices, Jinfrey Van Raid decisively made his decision. The system immediately announced the rewards and starting equipment for new players. Within the magic circle, his profession was designated Alchemist. The entire square fell silent, all astonished eyes fixed on him. The bald adventurer couldn't help but shout, "Are you crazy?" He continued to scoff. Alchemist is the weakest profession of them all. Ignoring the whispers, Jinfrey merely smirked to himself. Inventory. He knew well that a profession's strength or weakness depended entirely on the player. His true objective after defeating Tria Tradiva monsters was the items dropped from them, ingredients for a grand plan. Under the bewildered gaze of the crowd, he began to list tail, wings, centipede blood, and a common short sword. The ingredients floated above the magic circle, ready for combination. The alchemist's unique skill. Alchemy, the ability to fuse items. With a single command, Jinfrey activated his power. Alchemy, a dazzling burst of light erupted. That was why he chose this path. Those who had just mocked him now stood frozen, speechless. What was about to be created was a piece of equipment powerful enough to break the balance of this entire world. Success. A dark short sword of bizarre shape appeared in his hand. Jinfrey smiled contentedly as he looked at the new weapon's stats. Centipede short sword. This was the fruit of a professional's labor. The first hidden equipment was now in his hands. An adventurer's strength was typically determined by their level and profession skills. But this world also contained hidden equipment, weapons that could break all conventional laws. And connoisseurs like us call them hidden equipment. In the rookie town of Rogue Begin, Jinfrey Van Raid began his journey. Amidst the bustling crowd, each person pursued their own goal. Some sought a good sword, while others were engrossed in rare items. His female companion excitedly introduced, "This town is just like in the game." A vendor unexpectedly offered Jinfrey, "Would you like an apple?" Taking the apple, he thought to himself, "The first hidden equipment is in hand, just as planned." The ultimate goal of this world was to conquer the 7 S-rank dungeons across the continent. Jinfrey declared, "Time to get stronger. I'll start grinding dungeons now." But instead of starting from F-rank, he chose a shortcut, heading straight to the C-rank dungeon teleportation gate. Destination: the forest where the guardian god resides. The only condition for escape was to defeat the boss monster. The magic circle lit up, and the dungeon gate closed behind him. The status window appeared, cold and clear. Jinfrey Van Raid, level 1. He calculated to himself, "The recommended level is 17. With rookie equipment, it's quite a gamble." But the enemy didn't give him even a second to prepare. A level 17 demon tree emerged from the ground, charging straight at him. Jinfrey summoned his secret weapon, the centipede short sword, his eyes full of calculation. A 16-level difference. This is a bit troublesome. Jinfrey Van Raid gripped the centipede short sword tightly in his hand. He told himself that facing this level 17 monster, a single hit would be fatal. Immediately, the demon tree launched an attack with its tentacle. So fast, Jinfrey thought. But he dodged. But I know this type of attack. Seizing the moment of vulnerability after the attack, he raised his short sword high. A critical stab hit its weak point, defeating the level 17 demon tree in an instant. Excellent, a single blow. Jinfrey smiled as the notification appeared. He had leaped from level 1 to level 10. He murmured the world's mechanics to himself. Leveling up automatically increased HP, MP, and granted potential points. With the 45 points just received, Jinfrey decided to allocate them all to defense. "Both my level and stats have skyrocketed." He joyfully hugged the sword. "Thanks to you, everything is going smoothly." He knew well that the centipede short sword's active skill, Mind's Eye, was extremely useful, but its true value had yet to be fully revealed. "Things are getting interesting." Jinfrey smirked meaningfully. His next objective was clear: level up while heading straight to the deepest part to find the final boss. The atmosphere in the forest suddenly became eerily silent. Jinfrey froze, his expression hardening as he realized he was surrounded. From the shadows, 3 giant level 23 black snakes slithered out, blocking all escape routes. "Black snakes! The mini-bosses of this dungeon," he exclaimed. "The chance of encountering 3 at once must be less than 1%. One of the monsters lunged, opening its fanged maw to swallow him whole. Jinfrey cried out as the force of the mist bite threw him back. He flipped in the air and landed, his eyes sharp. This bastard, as aggressive as in the game. Thrown back by the mist bite, Jinfrey cried out in surprise. He quickly regained his balance, facing 2 giant pythons circling him. "Calm down," Jinfrey told himself. "I know their attack patterns," he recalled, "and their weaknesses too." Stomping his foot hard on the ground, he lunged forward. "The only place I can cut through is their necks. Just do it." Jinfrey roared in his mind as he closed in on his target. A one-hit kill is absolutely possible. The blade of the centipede short sword flashed with deadly light. But unexpectedly, another snake lunged out, using its body to block his attack. "Damn it, these guys," Jinfrey was stunned. Are they protecting each other? Seizing the opening, the other snake delivered a devastating bite to his shoulder. Jinfrey gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the searing pain. Damn it! He tightened his grip on the short sword. A sharp sword stroke flashed through the air. Despite being injured, Jinfrey spun around and delivered a decisive slash, severing the python's head. He landed, panting as the system notification appeared. Black Serpent defeated, leveled up to 13. Just as expected, it hurts like hell. He muttered, seeing his HP bar at only 8 points. Nevertheless, a calm smile remained on Jinfrey's blood-stained face. Everything is going according to plan. He had anticipated this situation, pouring all his potential points into defense to get a second chance. And with that, the condition was met. Centipede skill, level 2 has been unlocked. A beep sounded. Jinfrey Van Raid's speed stat soared from 19 to 190, the system announced. He has met the conditions to unlock Centipede skill, level 2. Before Jinfrey, 2 giant black serpents snarled, ready to devour their prey, all thanks to his near-death state, activating his hidden power. The Centipede Short Sword's passive skill, Divine Speed, has been activated, multiplying speed by 10. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 high-level monsters were defeated. Sorry, Jinfrey smirked, but I can't die yet. He gained 4 levels consecutively. Breathing a sigh of relief, he watched the giant snake corpses vanish into thin air. At least grinding levels is going pretty smoothly, he told himself as he sat down on the ground. Jinfrey knew that recovering now would mean losing the valuable speed buff. He decided to take a gamble. With my experience and knowledge, this is feasible. Standing up, he admitted that having to push himself to the brink of death repeatedly was truly troublesome. The deep forest still held countless challenges and experience. A hideous monster lunged out, but it had chosen the wrong opponent. A streak of light flashed, and the monster was instantly cut in half. Jinfrey stood calmly on the enemy's corpse, unfazed. These weak monsters are truly easy pickings, he smiled confidently. The path behind him was littered with monster corpses, a testament to the effectiveness of blood selling, risking HP for power. He looked ahead. This should be fine until the boss appears, but I need to craft that item first. Jinfrey began listing the necessary ingredients for the upcoming battle. Jinfrey Van Raid muttered, just to craft a D-rank item, it requires too many ingredients. He sat on the corpse of the monster he had just defeated, sighing. It's really annoying how they made it too realistic. I remember the game was hated for this reason too. He sighed, accepting the truth. Complaining here won't solve anything. Thinking so, Jinfrey dragged the spoils into the forest. Anyway, I'll gather materials before facing the boss. The scene shifted to a peaceful waterfall, where rare ingredients grew. Among them were metallic blue roses and red spider lilies, the very things Jinfrey was looking for. He quickly spotted a necessary bush by the stream and began harvesting. Things are progressing well. Jinfrey was pleased to find the strong acid berry. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hey, isn't that Jinfrey? Who's there? Jinfrey cautiously turned his head. He recognized the newcomer as someone from his old village. The blond man sneered. Look what we have here. What the hell are you doing here as an adventurer, Jinfrey the failure? Jinfrey recognized the person opposite him, Julius, while the other man continued to mock his equipment and profession. Julius's companion curiously asked, Is he a friend of yours? Julius scoffed. He can't even afford new gear. No, we just lived in the same village when we were kids, Julius replied. He was the poorest kid in the village. Friends? What a joke. It's embarrassing. The man continued to blab about Jinfrey's circumstances. His father is dead. His mother is sick, bedridden all day. What a terrible person to run into here, Jinfrey thought to himself, his eyes glinting with disgust. He admitted inwardly that it was true, and it was precisely because of his family that he had to become an adventurer to earn money. Julius still didn't stop. Hey, are you listening? I'm recounting your heroic tale here. However, the man suddenly froze before Jinfrey's icy gaze and uttered a threat. What's with that look? Do you want to get beaten up like in the old days? Grabbed by the collar, Jinfrey coldly calculated. What should I do now? Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed, interrupting the confrontation. Julius spun around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. His companion stammered in horror. Hey, that's... Before them, a level 31 Cyclops boss monster loomed into view. Julius's face went pale, and he frantically yelled, Hey, what are you doing? Run, quickly! Jinfrey narrowed his eyes, realizing immediately. He's being targeted. The giant monster raised its club, aiming directly at Julius's companion. Fresh blood splattered, and Jinfrey could only freeze in shock at the brutal sight. Damn it! Julius collapsed to the ground, screaming in despair as he watched his friend get crushed. System notification. Level 31. Cyclops possesses the skill Monocular Eye. Jinfrey calmly analyzed. This level difference is too dangerous. Its defense is high, my attacks will be hard to penetrate. The giant wooden club was swung by the monster. It took a step that shook the earth. In the blink of an eye, the Cyclops was right behind Jinfrey. Jinfrey realized its new target was him, a cold system notification confirming it. With the effect of the monocular eye skill, he couldn't escape this battle. Looks like there's no other choice, Jinfrey muttered. The centipede short sword appeared in his hand. The Cyclops roared, swinging its club with destructive power. Jinfrey swiftly retreated, narrowly dodging the attack. Jinfrey confidently declared, I know all its moves. And with divine speed, my speed is more than enough. The giant Cyclops was stunned by the incredible speed, while Julius stood frozen in the distance. Julius couldn't believe his eyes. Is he really Jinfrey? What the hell is going on? Jinfrey's feet glided like the wind, leaving trails of light with every step. But he knew well that just running around wouldn't solve anything. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey began to rush up the monster's giant arm. He turned the enemy's massive body into a path leading to its critical weakness. The Cyclops let out a thunderous roar, helpless against such an agile target. He stomped hard on its fist, gaining momentum for a decisive leap. In an instant, Jinfrey was behind the monster's nape, hovering in the air. The weakness was fully exposed. Your nape is completely exposed. He plunged down like an arrow, aiming directly at the giant's vital point. The centipede short sword in his hand flashed, ready for the finishing blow. But when the blade made contact, a strange sensation came through. Stats, Jinfrey realized in shock. I can barely deal any damage to it. The short sword only created a shallow scratch on its rock-hard skin. The Cyclops' single eye narrowed, its rage beginning to flare. It let out an earth-shattering roar, its entire body trembling with fury. A thunderous blow struck its own back, mercilessly flinging Jinfrey away. With a scratch on his cheek, Jinfrey bitterly admitted, it's hard to fight fairly, at least with this level different. Amidst Julius's frantic screams, the battle continued. From his hiding spot, he watched in horror as Jinfrey moved like a ghost, continuously attacking the giant monster. Julius couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of buff is he using? I can't even see him. But even a thunderous kick from Jinfrey couldn't penetrate the Cyclops' defense. Realizing the harsh truth, Jinfrey decided, I really need to create that thing. He quickly reviewed the ingredients he had, and calculated what was still missing. His gaze swept across the forest, realizing everything he needed was right nearby. Ironically, the valuable ingredients were scattered around where Julius was trembling. The Cyclops roared, redirecting its attack towards the screaming, weak prey. Don't come here. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey darted like the wind, snatching all the ingredients right from under the monster's nose. And finally, water. Jinfrey found a clear stream. He quickly gathered the last ingredient, completing the preparation process. With fiery eyes, Jinfrey declared, everything is ready. Alchemy. Magical energy converged. The crafting process began in an instant. A mystical purple potion appeared, the result of alchemy. Julius yelled scornfully, poison? Are you stupid? Cyclops are extremely resistant to poison. Facing the scorn, Jinfrey calmly replied, I know. My goal from the beginning was to combine the poison with this. He held out another rare ingredient, black serpent, spinal fluid. A confident smile spread across Jinfrey's lips as the ordinary potion evolved into the ultimate weapon, potent poison. What is that? An item synthesized twice? Julius couldn't believe his eyes. Now for the finale. Jinfrey whispered, synthesize. What the hell are you? Julius yelled as the system announced the weapon had been poisoned. Jinfrey raised his head, declaring, this is Centipede's true form. Julius muttered in horror. He added attributes to the weapon by synthesizing it 3 times. Just then, a colossal Cyclops appeared, its roar shaking the entire forest. Kept you waiting, big guy, Jinfrey smirked. Let's start. Round 2. The monster furiously swung its massive club, aiming directly at the one who dared challenge it. But Jinfrey merely glided away, easily dodging the attack. Winding streaks of purple light cut through the air as Jinfrey began his counterattack. He narrowly slipped past the monster's earth-shattering blow. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey ran up the back of the unbalanced giant. I know all your attack patterns, he asserted with sharp eyes. The Cyclops' single eye constricted in astonishment and pain. Jinfrey unleashed a series of slashes, embedding the poison deep into the monster's body. System confirmed. Cyclops was heavily poisoned, its HP dropping rapidly, but the monster roared. And another notification appeared. The poison had been neutralized. Undaunted, Jinfrey growled, I'll do it as many times as I like. This time, the poisoned blade plunged directly into its eye, causing the system to once again report a successful poisoning. And once again, the monster roared, purging the poison from its body in a fit of rage. Jinfrey's eyes gleamed with cold calculation amidst the chaos. Even though the system reported heavy poisoning, The monster roared and neutralized it instantly, but the toxin seeped into its body once more, causing the giant to stagger. It seems poison is the answer, Jinfrey mused, facing the weakening Cyclops. He darted forward, determined to end the battle with a single blow. The short sword centipede in Jinfrey's hand emitted a deadly purple aura. The poison blade plunged into the giant's single eye. A critical hit. The mind's eye skill activated as Jinfrey stood atop the monster's head. The Cyclops' massive body began to collapse to the ground. Jinfrey landed lightly, and the victory notification appeared. You have defeated the Cyclops. Hiding behind a tree, Julius was stunned. You've got to be kidding me. He couldn't believe his eyes. That guy. Is he really Jinfrey? Meanwhile, Jinfrey calmly wiped his sword, his breathing steady. A fleeting glance from Jinfrey was enough to make Julius jump. Damn it, I'm going to get killed. Julius panicked and fled headlong. Jinfrey sighed in relief, put away his weapon, and muttered, "All right." Status board. The status board appeared, revealing his critical condition with only 8 HP remaining. Great, gained a few levels, he smiled, deciding to check his inventory. The boss defeat rewards appeared. 350,000 gold, and a Cyclops fang. Jinfrey gave a satisfied smile. Sweet, I need to send this gold to my mom. Jinfrey scrolled through the system screen, reminding himself of the solo player's privilege, keeping all rewards. And there it was, the most important item, Cyclops' eyeball. He gave a wry smile, quickly closing the information window at the somewhat gruesome image. With this, I have one ingredient for the next hidden equipment, Jinfrey thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. His next destination was the Plains dungeon, a D-rank area. As soon as he arrived, he stretched, a familiar sense of nostalgia washing over him. Jinfrey's gaze became distant, lost in thought. His ultimate goal was to eradicate demon gods from all 7 continents, and that journey had to start here. To do that, he needed to find the second hidden equipment, concealed at the fallen goddess statue. Jinfrey gripped Centipede tightly, reaffirming his mission. To solve the challenge, I need the Cyclops' eyeball and one more material. But first, he had to face the guardians of this place, a pack of ferocious wolves. Also need to grind a bit for levels. He plunged into battle without hesitation. His goal was not just victory, but to create a peaceful world, free from the shadow of monsters. A world where he could earn enough money for his family to live comfortably, and a world where those who once scorned him would be silenced. If only he became stronger. With each fallen enemy, a new surge of power flowed, and level up, notifications continuously appeared. Meanwhile, in a distant city, news of Jinfrey's exploits began to spread. 33 creatures? That new adventurer's name is Jinfrey Vanraid. Passers-by were utterly astonished. The story of the mysterious black-haired, blue-eyed young man became a hot topic of discussion throughout the tavern. Back in the dungeon, only the sharp clang of weapons echoed, a testament to Jinfrey's relentless determination. After defeating the last monster, Jinfrey stood in the middle of the battlefield. But he still wondered, that's strange. I've searched everywhere, but I haven't found a single one. He had collected all sorts of materials, but the core item, the cobalt bird feather, was still nowhere to be found. There are a total of 7 dungeons on the Sione continent, ranked from F to A, and the D-rank Ping Yuan dungeon, where he was standing, should have the highest spawn rate for cobalt birds. Having no other choice, Jinfrey decided, I guess I'll just head back to the city to find some information. The dark dungeon scenery was quickly replaced by a bustling city. He thought to himself, there must be a general store around here somewhere. There it is. Perhaps asking people here would be helpful. Just as he was about to step inside, a scream rang out from behind the door. A man with a red bandana laughed gleefully, shouting to his comrades, "Ha-ha, brothers, let's scram." The gang of thugs pushed straight into Jinfrey, their leader growling, "Get out of the way, kid." Pushed aside, he silently watched them leave, a doubt arising in his mind. Was this a robbery? Ahead, a mother and her young daughter were strolling, unaware of the danger rushing towards them. The mother was startled to see the aggressive group of people running towards her. Without hesitation, a thug swung his arm and pushed the little girl down. The little girl fell backward, a terrified scream ringing out. But before she hit the ground, a steady arm caught her. Jinfrey had intervened. Holding the child in his arms, he turned around, his sharp, cold gaze fixed directly on the thugs. The leader suddenly froze, a cold sense of unease running down his spine. The mother profusely thanked Jinfrey, but he merely replied coldly, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, in another alley, the thugs had made their escape. An elderly man suddenly gritted his teeth and cursed. Those damn Shan Kuan. It turned out to be the shopkeeper, who explained to Jinfrey about the Shan Kuan gang that had just swept through the area. Jinfrey suddenly realized, so, the overhunting of cobalt birds was also their doing. Anger flared within him. So it was all their fault. The shopkeeper sighed wearily, telling of their cruelty, and how he had to temporarily close his shop. Jinfrey stood silently in the street, his gaze pensive as he looked at the innocent civilians. The Shan Kuan gang, he thought to himself, truly troublesome, facing an entire gang alone. Even he didn't want to get involved, but the trouble they caused only accounted for 10% of his anger, while the hunting of cobalt birds accounted for 90%. Jinfrey was absolutely furious. I'll go after them, he decided and dashed off. The small alley was now silent, not a soul in sight. Jinfrey cautiously hid behind a corner, silently observing, and then he found them, the entire gang gathered, celebrating in a courtyard. The leader boasted of his exploits, while a subordinate reminded him of the boss's order to move. They're carrying the stolen goods, Jinfrey muttered. Now then, where are the cobalt bird feathers? His gaze swept over the crates and stolen items. Then he noticed a wooden tray containing glass vials. That's it. Inside those vials was his target. Cobalt bird feathers. So they were the ones who had hunted that bird to near extinction. Meanwhile, at their hideout, the thugs were chatting idly about random news. Silently observing, Jinfrey calculated to himself, there are too many of them. What should I do? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Hey, what the hell are you doing there? Damn it. Jinfrey was startled when a guard suddenly pressed a knife to him. It must have been a rogue stealth skill. He quickly raised his hands, forcing a smile. I'm not suspicious, but the guard cut him off. Probably another I'm just lost story, huh? Jinfrey coldly listened to the threat. We've already killed a spy from another guild who spouted similar nonsense. Without warning, the guard swung his knife to attack, and Jinfrey swiftly dodged the blow. So sudden, he was momentarily surprised by his opponent's decisiveness. It seems there's no other way, Jinfrey muttered, and his short sword centipede immediately appeared in his hand. With weapon in hand, he calmly faced the guard's incoming blade. A powerful stomp aimed directly at the opponent's instep. Seizing the moment the guard lost his balance, Jinfrey slipped past and swung the hilt of his sword upward. A precise strike to the nape of the neck made the guard collapse unconscious. The strange noise caught the attention of the thugs inside, and the leader asked, "What was that sound?" Oh no. Jinfrey realized he had been discovered as all the thugs turned their gaze towards him. He raised his hands in surrender. Wait. I don't want to fight. I just need a few cobalt bird feathers. Jinfrey suddenly froze, realizing how suspicious his armed presence looked. Seeing his comrade defeated, the leader roared furiously. This guy knocked out our guard. Kill him. What a nuisance, Jinfrey sighed, his eyes sharpening. If we can't talk, then I'll just have to take them by force. Jinfrey Vanrade, centipede in hand, faced the bandits who were slowly tightening their encirclement. The first bandit roared charge and lunged forward with a dagger in hand. Jinfrey coldly raised his hand, easily blocking the bandit's attack. Without hesitation, he struck the bandit directly in the face with the flat of his blade, making him shriek in pain. A non-lethal sword strike swept through, taking down the first attacker. Good heavens, I only used the flat of my blade, Jinfrey grumbled upon hearing the bandit's screams. Overreacting will only provoke them further. 3 other bandits, weapons in hand, advanced simultaneously with menacing expression. Dealing with an entire gang is truly troublesome, Jinfrey thought to himself as another bandit yelled, "Die, you brat," and charged. He lightly ducked, neatly dodging the powerful horizontal weapon swing. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey delivered a direct kick to the enemy's stomach. The bandit staggered back, his spear flying towards Jinfrey. He calmly reached out and deftly caught his opponent's weapon. Then, using the spear's shaft, Jinfrey thrust it forcefully into the bandit's face, taking down the second one. A system notification appeared. You have dealt a critical blow. The Xinyan skill was activated, momentarily startling Jinfrey. Oh. Looking at the 2 bandits sprawled on the ground, he raised his hand, his tone casual. Just a slip of the hand. You bastard! An axe-wielding bandit roared from behind, swinging his weapon directly at Jinfrey. The sharp axe blade chopped down, carrying a fierce gust of wind. Jinfrey simply spun around, using the hilt of his sword to effortlessly block the devastating overhead strike. Immediately, he channeled force into the hilt of his sword, delivering a crushing blow to the bandit's chin. Shouldering the centipede, Jinfrey sighed. Give me a break. I really don't want to fight here. Standing amidst the fallen bandits, Jinfrey coldly declared, You reap what you sow. He turned away, his mind already on the next task. Right, now it's time to find the cobalt bird feather. But a sudden surge of killing intent from behind put Jinfrey on alert. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed. Jinfrey had managed to block a fatal sword strike from the ambusher with his centipede just in time. The bandit leader smirked. Kid, you dare to leave your back exposed like that? It's the Yin Shen skill again, Jinfrey thought to himself, recognizing his opponent's style. He immediately remembered, it's that guy from earlier. The two faced each other in the deserted street, the real battle about to begin. The enemy arrogantly introduced himself. I am the vice leader of this guild, Sub Masuo. You must have heard of me, right? Jinfrey nonchalantly replied. No, first time hearing it. Aren't you embarrassed to introduce that name? Sub Masuo was enraged, roaring. I remember you now. We should have killed you right then. Jinfrey lightly parried the sword strike, scoffing. A thief using such a flimsy weapon? Keep running your mouth, amateur. Sub Masuo gritted his teeth. At least you know how to swing a sword. He continued his attack. You must just be lucky because of that weapon. Jinfrey calmly blocked the attack, muttering, well, this happens often. Aren't we all adventurers with professions? He continued his speech. Equipment is just decoration. True power comes from developing your profession's skills, you know? Isn't that right? Provoked, Sub Masuo put all his strength into an overhead sword strike. The sword tip plunged into the stone ground, sparking, and he growled. You arrogant brat, looking at your equipment, I can tell you're just a novice. His eyes flashed with recognition. That armor. It's the gear you get from the tutorial when choosing the Yaoshi profession, Sub Masuo sneered. But your weapon is a rare item. He continued to mock. You must be talking big because of it. Ha! You look like it's your first time fighting an adventurer, Sub Masuo said as he summoned daggers. The sharp blades hovered in the air, ready to attack. At their master's command, they simultaneously lunged towards Jinfrey, but Jinfrey merely swept them all away with a light swing of his sword. Sub Masuo crossed his arms and explained, in a battle between adventurers, revealing your profession is a fatal disadvantage. He confidently concluded, you're a Yaoshi, with only the Hicheng skill. I just need to focus on your swordplay. Jinfrey coldly retorted. What about you? You don't know my profession, nor can you guess what skills I'll use. Sub Masuo suddenly made an absurd deduction. You're a Daozai, aren't you? Only a Daozai can use Yin Shen. The leader furiously yelled, no, I'm a Zhao Huan Shi, while Jinfrey could only secretly feel pity for him. Jinfrey suddenly realized a danger. But I have to be careful. If he has the Ji Duo skill, the centipede will be in danger. Unable to drag it out any longer, his eyes gleamed with determination. Let's end this quickly. Seizing the moment, Jinfrey shot forward like an arrow. The short sword was raised high, preparing for a finishing blow. But right behind him, two figures suddenly appeared from thin air. What? Jinfrey turned his head in surprise. The two new bandits roared, swinging their weapons to attack from his blind spot. Jinfrey realized. These guys are using Yin Shen too. He immediately flipped backward, narrowly dodging the dangerous sword strike. Jinfrey Vanrade skimmed close to the ground, his eyes blazing after dodging the attack. His centipede short sword swung up, aiming straight at the target. Instead of the blade, the hilt was thrust out with a dangerous jab straight into Sub Masuo's groin. A supercritical hit was registered, activating the Sin Yan skill. The leader only saw stars twinkling before his consciousness plunged into darkness. His horrified scream echoed throughout the ruined street. Sub Masuo collapsed, foaming at the mouth amidst the desperate cries of his comrade. Just a slip of the hand, Jinfrey casually remarked, and a critical hit to boot. He coldly turned to the remaining thugs. Now then, it seems the fight is over, doesn't it? Jinfrey gestured with his chin towards the twitching leader. If you don't want to end up like him. Suddenly, killing intent erupted, and his sword glowed red. Hand over the cobalt bird feather. He stood there, intimidating the two trembling thugs at his feet. Jinfrey repeated his demand, his voice brooking no refusal. The two thugs turned pale, stammering. Sir, did you say cobalt bird feather? One of them pretended to comply, then suddenly yelled, pointing at him. There he is, it's him. Reinforcements swarmed in, unanimously accusing Jinfrey of being an enemy guild member who had taken down their men. Good grief, Jinfrey sighed wearily. These guys are swarming like disturbed bees. The encirclement tightened, with numerous sharp spears pointed directly at him from all sides. The newly arrived Shan Kuan gang reinforcements immediately put on airs. You've got some nerve messing with us, kid. But then they froze at the sight before them. Wait, deputy leader? The whole group stared in panic at Sub Masuo, sprawled in the street, while Jinfrey stood there nonchalantly. He's completely unconscious. One of them whispered upon seeing their deputy leader foaming at the mouth. Unable to believe it, they started making excuses. He's probably just drunk. This bastard fought dirty. Jinfrey merely chuckled to himself. He is indeed drunk. Drunk on his own paltry strength. Just then, an authoritative voice rang out from the end of the alley. What's all this commotion? Their gang leader, a burly man, strode in with two female members. This man's aura was completely different, his eyes sharp and stern. The thugs cheered as if seeing a savior. Gang leader, you've arrived. One immediately pointed at Jinfrey, tattling with a resentful expression. Jinfrey calmly assessed. So this is the leader of this gang. The gang leader frowned and asked. Someone came here to cause trouble with our gang. Look, even the deputy leader was dealt with by him. A thug pointed at the motionless Sub Masuo. The gang leader's gaze turned icy, and he looked directly at the stranger who had caused this mess. Jinfrey didn't flinch, meeting that gaze with a challenging look. The gang leader questioned, "Hey kid, which gang are you from?" "I'm a solo player, not affiliated with any gang," Jinfrey replied decisively. That answer stunned the gang leader, who pointed at Jinfrey and stammered, "You mean, all of this was done by you alone?" "I did," Jinfrey casually admitted, causing the gang leader to burst into laughter. Surprisingly, the leader seemed intrigued. "I like you. Join my gang." The sudden invitation left Jinfrey dumbfounded, completely bewildered by what was happening. Seeing his subordinate's astonishment, the gang leader crossed his arms and explained, "Normally, I would have made him regret daring to touch our gang members, but he took down Submaswo. This kid isn't bad, so I'll let you join the gang." The gang leader clapped Jinfrey on the shoulder familiarly. "What's wrong, kid? Too happy to speak? Come on, let's go grab a few drinks first, shall we?" "I refuse," Jinfrey replied coldly, his face obscured in shadow. The smile on the gang leader's face vanished, his hand tightening on the young man's shoulder. Jinfrey bluntly declared, "I'm only here for the cobalt bird feather, and to avenge the general store and the little girl. Who would want to join your pathetic excuse for a gang? Hand over the cobalt bird feather now." The insult left the gang leader and his subordinates dumbfounded. "Pathetic?" the leader growled, killing intent beginning to spread. "Kid, did I hear that right?" "That's right," Jinfrey affirmed confidently. "You're a trashy gang that only knows how to bully the weak. A truly pathetic bunch." Enraged, the gang leader swung a colossal battle axe, bringing it down straight onto Jinfrey's head. The centipede short sword flashed, blocking the powerful axe blade just in the nick of time. Jinfrey stood firm, even as the impact shattered the stone ground beneath his feet. The axe blade embedded itself deep into the ground, leaving a massive crack. "Right," the gang leader's eyes blazed. "I've changed my mind. This is the first time I've met such an insolent brat. I'll beat you to a pulp and then make you my slave, kid." Faced with the threat, Jinfrey calmly analyzed. This attack power. He's probably not a Dao Ze. Jinfrey dodged the gang leader's overhead strike. The leader frantically swung his axe, but Jinfrey was a step faster, rolling neatly out of the way. With a skillful leap, he effortlessly created a safe distance. It'll be troublesome if he uses his class skills. I have to take him down before that. Without hesitation, Jinfrey charged straight at the leader who was swinging his axe. He ducked low, the sharp axe blade grazing his hair by a hair's breadth. The leader was stunned. "What?" Seizing the opening, Jinfrey struck the opponent's stomach hard with the flat of his blade. "Ugh! How dare you use the flat of your blade? You insolent brat!" the leader roared, both in pain and enraged. Even so, he had to admit, "He really hits hard. I'll give him that. I need to avoid a direct confrontation." Jinfrey also narrowed his eyes in assessment. "This guy is tough." Suddenly, the leader muttered a system command. "Unequip." The giant battle axe in his hand vanished into thin air. Jinfrey was surprised. Why is he putting away his weapon? But then he quickly realized. So that's it. His class is. A surge of crimson aura erupted from the leader's body as he shouted, "Melee." His entire body swelled, muscles bulging under the effect of the fighter skill, doubling physical stats for 3 minutes. The bandits outside cheered wildly. "It's the boss's special move. Melee." Now Jinfrey was certain. He's a fighter. The leader tensed his body, his fists clenched powerfully. He launched a devastating punch straight at Jinfrey, but the punch only grazed past, shattering the wall behind him by a hair's breadth. Jinfrey thought to himself, a fighter's melee. One hit and I'm done for. Giving him no time to think, the leader had already spun around. "Die, brat," he roared, charging like a wild beast. Jinfrey remained calm, his short sword flashing in his hand. The second punch, carrying an overwhelming killing intent, came crashing down. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey dodged and stabbed a fatal blow into the opponent's hip. The leader screamed in pain as Jinfrey's mind's eye skill activated. The thugs outside were stunned, silent, unable to believe their eyes. Their leader was sent flying, collapsing unconscious on the ground. He defeated the leader. Wait a minute. Isn't he that rising adventurer? A bandit suddenly remembered the description. That's right. Black hair, blue eyes. All eyes turned to the young man with black hair and piercing blue eyes. They all recognized him at once, their faces pale with terror. There's no mistake. It's the blue-eyed Jinfrey. Jinfrey looked at them in confusion and asked, "Hey you guys," but he was met only by frantic screams and the sight of the entire bandit gang scattering in panic. Jinfrey was still bewildered, wondering why the bandits knew his name and abandoned their leader. Putting aside his questions, he decided to continue his quest, to find the cobalt bird feather and return the treasure. His journey led him to a new, gloomy, and perilous location, Sigrin Falls, a B-rank dungeon. The final boss Baphomet was defeated in the blink of an eye, An overly easy victory compared to the previous Cyclops battle. Venturing deeper inside, Jinfrey stood before an ancient and majestic structure. He silently faced the familiar angel statue, a secret only he knew. "I've missed you greatly," Jinfrey whispered to the fallen goddess statue. He knew well that solving the mechanism on this statue would yield the second hidden equipment. With the Cyclops eye and cobalt bird feather in hand, he declared, "Now is the time for our reunion." Even the most intuitive adventurers only realized the mystery lay in the statue's eye, and only a few of them knew how to insert the Cyclops eye into that empty socket. But Jinfrey knew an even deeper secret, a tiny, feather-sized slit, hidden behind the stone wings. The feather fit perfectly into place, and an ancient magic circle immediately lit up. A dazzling light enveloped the space, signaling that the goddess's wish had been fulfilled. From the newly filled stone eye, a shimmering tear began to fall. The fallen goddess statue shed tears of joy, crystallizing into a pure golden chalice. And then, from within the light, the second hidden equipment gradually materialized. Lucifer's halo, a legendary artifact with the abilities of mind-reading and magic sensing. Jinfrey took the halo, thinking with satisfaction. With this kind of power, it was worth the effort to obtain. Jinfrey stood before the fallen goddess statue, the origin of the treasure he had just received. With a confident smile, he whispered, "Lucifer's halo. I will make good use of it, goddess." Light shone upon the stone statue's sorrowful yet serene face. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinfrey decided to equip the item immediately. A golden halo appeared above his head, and his cool expression immediately vanished, replaced by a blank, statue-like look. He thought to himself in embarrassment, "I look like a ghost or something." Although he didn't want to draw attention, he still reassured himself, "Oh well, surely no one would think this is powerful equipment just because of its appearance." Empowered, Jinfrey set his next goal. "Now that I have Lucifer's halo, S-rank dungeon, here I come." He quickly made his way to the magnificent Adventurers Guild building, the hub of all conquests. But his plan immediately hit a snag, making him only able to mutter, "Damn it." The S-rank dungeon Mount Agni was a formidable challenge, requiring a party of at least 7 people to enter. Ironically, an adventurer delivered the bad news. There are no recruitment drives happening right now. Furthermore, this dungeon's boss wasn't fixed. It would randomly respawn in a different location after being defeated. Only by defeating the first demon god could players earn the title to advance to the second continent. Jinfrey pondered, as his goal was to reach the next continent as soon as possible. Suddenly, the whispers of 2 passers-by reached his ears. "Look, that's Freyna, the fire mage's party." Jinfrey's blue eyes narrowed slightly, looking towards the chattering crowd. He saw a group of adventurers resting, and 2 words echoed in his mind. Fire mage. His gaze stopped at the blonde woman, and an info panel appeared, confirming her identity. Freyna Ashbury. Lucifer's halo shimmered above Jinfrey's head. Immediately, a system notification rang out. Mind-reading skill activated. From afar, he sensed the fire mage Freyna's burning desire. She wanted to enter the S-rank dungeon, but was short on members. A smile appeared on Jinfrey's lips. He secretly thought this new item was immediately useful. Meanwhile, Freyna's party reached a final decision. "Let's disband for today." Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey stepped forward to block her path. "Excuse me, may I join your party?" he confidently offered. "You seem to be in need of more people." The entire party was stunned, their eyes fixed on the peculiar halo hovering above the stranger's head. Jinfrey gave a wry smile, well aware that he looked like an eccentric in their eyes. A party member flatly refused. "We've decided to give up. You should look for someone else." But the skill revealed another truth. This man was feeling compassion, thinking about his injured comrade in the hospital. "So that's it," Jinfrey muttered. "They're short-handed because a member is injured." Ignoring the refusal, he turned directly to Freyna. "I want to hear the captain's opinion." He stared into her eyes, probing. "You seem worried. Do you have something urgent in the S-rank dungeon?" Although Freyna coldly replied, "It's none of your business," Jinfrey had already read her worry for her missing father. The female mage's face was heavy with unconcealable sorrow. Suddenly, Jinfrey sensed another wave of anxiety, which left him bewildered. A massive info panel about Freyna's thoughts suddenly appeared, making Jinfrey recoil in everyone's astonishment. Trying to regain his composure, he formally introduced himself. "My name is Jinfrey, and I also want to enter the S-rank dungeon as soon as possible." Arthur suddenly remembered. Jinfrey. Where have I heard that name before? The entire party was shocked. Could it be the person mentioned in the news? The one who annihilated 33 monsters at the Hardis? Mal Alter? Jinfrey could only give a forced laugh. Sigh, so I'm in the news now. This system really has no privacy at all. Freyna Ashbury secretly assessed him, feeling as if all her thoughts were being read by this young man. She sensed a distinct aura, an experience that no other adventurer here possessed. A system notification appeared, and Jinfrey smirked. It seems. Everything will be fine. Freyna declared loudly. I understand. You are accepted into the party, leaving all remaining members dumbfounded. She decisively stood up, her red cloak fluttering with her unshakable decision. But remember this, Freyna warned. Turning back, if you're useless, we'll leave you behind. Jinfrey secretly thought, excellent, I can finally go to the S-rank dungeon. Thank you, Lucifer's Halo. The new party quickly set off, heading straight for the S-rank dungeon, Mount Agni. Vanguard position, huh? The most dangerous position, Jinfrey muttered. This female captain is truly ruthless. The bearded man couldn't hide his worry. Is it really okay to let that guy join the party? I don't trust him at all. Freyna replied coldly. No problem. If he's useful, we keep him. Otherwise, he can be used as bait. Amidst the desolate volcanic landscape, the atmosphere within the party remained heavy with tension. Arthur suddenly spoke up, his eyes fixed on Jinfrey. Hey, are you really the person from the news? Caught off guard, Jinfrey was a little flustered. Huh? I didn't hear the news directly, but I guess so? Arthur narrowed his eyes suspiciously, and the system immediately informed Jinfrey. You have sensed distrust. Arthur doesn't believe you. What a suspicious person. Jinfrey secretly sighed. The bearded man scoffed. Clearly a lie. Look at that guy. Do you think he's strong? He's even wearing an angel's halo on his head. Jinfrey could only silently scream in his mind. Just ignore it. It might look like that, but this is the most overpowered equipment on Earth. Suddenly, the halo above his head flashed, and a system warning appeared. Undefined magical movement detected. Thanks to his sensing ability, Jinfrey saw a terrifying sight. The monsters near the mountaintop. He realized in shock. They're all pouring down at once? Could this be? Without a second's hesitation, Jinfrey turned back and yelled, Hey, shield user. Use your shielding skill for everyone. The bearded man looked bewildered. Huh? While Jinfrey desperately screamed, Hurry, it's about to erupt, before he could even snap. Listen here, kid, the mountain answered for Jinfrey. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and Mount Agni began to erupt violently. The female adventurer in shoulder armor panicked. It's coming, protect them. The entire team was immediately engulfed in a deadly hail of lava rock. The bearded man gritted his teeth, straining to concentrate his magic. Counter shield, a sturdy magic shield appeared, blocking the incoming fiery rocks. Jinfrey calmly observed. Molten rocks are raining down. We can't move until it stops. Amidst the chaos, Freyna's authoritative voice rang out. Everyone, wait here. The female captain stood firm, the staff in her hand beginning to gather an immense source of energy. Her gaze was sharp and cold, locked onto a target in the fiery sky. Blazing meteor. Freyna unleashed her ultimate magic, a colossal fireball hovering over the devastated land. With intense focus, she used her staff to control its trajectory. The colossal meteor, enveloped by rings of fire, plunged straight to the ground. A blinding explosion incinerated the volcanic hailstorm in an instant. As the smoke and dust cleared, Freyna and Jinfrey stood amidst the desolate landscape after the destructive attack. Jinfrey secretly assessed her power. A fire mage. She used magic to vaporize all the volcanic rocks, but an ominous tremor began to spread from the ground beneath their feet. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, a colossal chasm tearing through the battlefield. Arthur screamed in horror as he lost his balance. Arthur? A teammate cried out as the young man stumbled and fell towards the abyss. In a flash, a hand grabbed his wrist, accompanied by a casual remark. Whoops! Jinfrey strained, trying to hold onto Arthur, who was dangling over the chasm's edge. The rock ledge crumbled, causing Jinfrey's hand to slip from its last foothold. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, knowing that things were beyond saving. Both plunged into the bottomless abyss before the horrified eyes of their teammates. Jinfrey's mind reeled. This height, this is trouble. They free fell into the darkness, bracing for the inevitable impact. Their fall was unexpectedly cushioned by something soft, a colossal creature identified as a level 38 cotton bat. It's a cotton bat. We're saved. Jinfrey sighed in relief, secretly thanking the luck stat from Lucifer's halo. The soft cushion unexpectedly awoke, its glowing red eyes blazing with fury. Jinfrey only had time to think, damn it, as he realized his luck had just turned into a deadly threat. Facing the growling cotton bat, both realized they had angered a far from gentle creature. It absorbs impact to counterattack, Jinfrey coldly analyzed. Our fall will be amplified many times over. Arthur tremblingly drew his dagger, snapping. You don't have to tell me. It's coming. Just as Arthur yelled, Jinfrey summoned a dark sword, ready for battle. The monster lunged like an arrow, giving them no time to breathe. Jinfrey stomped his foot down, bracing himself against the immense pressure. In an instant, he shoved Arthur away, taking the full force of the cotton bat's attack against the cliff face behind him. The red-haired young man sprawled on the ground after the powerful shove. I told you to be careful, Jinfrey roared, If you don't want to die, stay put. The cliff face behind them had shattered into a deep crater, evidence of the destructive power that had just passed. Arthur stared in horror at the ruined wall, cold sweat pouring down him. If he hadn't pushed me away, I would have been shattered like that wall, he realized in shock. Arthur thought to himself, this kind of power, this is an S-rank battlefield. Suddenly, an uncontrollable surge of dark energy erupted from Jinfrey's body. What just happened? Jinfrey stared in astonishment at the cotton bat collapsing before him. Arthur was stunned, stammering in his thoughts. He defeated it in one blow? Leaving his stunned teammate behind, Jinfrey activated a magic pendulum. Dowsing. At the edge of the abyss, Freyna Ashbury used a magic pendulum to search for traces of those who had fallen. A worried teammate asked, "Did you find anything, Freyna?" She answered decisively, the pendulum in her hand still swaying. Yes. Arthur is still alive. In Freyna's mind, the image of Jinfrey risking his life to save Arthur flashed. That Jinfrey. I can't believe he fell to save Arthur. She couldn't help but admit. He also noticed the eruption faster than anyone. Another team member suggested, then we should go down too, but was immediately cut off by a cold no. Freyna turned, her gaze sharp. Searching for Arthur will deplete our energy before the battle with the demon god. Our goal is to bring peace to this continent, she continued to reason logically. Furthermore, we are all aiming for the same peak. Just keep moving forward, and we will reunite sooner or later. Turning her back to the abyss, Freyna whispered with unwavering conviction, "Don't worry. Arthur is my younger brother. I personally trained him. Try to reach the peak safely, Arthur." Meanwhile, at the bottom of the chasm, Jinfrey suddenly asked, "So that female captain is your sister?" While also reading Arthur's thoughts. "So he's also looking for his missing father," Jinfrey announced. "Are you calm now? I'm about to move." Seeing Jinfrey turn and walk away, Arthur frantically called after him. "Where are you going?" "The demon god is at the top of the mountain." Jinfrey shot back a contemptuous glance. "With that skill level, you want to challenge the demon god? You'll definitely die." Before Arthur's stunned face, Jinfrey calmly declared, "I'm going to do a little hunting down here." A system window appeared, revealing Arthur's conflicted inner thoughts. He felt conflicted, but also yearned to become stronger. As if reading his mind, Jinfrey made an offer. "Follow me, if you want to become stronger." After a moment of bewilderment, Arthur let out a dry laugh, as if he had just accepted a crazy gamble. But then he screamed when he understood Jinfrey's intention. "This is the little hunting you were talking about." Before them was a sea of fire, a horde of flame-bone birds, level 41, 42, waiting. Arthur hid behind the cliff, dodging the flame-bone bird's fiery attack. The flame-bone bird swooped down, determined to devour the intruder alive. "Can't let it get close," Arthur muttered, raising his magic bow. He calmly drew his bowstring, aiming straight at the approaching monster. "While it's approaching, I'll shoot it down." The arrow tore through the wind, embedding itself straight into the flame-bone bird's head with terrifying force. The fiery creature collapsed. Arthur stood there, bow still in hand, witnessing his victory. He smiled faintly with confidence. "Don't underestimate me. In a one-on-one fight, I won't lose." Suddenly remembering his companion, Arthur turned to look for him. "Right. What about him?" He froze. Jinfrey was meditating amidst a field of scattered flame-bone bird corpses. Jinfrey casually bit into a piece of skewered meat, turning to ask, Done already?" Arthur's jaw dropped when he realized Jinfrey was eating items dropped by monsters, even offering him a skewer. Suddenly, a giant salamander monster burst from the shadows, swinging its claws to attack Arthur. Jinfrey immediately rushed to catch Arthur, who was staggering from the sudden blow. "Are you okay?" Despite being injured, Arthur tried to act tough. "I'm fine. I'll handle this," Jinfrey said. "Just find somewhere safe to hide." Jinfrey faced the beast alone, noticing it was drooling and seemed unwell. The salamander growled, but pain flickered in its eyes. Jinfrey sneered, realizing the problem. "Got a stomachache too? Your movements are a bit sluggish, probably just finished eating." He continued to provoke the writhing monster. "Oh, about to throw up, are we?" Just as predicted, the giant salamander vomited a pile of bones and digestive fluids right in front of Jinfrey. Amidst the slimy gastric fluids was a corroded human skeleton. Jinfrey coldly confirmed. "Human bones. Just as I thought." Memories of a proud man flashed through his mind, before Arthur horrifyingly realized the terrible truth. Jinfrey spoke up. "Let's finish this before both of us start puking again, shall we?" But the monster only growled in response, its flames of hatred still burning fiercely. The young man trembled as he touched his father's relics. "My father's sword and clothes." Jinfrey's abilities screamed, sensing a heart of vengeance erupting from Arthur. Arthur's eyes blazed with hatred. He growled, "You're dead." He drew his dagger, yelling in despair. For my father. Jinfrey could only watch as Arthur charged at the giant monster. Jinfrey frantically yelled, "Hey, wait! Stop! Calm down!" But rage had consumed his reason, and Arthur was mercilessly thrown back. He was flung far away. The power disparity was too obvious. Arthur stumbled to his feet, muttering, "I'll tear you apart." He charged forward once more, defying the danger. But this time, Jinfrey seized the opportunity to stop him. Jinfrey yelled, "Are you deaf?" I said, "Wait a minute." Arthur struggled wildly. "Shut up. Let me go. You'll really die. Salamanders aren't something you hunt alone," Jinfrey shouted loudly, trying to awaken him. "Calm down right now. If you die here too, what will happen to the rest of your family?" Arthur's eyes were empty, sinking into despair. Jinfrey coldly spoke. "You know, don't you? That thing isn't something you can defeat on your own." "Of course I know," Arthur cried out in tears. "But what else can I do?" Suppressed grief surged. "That thing, my father," the system chimed, clearly sensing Arthur's extreme rage and helplessness. Jinfrey gently let go, realizing harsh words were no longer effective. After a while, Arthur sat up, his voice hoarse. "Sorry for yelling like that." "Arthur," Jinfrey called his name, breaking the heavy silence. Jinfrey began to outline a plan. "Your profession is hunter, right? Then you can use battle cry. Check your inventory." Arthur looked bewildered, not understanding his new teammate's intention. He was surprised to find a clump of cotton bat fluff in his inventory. "Why is this here?" Jinfrey smirked, explaining, "That's from the hunter's hidden skill. Looks like you've got some good stuff." "A hidden skill?" Arthur wondered, but Jinfrey cut him off. "That's for later. Listen carefully. I have a plan." With a confident smile, Jinfrey declared, "If all goes well, we can defeat it." His eyes sharpened, concluding, "All right, just do as I said." Arthur muttered, still skeptical. "A plan to defeat that salamander. Just the two of us?" He looked at the vast distance between them and the monster, but then the hesitation in Arthur's eyes vanished, replaced by a burning flame of determination. The salamander roared. Sensing the intentions of the two tiny figures before it, Jinfrey commanded decisively, "Buff me." Arthur immediately replied, "Understood." Arthur focused his mind on the incantation, preparing to cast the skill. "Oh, spirit residing in my words, rise with all your might and lead us to victory." A surge of energy erupted, and the skill battle cry was activated. Jinfrey stood firm amidst the swirling lightning, the system announcing that his strength and speed had surged by 30%. The salamander sensed the change, letting out a confused roar. Arthur held out a clump of cotton bat fluff. "Here, this is what you need." Jinfrey took it, smiling mysteriously. "Thanks." Battle cry really made my stomach feel a lot better. "So, sticking to the plan?" With that, Jinfrey charged straight towards the monster, with incredible speed. The salamander opened its fiery jaws wide, ready to swallow its enemy. Against its colossal size, Jinfrey looked tiny but showed no hesitation. He muttered to himself, "This thing is a tank. Normally it would take an entire army to take it down." Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey thrust the strange object directly into the beast's mouth, making it shriek in horror. A notification appeared. "Salamander, subspecies, has been severely poisoned." Jinfrey calmly explained, "I used centipede venom for this. And there's more," he finished, as a streak of light shot towards them. Arthur's arrow struck precisely between the monster's eyebrows, a critical hit. Jinfrey glanced at his teammate. Arthur still held his bow drawn. He smirked with satisfaction. "Just as planned. The salamander's weak point is right between its eyebrows." Arthur looked at his arrow, still a little amazed by the plan's precision. Jinfrey turned back to face the weakening monster, telling Arthur, "A melee fighter would have a tough time. Good thing you're here." Arthur quickly drew another arrow, ready for the next volley. Meanwhile, Jinfrey closed in, swinging his sword straight at the monster's jaw. The two coordinated seamlessly, one attacking at close range, the other providing support from afar. The salamander let out weak groans, its injuries too severe. Jinfrey narrowed his eyes, a premonition telling him, "It's coming." The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, the flames on its body erupting violently. A system notification appeared. Rage state activated. All stats increased by 30%. Arthur flinched and stepped back, the terrifying heat forcing him to shield his face. The young man muttered, "This is the rage state? The heat can be felt even from here." Yet, Jinfrey stood firm, calmly facing the frenzied beast. He smirked. "A salamander in rage state gets all its stats boosted, but I can use that to my advantage." Jinfrey tightened his grip on the clump of cotton bat fluff. The monster roared again, unholy flames engulfing it. Jinfrey retaliated, a powerful surge of lightning shooting from his hand, directly confronting the sea of flames. Preparation complete. He smiled as he looked at the secret weapon in his hand. Jinfrey began to explain. "In rage state, Its weak point also changes. Before it was between its eyebrows, but now. Arthur immediately knocked an arrow, waiting. Jinfrey shouted, pointing out the new target. Its two front legs. An arrow shot forth, embedding itself precisely in the salamander's front leg. Seizing the golden opportunity, Jinfrey charged forward, delivering a finishing blow. Mind's Eye was activated. The salamander roared in pain, while Arthur muttered, "Just a little more." Under the weight of continuous attacks, the monster began to collapse. Arthur froze, realizing something was wrong. The colossal monster finally collapsed onto the cracked ground. Jinfrey cautiously approached, observing the beast with arrows still embedded in its back. He analyzed. The flames around its body are weakening, a sign that it's in a critical state, but it can regenerate HP by devouring the surrounding flames. Just as expected, a system notification appeared as the flames on the monster's body flared up again. Self-regeneration. What a monster, Arthur exclaimed in astonishment. He realized the urgency. We have to kill it now before it fully recovers. With burning determination, Arthur shouted, "Jinfrey, I'm ready." Jinfrey calmly faced the growling salamander, its infernal energy having returned. "Understood," he replied curtly, gripping his weapon tightly. With a confident smile, Jinfrey declared, "Let's finish this lizard." He charged straight forward, a lone shadow confronting the raging flames. The salamander opened its jaws full of sharp teeth, preparing to swallow its enemy. "Open your mouth!" Jinfrey roared, his voice filled with power. A flash of light erupted as his blade struck directly at the monster's head. The salamander only managed a final cry, its eyes swirling lifelessly. "Right now!" Jinfrey clenched the tuft of cotton bat fluff, initiating the plan. He tossed the item into the air, shouting, "Don't miss, Arthur." Seizing the opportunity, the salamander opened its maw full of sharp teeth, roaring in fury. From the monster's perspective, Arthur was just a tiny target, but the arrow was already not. "I won't," the archer replied, his eyes sharp with determination. A special arrow charged with deep purple magic energy left the string. It shot through the air, aiming straight for the hovering target. With absolute precision, the arrow embedded itself directly into the soft tuft of fluff. The deadly combination flew straight into the roaring beast's mouth. The salamander swallowed the bait without the slightest suspicion. Arthur looked bewildered, his bow still in hand. "Huh? Did it fail?" Meanwhile, Jinfrey remained calm, beginning the countdown. 3. The monster growled, its furious flames erupting even more fiercely. 2. 1. Jinfrey smirked, a smile signaling the end. Both stood facing the monster, awaiting the fated moment. Jinfrey's eyes flashed with calculation as the final number was uttered. Suddenly, the salamander's body convulsed violently, a blinding light emanating from within. A terrifying explosion echoed, and the monster's head shattered into pieces. The system revealed the secret. The cotton bat fluff absorbed the attack and reflected it with 3 times the power. When everything was over, Jinfrey sighed in relief. The debuffs finally gone. That was close. The salamander's colossal corpse collapsed onto the cracked ground. Jinfrey watched coldly as the monster's body disintegrated into dust. "Conquest complete," he murmured as the notification panel appeared, his face devoid of emotion. On the desolate mountaintop, Arthur stood silently, clutching his father's sword. Jinfrey stood behind him, silently witnessing the burden the young man had just taken on. With a brief command, "Dismiss," he made Lucifer's halo disappear. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Arthur!" His sister and the entire party had arrived. Freyna Ashbury rushed forward, her voice full of worry. "Are you all right?" But her eyes suddenly froze as she recognized the familiar weapon. "Arthur, that sword." Her voice choked with horror and painful realization. "It's father's." Arthur lowered his head, bitterly admitting, "I found it in the salamander's stomach, along with father's clothes." Unable to hold back her emotions, Freyna hugged her brother tightly, burying her face in his shoulder. She whispered words of comfort. "I'm glad you're safe, Arthur. You did everything you could." Tears finally fell, and Arthur sobbed. "It wasn't me. It was Jinfrey who—" "Jinfrey?" Freyna looked up, hastily glancing around for her brother's benefactor. But Jinfrey had vanished. Instead, he was kneeling on the ground in the distance. The entire party froze, staring blankly at Jinfrey as he braced his hands on the cracked earth. "Hey, he just—" A confused party member spoke up, completely ignoring everyone's attention. Jinfrey focused on urgently searching for something. A long-haired man from the group stepped forward, approached Jinfrey, and offered, "I'll help." With a sorrowful expression, Freyna Ashbury whispered, "The grave." His deceased father's sword was plunged into the stone marker, and Arthur quietly bid farewell. "Rest in peace, father." The two siblings knelt together, clasping their hands in prayer in a silent and solemn moment. In the distance, Jinfrey Van Raid stood silently with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on them. He watched in silence, a complex emotion flickering in his blue eyes. After the memorial, Arthur and Freyna stood up, looking at the grave one last time. Suddenly, a memory flooded Jinfrey's mind, revealing an image of two children. "Children!" The mother's voice rang out, frantically throwing open the door. Young Jinfrey fearfully reached out to his mother, while his sister sat motionless beside him. The memory faded, and Jinfrey's eyes in the present grew cold. Freyna turned, bowing sincerely. "Allow me to express my gratitude for Arthur and my father." "Thank you. I didn't do much," Jinfrey replied. "Arthur's safety is thanks to his own abilities." But Arthur immediately retorted. "From defeating the salamander to my survival, it's all thanks to you, Jinfrey." The rumors had underestimated his strength. He was much stronger. A member of Freyna's party thought in astonishment. "So he really is." "My business here is done," Jinfrey interrupted, his expression turning serious. "The mastermind behind all of this is up there." He pointed towards the smoldering volcano. "The demon god Helmberos, who controls the monsters on this continent." Freyna's eyes blazed with anger, and she declared through gritted teeth, "I will burn it to ashes." Without a moment's hesitation, Freyna led the entire party, resolutely moving forward, towards the fated battle. A warrior with a scarred face bravely confronted the ferocious hellhounds. Freyna Ashbury unleashed a fireball, incinerating the incoming firebats while Arthur provided cover from behind. Jinfrey Van Raid calmly blocked a monster's attack with just a single punch. Finally, the team reached the summit of Volcano Agni, a desolate and deadly land. "Where is it?" a team member asked, the atmosphere extremely tense. Suddenly, a violent tremor startled Arthur and his scarred teammate. The ground cracked open, and a colossal pillar of energy shot straight into the sky, astonishing the entire team. "So that's," the bearded warrior stammered, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. From within the pillar of fire, the level 50 demon god Helmberos materialized, a towering three-headed monster. It let out an earth-shattering roar, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. The deafening sound waves forced the team members to clutch their heads, writhing in pain. "What a roar!" the scarred man exclaimed, trying to endure it. Even Freyna winced at the terrifying pressure emanating from the demon god. Helmberos scoffed, "Are you humans here to die?" Amidst the chaos, Jinfrey calmly ordered, "Everyone, fall back. Its first attack will be a breath attack." As if to prove his words, the demon god began to gather destructive energy in all three of its mouths. Freyna didn't hesitate for a second, shouting, "Do as he says! Get out of its attack range!" Trusting Jinfrey's judgment, the entire team quickly retreated to a safe position. But Freyna was horrified to realize Jinfrey was still standing there, and she yelled, "What are you doing? Move!" Facing the demon god alone, Jinfrey merely smirked, completely unfazed by the impending attack. Demon god Helmberos roared, unleashing a destructive torrent of hellfire. From a distance, Freyna hastily erected a shield, yet the entire team could still feel the terrifying heat. Arthur desperately shouted his friend's name when he saw him standing still. "Jinfrey!" Ignoring everything, Jinfrey alone endured the sea of flames. Helmberos sneered, "Foolish human, with this heat, not even your ashes will remain." Looking at the scorched land, Freyna's entire party was stunned. They stared at each other in shock, believing Jinfrey had truly perished. But then, the demon god suddenly paused, as if sensing something was amiss. Amidst the dissipating smoke, a figure stood tall and unharmed. Jinfrey faced the colossal monster, thinking, "Is that all you've got?" He smirked, "Just a warm bath." As his fire resistance effect activated, the three-headed monster fell silent. Then a thought flashed. "Interesting. You gave it your all just to make me break a sweat?" Jinfrey continued to provoke. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, Arthur and Freyna were dumbfounded, calling his name in astonishment. Freyna couldn't believe it. "How is that possible? That attack is strong enough to melt anyone." Jinfrey recalled that it was by eating 50 pieces of flame-bone bird meat that he gained 7 minutes of fire resistance. However, the price was that his HP bar had fallen into a critical state. "It's time to activate Godspeed," Jinfrey thought. As the Godspeed sword appeared in his hand and his speed surged, Helmberos growled, finally acknowledging its opponent. "It seems I'm about to have a fun fight." Jinfrey took a stance, his eyes sharp, ready for the battle to the death. Helmberos roared, activating Scorching Heatwave, engulfing the battlefield in a sea of flames. From a distance, Freyna's party members immediately felt the terrifying heat. Arthur braced himself. "Ugh. What the hell is this?" A system message appeared. They had been afflicted with the burn status, continuously losing HP every second. Freyna Ashbury shouted, ordering everyone, "Everyone, hide behind the rocks. The heat wave will penetrate that equipment." Despite their thorough preparations, their equipment became useless against a single skill. Yet Jinfrey still stood firm. Arthur couldn't believe his eyes. How is he completely unharmed? Jinfrey smirked. "Are you done warming up, you useless dog?" While the system confirmed his fire resistance had nullified the burn effect, Helmberos growled, "It seems you're different from those other humans. But don't get cocky just because you can withstand a little heat. Let me show you that arrogance is just foolish recklessness." The demon god erupted with energy. Immediately after, the colossal monster plunged straight into the molten lava lake. It dove into the lava. Freyna's entire team watched with bated breath, unsure of what was about to happen. The Godspeed sword in Jinfrey's hand gleamed with a deadly aura. He took a stance, concentrating his entire mind, ready for the next attack. Jinfrey calmly analyzed. Based on its attack pattern, what I need to watch out for is… Suddenly, Helmberos burst through the surface of the lava lake, emerging in an earth-shattering explosion. The central head lunged forward with terrifying speed, baring its fangs and claws. Jinfrey gritted his teeth, raising his head to directly confront the destructive attack. This ultimate move… He swung his sword, parrying the demon god's thunderous strike. The shockwave from the impact spread, throwing back the adventurer team observing from afar. Freyna Ashbury exclaimed in horror, "They're too fast." Helmberos growled, "Ho, you blocked that attack. Interesting." Jinfrey's gaze remained unchanged, and the demon god continued, "Human, you have piqued my interest." Before the colossal monster, Jinfrey was but a tiny speck, yet his aura was no less imposing. "Be honored." All three of Helmberos's heads said in unison, "I shall play with you." With that, the colossal monster plunged into the sea of lava, vanishing without a trace. Its voice echoed from deep underground. "Human, can you block this attack?" A voice from underground? Freyna was astonished, while Arthur frantically yelled, "Jinfrey, what are you doing?" Despite the warning, Jinfrey stood still, his hand gripping the black sword tightly. Arthur couldn't believe it. Is he closing his eyes? Immediately, the ground beneath Jinfrey's feet cracked open, and a colossal shadow emerged. Helmberos's claw swung down, aimed directly at the motionless Jinfrey. From afar, Arthur and Freyna could only scream in despair. In Jinfrey's mind, a skill activated, magic sense. He subtly tilted his body, and the demon god's claw grazed past him by a hair's breadth. Freyna's entire party was stunned, unable to utter a word. Even Helmberos was dumbfounded by the unbelievable dodge. Jinfrey opened his eyes. The magic sense skill from Lucifer's halo allowed him to perceive everything within a 5 kilometers radius. The demon god growled in admiration. "You have quite good senses." "Senses? Not at all," Jinfrey smirked. "It's just that I know your every move." Helmberos roared, believing Jinfrey's recent victory was merely luck. The ground shook violently as the demon god launched an attack from the sea of lava below. "How many more times do I have to play this whack-a-mole game?" Jinfrey smirked. "Stop babbling and show yourself." He planned. Use magic sense to pinpoint its location, then leverage the speed of the black sword to counterattack. Jinfrey closed his eyes, a self-reassurance echoing in his mind. "Remember, I've done this a million times." Suddenly, a treacherous attack lunged from his blind spot directly behind him. From afar, Arthur screamed in despair, "Behind you!" But Jinfrey had vanished, leaving Helmberos stunned. He disappeared? In the crimson sky, Jinfrey appeared, diving straight towards the monster's 3 heads. The black sword was swung high, gathering power for a devastating downward strike. A perfect slash, the blade plunged deep into one of Helmberos's heads. The monster roared in pain and disbelief. "What?" With the cold blade pressed close, Jinfrey challenged. "Answer me, puppy." With a confident smile, he asked, "Do you still think I can't counterattack now?" The demon god could only roar in silence, while Freyna's party watched in stunned silence from afar. Freyna Ashbury couldn't contain her astonishment. She could only exclaim, "Truly incredible." "Just one hit, and you're getting cocky," Helmberos roared. "You puny humans, we won't let you hinder our mission any longer." "Their mission?" Jinfrey muttered. This wasn't in the game. His gaze turned to the unusually bubbling lava lake. "Great. Here we go again." Dismissing all doubts, he decided, now's not the time to think about it. Focus on landing another blow. Jinfrey delivered a perfect sword strike, tearing through the demon god's defenses. He stood calmly, his gaze unwavering before the colossal enemy. Helmberos roared in pain as the system announced a critical hit had been successfully landed. The demon god wondered in horror. This human, how can it foresee my attacks? Jinfrey merely smirked. Excellent, not just a critical hit. Another effect appeared. Helmberos was severely poisoned, its health draining with every second. "Poison? Your dirty tricks again?" The demon god roared in fury. "Why bother? Your lack of poison resistance is a weakness everyone knows. Besides, targeting an enemy's weakness. Isn't that the essence of battle?" From afar, a member of Freyna's party exclaimed in awe, "He's too strong." Freyna also couldn't believe it. So many parties have been annihilated by this demon god, yet he can solo it. Hey, you stupid dog, Jinfrey provoked, making Helmberos freeze. What? Keep inhaling the fumes. With the poison taking effect, you'll die in 5 minutes. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. A terrifying pressure began to spread. I'll tear you apart, you damned human, Helmberos roared, unleashing its full power. Intense heat waves surged, throwing Freyna's party back and forcing them to seek cover. I can't get any closer. Arthur strained to resist, while Freyna yelled, Arthur, retreat! The heat waves are getting stronger. Freyna ordered decisively. Everyone, evacuate to a safer location. Arthur gritted his teeth in helplessness. Damn it. I can't even fight alongside him. In the eye of the fiery storm, only Jinfrey remained, facing the demon god in its ultimate frenzy. Provoked, Helmberos let out an earth-shattering roar and spewed a torrent of hellfire directly onto the ground. The demon god's wrath made the entire volcano tremble, its furious flames still burning fiercely. Jinfrey stood firm, surprised by the monster's sudden attack. Isn't the fire breath attack only for the first strike? This wasn't in the game. Helmberos growled. Lowly human. You are definitely using some ability to detect my magic. Jinfrey smirked in response. So what? Is that your excuse for being at a disadvantage? The demon god snorted disdainfully, all three heads staring intently at the tiny enemy. Even if you know where we will attack from, a sinister head spoke. Can you truly withstand it? The second head continued. If all three of us attack together? The central head finished the threat. Jinfrey frowned, sensing something was wrong. What are they? From a distance, Arthur and his teammates were stunned. What? Right before their eyes, the three-headed demon god suddenly split into 3 separate monster entities. Jinfrey broke out in a cold sweat. This wasn't in the game. Cut me some slack. One of the 3 monsters stomped its foot heavily on the ground, creating a violent tremor. The ground cracked open, and lava began to surge. Jinfrey could only utter sarcastically, Seriously? Again? Fantastic. He quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, but they have a point. I can't possibly fight all 3 alone. The ground shook more violently, signaling an impending all-out attack. One of the 3 entities roared, You will be the first to die, human. Immediately, it lunged forward, unleashing a devastating slap at Jinfrey. Jinfrey thought to himself, his HP had been critically depleted. He couldn't take even one more scratch. Facing the Helmberos entity's devastating swing, he deftly dodged. The monster bared its jagged teeth, laughing maniacally, but Jinfrey merely thought, a situation like this is the most fun. He smirked, his eyes gleaming with mad excitement. Another entity spoke. Quite amusing, human. However, don't worry. I'll make sure those deadweights go to hell too, so you won't be lonely. Jinfrey's face darkened. The first monster roared, This is the end, putting all its strength into the attack. It opened its sharp jaws wide, lunging to swallow Jinfrey in a single blow. But Jinfrey shouted a name. Icefall. Giant ice shards unexpectedly erupted from the ground, piercing through the monster's body, leaving it stunned. Just then, a sarcastic voice rang out. Aren't you ashamed, Lord Demon God, taking on one person with 3? Freyna Ashbury appeared, staff in hand, red lightning crackling around her. I don't appreciate being called a deadweight, you understand. The injured monster growled, annoying, at the unexpected intervention. It furiously switched targets, yelling, You're just asking to die first. Then lunged towards Freyna. Seizing the golden opportunity, Jinfrey darted behind the monster. A cold and decisive sword strike slashed across the enemy's throat. The Helmberos entity's head flew into the air, black blood gushing out. It thumped onto the ground right in front of Freyna's stunned party. Jinfrey stood in front of the mage, coldly saying, Now we're even. He licked a streak of blood from his lips, his eyes sharp. Let's finish this quickly. Only 2 left. From afar, Arthur and his teammates cheered joyfully. All right. But on the battlefield, Jinfrey was still panting, exhausted, standing guard in front of Freyna. He gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp. 2 more to go. Immediately, one of the 2 remaining entities transformed into a werewolf, roaring, How dare you kill my brother? The other one also transformed, laughing maniacally as it charged. I'll tear you to shreds. Jinfrey swung his sword to parry while Freyna began chanting behind him. You can use ice magic too? Yes, but I'm more proficient in fire magic. The compatibility isn't very high. What about heatwave then? Is it okay this close? I'm using support charms to nullify the burn effect, but they won't last long, Jinfrey ordered. All right, just keep it like that for a moment. He turned to face the wolf-like monster, the sword in his hand beginning to transform. The ultimate skill activated. Godspeed. A slash descended from above. The monster only managed to let out a cry of pain. Jinfrey stomped his foot heavily on the ground, building momentum for the next burst of speed. He darted away like a ghost, leaving Freyna staring in astonishment. What? The monster was stunned as its attack sliced through empty air, while the system announced, Mind's Eye skill activated. In a flash, Jinfrey stood on the fallen body of the enemy, a notification appearing. You have defeated Demon God Helmboros, left body. He muttered. Thanks to the toxins, I could finish it off quite easily. The last one dove down again. Huh. Jinfrey looked towards the bubbling volcano mouth. He turned to Freyna. It should be fine from now on. Just find cover. I know. Let me do what I can now, Jinfrey said, his gaze fixed on the last enemy. Freyna summons a blazing magic circle. Sunfire. System notification. Jinfrey's attack power and fire resistance are enhanced. Jinfrey feels the power. My fire resistance has been further enhanced. Freyna reveals the cost. As long as the effect lasts, I cannot use magic. She places her full trust in him. This is all I can do. Good luck. Jinfrey smiles in response. Thank you, Fire Mage. Meanwhile, deep inside the volcano, the last enemy is slowly recovering. It roars in resentment. Damn it. Just because of these annoying humans. Suddenly, Jinfrey's voice rings out, mocking. Had enough of playing whack-a-mole. Jinfrey calmly appears amidst the sea of fire, black sword in hand. His arrogant smile is the answer to the demon's astonishment. The demon entity screams in panic. What? We're inside a volcano. Jinfrey merely waves his hand, looking bored by his opponent's astonishment. The monster howls in despair. Impossible. Jinfrey's gaze is icy, ready for the final strike. In its final moment, it realizes the harsh truth. A demon god, killed by a human. An earth-shattering explosion erupts from the heart of the volcano. From afar, Freyna's party watches in horror. Is it erupting? Arthur and Freyna realize in shock. No, this is. At the epicenter, Jinfrey stands up after the destructive attack as Freyna screams his name. Freyna screams in despair as the entire party rushes towards Jinfrey's lone figure. Amidst the chaos, Jinfrey calmly confirms. Yep, it's all over. Arthur stammers in disbelief. So you killed a demon god, and receives a firm nod. The young man turns to his sister with overwhelming joy, the burden finally lifted. Freyna's eyes well up with tears, silently telling herself that her father's soul can now rest in peace. Suddenly, a series of system notifications appear, confirming the glorious feat. Demon god Helmboros has been defeated. Jinfrey cheers excitedly at the 800,000 gold reward, thinking of his mother's astonished face. But amidst the S and A rank items, his eyes are still searching for something else. Freyna approaches, her voice sincere. Jinfrey, I truly don't know how to thank you. Arthur adds, on behalf of the whole party. Without you, we wouldn't even have made it here safely. The other party members also bow their heads, their eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Jinfrey merely scratches his head modestly, considering that he also benefited from this joint raid. He smiles, acknowledging everyone's efforts. Well, I think you all worked hard enough to earn them. Freyna thanks him for the compliment, but deep down she knows that even without the support charm, Jinfrey would still have won. She awkwardly presents the best item she has. I only got this B-rank scorching rock. Hearing that name, Jinfrey's eyes suddenly light up with terrifying focus. That's it, he shouts, startling Freyna, who doesn't understand what's happening. Without hesitation, Jinfrey holds out his item card. Trade this hard claw for that scorching rock, okay? The whole party is stunned, unable to believe their ears. An S-rank item for a B-rank item? To Freyna's confusion, Jinfrey just smiles and explains. To me, that scorching rock is far more valuable. To Freyna's astonishment, Jinfrey smiles and decides to give her the item for free. I got the scorching rock, Jinfrey exclaims, while Freyna just freezes, bewildered by his inexplicable action. Surprised by his kindness, Freyna looks at Jinfrey with eyes full of goodwill. A system notification appears. Jinfrey is dumbfounded to learn that Freyna has fallen for him. At the same time, the system reports someone is jealous. Jinfrey realizes he's caused trouble and should probably make a quick exit. He looks at the item card, confirming the most important objective has been completed. Next destination, the second continent. Jinfrey resolves, heading towards a land of desire and new challenges. The scene shifts to the central city of the first continent, where a farewell is about to take place. Freyna announces that she and Arthur will return to their hometown, both bidding Jinfrey farewell. Arthur points at Jinfrey, promising a rematch someday when he has become much stronger. Jinfrey smiles, accepting the challenge, his eyes full of anticipation. He waves goodbye to the siblings, silently grateful for the valuable encounters on this journey. After sending money home, Jinfrey muses about his next destination. It is the Intercontinental Teleportation Gate, a portal leading to an entirely new world. Two passers-by whisper, unable to believe that the person in beginner gear was the one who defeated a demon god. That's right, Jinfrey mutters, confirming his title Demon Godslayer to be allowed to proceed to the second continent. He steps into the center of the teleportation gate, magical light beginning to envelop his body. Those who had just been gossiping could only watch in stunned silence as he vanished in the teleportation light. Jinfrey sets foot in the central city of the second continent, Prison of Desire. As soon as he arrives, a missed call notification from Amelia suddenly appears. Jinfrey called his sister back, but Amelia immediately questioned him in a stern tone. She pressed him about the huge sum of money he sent back, worried about what her brother was doing in a strange place. Caught off guard, Jinfrey could only evade, secretly thinking he had to hide the secret of his adventurer life. Standing in the luxurious city, he tried to reassure his sister that he wasn't doing anything illegal. But then, Amelia's voice dropped, carrying bad news. "Mom, her condition has worsened." The news hit Jinfrey like a lightning bolt. He froze, collapsing onto a public bench. Only one thought remained in his mind. He had to earn more money, as quickly as possible. The image of his kind, smiling mother appeared in his mind, fueling his resolve. Just then, a conversation between two men nearby caught his ear. They mentioned an auctioned item. High Elf's Tear? Jinfrey was startled when he heard the name. A glimmer of hope appeared. That was the core ingredient to create the elixir, the miracle cure that could save his mother. The image of the legendary potion appeared, becoming his ultimate goal. Although he knew its price would be astronomical, Jinfrey was determined to obtain it at all costs, starting by accumulating capital. His money-making journey began in Eternity Snow Abyss, a seemingly worthless E-rank dungeon. He traversed the snowfield, ignoring ordinary monsters because his target was a very special one. And then, it appeared a level 66 Kate Sith, the key to Jinfrey's plan. Found it, he smiled contentedly, reaching out to pat the small creature. Jinfrey took out the prepared items, the bait he knew it couldn't refuse. The Kate Sith's eyes lit up, and it let out an excited cry. He knelt down, laying out a lavish feast before it. Shui Yu silver vine, warm grass, and cold fish. Jinfrey gently invited. "Look, a soft bed made of warm grass. You like it, don't you?" The Kate Sith's eyes shone brightly, and it chirped excitedly. "You're giving it to me, really?" As a reward, the mischievous cat tossed up a sparkling gold coin. The system notification appeared. Kate Sith's gold coin, an A-rank item that doubles earned gold. Jinfrey took the gift, thinking, "Great, I have Kate Sith's coin." Meanwhile, the Kate Sith lay contentedly on the warm grass, gnawing on a branch of Shui Yu silver vine. "With this, I can double the gold I earn," Jinfrey asserted. "I should probably start hunting monsters immediately." Immediately after, he swung his sword, decapitating a winged monster, and the gold reward instantly doubled. Without stopping, he charged into a giant saber-toothed tiger, continuing to increase his wealth. After defeating the dungeon's final boss, Jinfrey muttered, "I think I've collected enough." The system panel confirmed the impressive figure, over 12 million gold. "Good, this is enough to start," he smiled. Back to the city to earn a little more. Jinfrey's next destination was a dark alley, leading to a place called Seconds Club. Inside was an underground casino, the air thick with the smell of money and despair. "This place has no rules," Jinfrey observed coldly, "so I don't need to hold back either." Amidst the noisy atmosphere, a particularly arrogant laugh caught his attention. A bald man was gloating after a big win. "Too bad. Looks like I won again." He continued to brag, but Jinfrey's system exposed the truth. Detecting deception, Entei has earned 10.22 million gold through cheating. There he is, the cheater. Jinfrey identified his target. "Now, how do I trick him?" As if sensing his gaze, the man named Entei turned around. Another opponent?" Jinfrey approached his target, and Entei smugly invited. "Come on, buddy. Don't run away when you start losing, okay?" "This is my first time here," Jinfrey replied, hiding his identity as a seasoned player with an innocent expression. Entei and the dealer exchanged meaningful glances, convinced their prey had taken the bait. Perfect, a perfect target. Immediately, the system warned. Detecting lie. The dealer is preparing to cheat. The game was set to be roulette, with special rules. 2 balls, 2 choices, and an important rule. Chosen numbers cannot be repeated. Then, red 36 and black 8, Jinfrey spoke first, taking the initiative. "I bet 10 million G, he declared, stunning both Entei and the dealer. To his opponent's astonishment, Jinfrey calmly asked, "Huh? Do I need to repeat myself?" He repeated the bet sharply, his gaze piercing into the hearts of the 2 cheaters. "What's wrong?" "The ball will stop soon," Jinfrey urged, cornering Entei. The swindler broke into a cold sweat, wondering in panic. Could it be? Is there a surefire strategy in this game? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jinfrey maintained his enormous bet. The dealer's face turned pale, his inner thoughts screaming, "Impossible." He guessed exactly where the ball would land. "Come on. The ball is about to stop spinning." Jinfrey smiled, enjoying their panic. Urged by his accomplice, Entei could only stammer in despair, unable to offer any other numbers. Jinfrey thought to himself, thanks to Lucifer's halo, I know your tricks. The dealer's profession is hunter, he analyzed, as the wheel began to slow. With the sniper's eye skill, he can land the ball on target with 100% accuracy, and the first ball fell into slot 36. Immediately after, the second ball also landed on number 8, sealing an absolute victory. Jinfrey Van Raid leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips as his winnings were confirmed. Looks like I'll get my share tonight too. He had exposed their trick. The dealer used a target locking skill, then signaled the numbers to his accomplices. Exposed, Entei furiously grabbed the dealer, yelling, "Nonsense, this guy's cheating. Where's the manager?" Immediately, the casino manager appeared, and Entei hastily pointed, accusing, "This kid's playing dirty." The manager smiled meaningfully. "Bet 10 million and win instantly. How about we step outside and have a little chat?" Jinfrey thought to himself, that doesn't sound like talking at all. Looks like the manager is in on it too. Without another word, the manager ordered, "Seize him." In response, Jinfrey delivered a kick, sending the entire roulette table flying into an approaching thug. Another thug with a scar on his cheek grabbed him from behind. "You're done for." But with a swift chop to the back of the neck, Jinfrey knocked the thug unconscious. He stood upright, surrounded by the scattered henchmen on the floor, to the astonishment of the others. From a distance, the dealer revealed his true colors, drawing a bow and arrow aimed directly at Jinfrey's back. At the same time, Entei drew a dagger and lunged from Jinfrey's blind spot, yelling, "You cheating bastard! The cheater's here!" Jinfrey spun around, seizing Entei's dagger-wielding wrist. "Are all of you?" He slammed Entei's face onto the floor without mercy. In a flash, Jinfrey raised his hand, caught the incoming arrow, snapped it in half, and coldly asked, "Who's next?" The manager broke out in a cold sweat, while the dealer frantically blurted out, "Manager, I think this guy is. His appearance matches the guy from yesterday's news. The rookie who broke the Purification ritual record." The manager froze, stammering, "Could it be? Is it really him?" They all realized an even more terrifying truth and horror. If he's already in the second continent, could it be that he's already defeated the demon god Helmberos? Jinfrey coldly looked at the henchman. "What are you going to do? If you want to kick me out, do it quickly." However, the manager and his subordinates suddenly bowed deeply, trembling as they apologized for suspecting him of cheating. Inwardly, the manager gritted his teeth. If the rumors are true, we stand no chance, but he's still just a kid. Jinfrey smirked, responding to the manager's trembling apologies. "Hand over all the money in this casino to me," he added. "Oh, and the auction invitation tickets too. Consider it hush money, quite cheap, wouldn't you say?" Jinfrey growled. "Refuse, and I'll call the police, or do you want me to cause another ruckus here?" After cleaning up the casino, Jinfrey headed straight to the Second Life Central auction house. He checked his enormous balance, thinking, "I can't miss this chance. Who knows when Gao Jing's tear will appear again?" Suddenly, a special item was brought onto the stage, an exquisite gourd-shaped wine flask. It was Qinglong wine. Jinfrey's eyes lit up, realizing this was an opportunity to craft the hidden equipment sooner than expected. The auctioneer started with the Ice Chimera Fang, with a starting bid of 500,000, and Jinfrey immediately bid 1 million. Immediately after, a voice rang out, raising the price to an unbelievable 10 million. The entire hall was stunned, and Jinfrey also turned to see who was making such a grand play. From the balcony, the casino manager looked down, accompanied by a knight in full armor. He sneered, cursing inwardly. "Having fun, kid? Did you think I'd let things go after what you did?" Jinfrey's face darkened, a demon title appearing above his head as he realized that Bastard hadn't handed over all the asset. He looked towards the balcony, determined. Gouging's tear is probably the last item. I need to build up my capital here first. Jinfrey Van Raid was stunned when the Ice Chimera Fang fell into the hands of the Fengsh gang for 10 million. Those around whispered about the power of this colossal guild, one that could seize anything they desired. He thought to himself, I knew the manager belonged to this gang, but I didn't realize they were this large scale. Meanwhile, the casino manager was pointing Jinfrey out to a powerful man. Guildmaster, that's the brat. He continued to fan the flames. He even stole our invitation tickets. We can't let him get away with this. The guildmaster sneered, ordering, teach him a lesson, grind him to dust. Back on the auction floor, Jinfrey ignored the danger, confidently bidding 50 million for a mysterious item. Another attendee gasped in astonishment at the enormous sum. However, the Fengshe gang immediately countered with an unbelievable price. 200 million. Jinfrey was stunned by his opponent's wealth, as the item once again slipped from his grasp. The manager grinned sinisterly, and the system warned Jinfrey about their dirty intentions for revenge. He gritted his teeth, worried that his ultimate goal would also be snatched away. Realizing he couldn't confront them directly with money, Jinfrey began to devise a new plan. The Feng Shui gang continued to win another item for 40 million. One by one, from the bloodthirsty dagger to Qinglong wine, all were acquired by this guild. The auctioneer had to exclaim that the auction had turned into a solo performance by the Feng Shui gang. The manager burst into arrogant laughter. How can a mere brat contend with an entire guild? We'll take everything you want. Facing the provocation, Jinfrey merely smirked coldly. The fool here is you. On stage, the auctioneer solemnly announced. And now, we move on to the final item. The auctioneer solemnly introduced the final item, Gaojing's Tear, a treasure that could move anyone's heart. With a radiant smile, he announced the starting bid of 50 million. Immediately, Jinfrey bid 500 million, a sum that silenced the entire hall. The other attendees were stunned, one muttering, "Damn it. Maybe I should sit this one out too." Jinfrey smirked, confident that his prey was about to fall into the trap. Finally, I won't let it slip away. From above, the casino manager roared. Getting serious now, are we? We'll double it this time too. A bid of 1 billion G was made, but the auctioneer suddenly announced, "We have received a red flag. Representatives from the Feng Shui gang are not permitted to bid on this item." The manager was dumbfounded by the announcement. Jinfrey merely chuckled to himself, savoring the moment of victory. Serves them right. The Feng Shui gang leader yelled in confusion. "Bidding limit? What do you mean?" The auctioneer calmly explained. "Sir, each buyer is only allowed to win a maximum of 5 items. The Feng Shui gang has reached its limit." The casino manager stammered in a fit of rage. "What kind of rule is this? This isn't your usual auction, you fool," Jinfrey thought to himself. Because this was a special event, sponsored by the Adventurers Guild itself. The auctioneer emphatically stated, "The rule preventing monopolistic behavior is absolute." Jinfrey thought scornfully. This amateur doesn't even realize this is a special auction. Faced with the explanation, the manager could only grind his teeth, choking with rage. "You dare!" Meanwhile, the Feng Shui gang's branch leader merely watched silently, his expression cold and unreadable. "And sold! Congratulations to the esteemed guest with the halo. You have won the High Elf's tier for 500 million. Jinfrey sat there, a smug look on his face amidst the hall's forced applause. "Don't call me that." At the same time, the casino manager exploded in a fit of rage. "You brat! You knew everything from the start, didn't you? How dare you? I let you off at my casino, but not this time." His resentment reaching its peak, the manager gathered a dark magic orb, ready to attack. "Idiot," Jinfrey scoffed, startling his opponent. He stood up abruptly, declaring loudly, "Let's take this outside. Don't drag innocent people into this." Facing the magic orb, Jinfrey remained calm. "If you know what's good for you, drop that act, old man." His sharp gaze made the manager falter, screaming internally, "This kid! Damn it!" Nevertheless, the intent to kill still crept into his mind. "If I just fire this orb, I can easily kill him." But a powerful voice cut him off. "Enough." The Feng Shui gang's branch leader suddenly appeared. "But Guildmaster, he's insulting us. Don't make me repeat myself. We're wasting time." Faced with the undeniable command, the manager could only bow his head in obedience, reluctantly leaving. Now alone, Jinfrey breathed a sigh of relief, holding the High Elf's tear. "At least I got the most important thing," he mused. "But that Qinglong Ju flask. Losing it really stings a bit. If he had gotten that flask, he could have crafted the next hidden equipment much sooner. Damn it. Looks like I'll have to hunt those guys down again," Jinfrey muttered, his eyes flashing with determination. "Hey, you look pretty special, you know?" A female voice unexpectedly rang out from behind him. A strange white-haired girl approached, her crimson eyes fixed on the halo above Jinfrey's head. "Who is she?" Jinfrey wondered, as the girl cut straight to the chase. "What's your relationship with the Feng Shui gang?" The silver-haired girl revealed the identity of the person who had just left, the Feng Shui gang's second continent branch leader. Jinfrey silently committed that powerful face to memory. He admitted to having a grudge against the Feng Shui gang, then asked directly, "Who are you?" and received the concise reply, "An adventurer." Mira coldly admitted she was tracking them, and the system immediately revealed her true identity. Jinfrey was stunned. A quest from the guild. It could only be one of the legendary 8 Great Guardians. The 8 Great Guardians, a title given to 8 S-rank adventurers officially recognized by the guild. They were those who stood at the pinnacle, possessing everything: power, honor, and endless wealth. Jinfrey smirked, the name 8 Great Guardians bringing back memories of his glory days in the game. Mira interrupted his thoughts, asking why he didn't pursue them, but Jinfrey had another question. The silver-haired girl pointed directly at the halo above his head. "That thing, where did you get it?" Jinfrey thought to himself, this was hidden equipment, something the Adventurers Guild shouldn't know about. He scratched his head, trying to find a vague explanation. "Ah, you mean this?" Suddenly, The system announced that his equipment had triggered Mira's item obsession, as she secretly screamed, "An angelic halo. So cute. I want it." Seeing Jinfrey freeze, Mira innocently asked, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Jinfrey quickly waved his hand, awkwardly replying that it was a very long story. An indescribably awkward atmosphere enveloped them both. Mira waved her hand, deciding decisively, "Never mind, I'll find out myself." With that, she thanked him and turned to walk away, leaving Jinfrey with a wry smile. Jinfrey broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had just been marked by an equipment fanatic, one of the strongest of the 8 great guardians. Mira couldn't stop thinking about Jinfrey's unique equipment, something she had never seen even after traveling to the 7th continent. She wondered who that guy really was, while Jinfrey realized he was being drawn into events unprecedented in the game. Meanwhile, in the A-rank dungeon Moonlight Wasteland, a fierce battle had just concluded. Jinfrey stood before the corpse of the level 80 giant goblin boss he had just defeated, and the loot had dropped. Goblin Snatcher gloves, an A-rank equipment with the ability to steal items from a disabled opponent. He smiled with satisfaction. His leveling progress was going very smoothly. Jinfrey decided to change his plan. Instead of getting the Ice Chimera Fang, he would acquire a hidden equipment first, which meant snatching a few things from the Wind Serpent gang. The main target was the Azure Dragon Wine, a crucial ingredient for crafting the next hidden equipment. Using his detection magic, Jinfrey trailed 2 high-ranking members of the Wind Serpent gang, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But he quickly realized he wasn't the only one here. Mira was also watching them. From behind a tree, Mira glanced over. She had also spotted Jinfrey and wondered if he shared the same objective. Jinfrey frowned slightly. The presence of one of the 8 great guardians complicated his plan further. Leaving the 2 observers behind, the Wind Serpent gang members entered a secret passage directly within the cliff face. They stepped into a private biotope, a magnificent artificial space hidden from the outside world. The subordinate respectfully asked the branch guildmaster about the quality of this year's harvest, secretly fearing for his life. Fortunately, the guildmaster seemed satisfied, making the subordinate sigh in relief and begin to dream of immense profits. As he was gleefully discussing production, an unexpected voice rang out. "Is growing flowers your hobby, sir?" Jinfrey suddenly appeared right beside him, holding a flower and greeting him with a provocative smile. Both the subordinate and the guildmaster were stunned. Then rage erupted as they realized someone had infiltrated their sanctuary. In the heart of the Wind Serpent Gang's sanctuary, Jinfrey appeared with a casual smile, holding a white flower. The subordinate roared, "You brat! Have you been following us?" But Jinfrey merely revealed their dark secret coldly. He exposed their cultivation of ingredients for magic doping, an act strictly forbidden by the association. Faced with the damning accusation, the subordinate could only stammer, while the guildmaster remained eerily silent. "So you're an association spy?" "No, I'm not." Jinfrey got straight to the point. "Hand over the Azure Dragon Wine, and I'll pretend I saw nothing." He smirked provocatively. "What do you say?" Humiliated, the subordinate exploded in rage, dark magic swirling around him. He lunged to attack, but only saw a dark blur flash past, and Jinfrey was already behind him. Meanwhile, from a distance, Mira watched the confrontation with bated breath, unable to clearly hear what was happening. "Don't misunderstand," Jinfrey whispered, his hand on the subordinate's shoulder. "I'm just trying to negotiate." The subordinate sneered, deciding to fight to the death. "You want the Azure Dragon Wine? Dream on." He drew a dagger, ready to finish off the intruder. "There's no other way," Jinfrey sighed, summoning his Godspeed sword as the subordinate frantically charged. In a flash, Jinfrey effortlessly blocked his opponent's attack. "You asked for this." An icy voice rang out before the blade swung. The subordinate fell, and the guildmaster merely stared coldly at the corpse of his henchman. Witnessing the scene from afar, Mira was utterly speechless. "One hit? What kind of blade is that?" Jinfrey turned to the guildmaster, scoffing. "You've got some nerve, daring to pick a fight with the likes of us." Simone Bradbury, the branch guild master of the Wind Serpent Gang, smirked. "Then you know what's coming, don't you? I've been patient for too long." Jinfrey Van Raid calmly retorted. "Me too. I've wasted too much time here. I need to blow off some steam." From a distance, Mira hid among the flowers, thinking to herself, "I want to see how that weapon works. Waiting a little longer won't hurt." Under the bright moonlight, both glared at each other, a battle to the death about to begin. Without a word of warning, Simone swung his greatsword and charged forward with furious speed. Jinfrey immediately raised his Godspeed sword, preparing for the direct impact. A deafening clang of metal echoed as Jinfrey blocked the first attack. But immediately, he realized a harsh truth. His level is higher than mine. The two blades ground against each other, creating terrifying pressure. Simone unleashed a furious barrage of slashes, giving Jinfrey no time to breathe. Pushed back, Jinfrey gritted his teeth and endured, steadily forced back by sheer power. Mira observed and analyzed. He has fighting talent, but in terms of raw power, Simone is completely superior. Simone's sword strikes grew increasingly dangerous. Jinfrey could only struggle to defend. Finally, a powerful blow sent Jinfrey flying, causing him to lose his balance and slide across the ground. Simone looked smugly at the kneeling Jinfrey. Not bad for a rookie, but you still can't beat me. Jinfrey raised his head, his eyes burning. I don't care about being a hero, I'm just pursuing my own goals. Angered by his stubbornness, Simone roared, big words for a weakling, brat. At that moment, a surge of blue aura erupted around Jinfrey, and the Godspeed sword in his hand began to resonate. He stomped his foot, dashing forward, initiating his counterattack. What is this strange feeling? I probably don't need to use my class skills to deal with this kid, but Simone was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. From a distance, a figure silently watched with astonished eyes. Mira was speechless. He's doing all that with his eyes closed? She couldn't understand. What kind of skill was this? Or was it power from a hidden equipment? Jinfrey was completely calm, the Godspeed sword in his hand like an extension of his body. Two surges of power clashed fiercely. Every one of Simone's sword strikes was perfectly neutralized. Finally, Jinfrey opened his eyes, and the halo above his head flared brightly. The third skill of Lucifer's halo has been unlocked. Mira squinted at the dazzling light. It's from the halo above his head. It turns out that blocking attacks from powerful enemies was the key to upgrading hidden parameters. Jinfrey thought to himself, thanks to him being strong enough, I leveled up faster than expected. Lucky me. But just 1 second of carelessness. Simone seized the opportunity, and his greatsword pierced straight through Jinfrey. Fool. Losing focus in the middle of a fight. Simone sneered. You lost because you didn't know your own limits. He scoffed. This world is vast. There's always someone stronger. However, his expression suddenly froze in horror. Keep talking, old man. Jinfrey gripped Simone's hand, completely unharmed. Here, who's stronger than whom? Jinfrey Van Rade smiled, completely unfazed by his opponent's horror. That brat, how is he still alive? Simone Bradbury froze, his pupils contracting in extreme shock. What just happened? A job skill or a special skill? Simone panicked, but only received Jinfrey's cold disdain. From afar, Mira thought to herself, there was something extremely strange about this young man. Simone looked down in confusion. Even the corpse disappeared. But the feeling of striking him was real. Suddenly, a searing pain tore through Simone's chest as an invisible wound appeared. What? Since when? He hadn't even had time to collect himself from the sudden attack. Jinfrey remained motionless, making Simone scream in his mind. But he didn't move. What the hell is going on? In his own nightmare, Simone saw Jinfrey's blade had pierced his heart at some unknown moment. He coughed up blood, screaming in despair. You brat! What did you do to me? Simone's painful screams suddenly echoed through the space, startling Mira. She watched in shock as the leader of the Wind Serpent gang writhed in agony amidst a field of white flowers. Behind the struggling man, Jinfrey stood, calm as a judging deity. This is the third skill of Lucifer's holy ring, illusionary playground, Jinfrey explained, and a system panel appeared to confirm it. Simone looked up, seemingly understanding everything, and whispered, as if I didn't know that. Having finished off his opponent, Jinfrey turned around, facing the uninvited guest. So it's you, he said. His gaze locked on Mira. Enjoying the show? Jinfrey asked mockingly, and Mira could only admit, so you knew. She explained she was here for Simone, but Jinfrey cut her off, correctly guessing she was on a mission for the association. Good for you. Then I'll leave the cleanup to you, Jinfrey said, turning his back and walking away, leaving Mira stunned. Jinfrey suddenly remembered. Oh, right. I almost forgot the most important thing. Under Mira's confused gaze, he flashed a mysterious smile. Item summoned. Goblin Robber Gloves, allowing one to seize an item from a neutralized enemy. Sorry, but I'll be taking this, Jinfrey said, activating the gloves on the unconscious guildmaster. And the spoils of war were in his hands. Green dragon wine. An extremely rare S-rank item. With this, the battle against the second demon god will be as easy as flipping a hand, he muttered to himself, his gaze turning towards his waiting mother. Mira narrowed her eyes, her dagger-sharp gaze scrutinizing Jinfrey's every action. Caught. Jinfrey flinched and clarified. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I'm just using legal items. Mira sighed, reluctantly accepting. Yes, I have no complaints. Well then, I'm really leaving now, Jinfrey waved, decisively turning his back. As his figure faded, Mira began to recall the course of the battle. She was certain that no items or job skills were used to withstand that attack. Then the only logical conclusion was the pure power from his equipment. But that equipment wasn't on the forbidden list, Mira mused. Jinfrey Van Rade is certainly no ordinary adventurer. Meanwhile, Jinfrey had arrived at the second continent, standing before Tobar's workshop. Finally here, he clutched the green dragon wine flask and a wooden cutting board, ready to craft the next hidden equipment. Suddenly, two men were thrown out of the workshop yelling, "Stubborn old man, to hell with your legendary blacksmith title." Jinfrey just smiled empathetically. "I understand that feeling. If you don't bring the right gift, he won't even talk to you." He confidently pushed the door open and cheerfully greeted, "Excuse me." Then Jinfrey solemnly held up his gifts, a wooden cutting board and a carving tool set. Inside the workshop, the legendary blacksmith Tobar grumbled irritably, "Another brat? Don't disturb my work." He threw tools, yelling to chase Jinfrey away while the boy calmly walked in, thinking to himself, "He hasn't changed at all." Jinfrey grinned, blocking the door. "Why don't you listen to me for a bit, Mr. Tobar?" Which only made the old man even angrier. He feigned disappointment, pulling out his trump card. "What a pity. Even though I brought an excellent wine." Tobar's eyes were immediately drawn to it. He froze, exclaiming in surprise, How does a brat like you have green dragon wine?" Tobar yelled, trying to snatch the flask. "Just leave the wine here and get out." The old blacksmith even stomped hard on Jinfrey's foot to snatch it. Jinfrey winced in pain but held tightly to the flask, thinking to himself, "That hurts, old man." In the game, just giving green dragon wine would grant an S-rank item, but if you add this too, that was melting stone, a B-rank item. "Look, I also have melting stone." Jinfrey held it out, leaving Tobar completely speechless. After a while, the two were sitting opposite each other inside the blacksmith's workshop, a spectacular change in attitude. Jinfrey used the melting stone to warm the wine and respectfully poured it. "Here you go, sir." After a sip, Tobar's eyes welled up. "My late wife also loved this wine," he continued to lament, "especially the kind warmed with this stone," while Jinfrey could only sigh inwardly. He continued to refill the blacksmith's cup, having confirmed in his mind, "With this, I've entered the hidden event." Jinfrey calculated, green dragon wine alone would grant an S-rank item, but combining both would yield a rank item. Meanwhile, Tobar was completely drunk, collapsing onto the table and weeping miserably. "It's all my fault," while Jinfrey just listened in silence. After an all-nighter with the blacksmith immersed in alcohol and memories, Jinfrey collapsed from exhaustion. The next morning, he woke up, ready for the legendary equipment crafting process. The next morning, Jinfrey woke up tired after an all-nighter with the blacksmith. Tobar, with a cheerful expression, declared, "In return for the precious sake, I shall give you a gift. Take it, Jinfrey." Jinfrey smiled confidently. "Thank you, sir. Truly worthy of the legendary blacksmith title." He proudly showed off his achievement. The third hidden equipment was now in his hands. It was the Eidolon boots, a mythical item that increases speed and grants instant teleportation. "The third item is complete," Jinfrey asserted. "I have nothing left to do here." The next objective was clear, the S-rank dungeon at Grace Castle on the second continent. With his new equipment, Jinfrey was confident that all preparations were complete. Just as he was about to leave, Tobar threw him an item. "Here's an extra gift. Catch." Jinfrey received a flask of non-alcoholic hot sake, an A-rank item personally brewed by the legendary blacksmith. Tobar confirmed his destination, and Jinfrey bowed in thanks one last time. "The ice demon god is very cunning," the blacksmith warned as Jinfrey set off. Before long, Jinfrey stood before the entrance to Grace Castle, a frozen fortress amidst a blizzard. Other adventurers in thick winter attire were entering the dungeon one by one. Jinfrey shivered as his first step sank deep into the biting cold snow. "It's really cold," he muttered, then suddenly remembered the gift Tobar had given him. He immediately took the metal flask out of his inventory. Amidst curious glances, Jinfrey tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. A wave of warmth spread throughout his body, and he exclaimed refreshingly, "That hits the spot." Now, the frigid cold of this land was no longer an obstacle. He was completely ready. Amidst the white snow, Jinfrey Vanrade became the center of discussion. "Look at his clothes. Is he serious?" Derisive comments continued, suggesting he was just a foolish rookie. Jinfrey irritably brushed aside the whispers. "Shut up, I don't need to hear all that." A cold system notification appeared, the countdown clock showing less than 2 hours remaining. He told himself he had to hurry. Exceeding the time limit would not only result in expulsion but also the loss of half his assets, an excessively harsh penalty. Memories of his arduous rookie days flooded back, and he gritted his teeth, hating this damned system. But now was not the time for nostalgia. He focused on sensing his surroundings. Inside the castle, powerful magical energies had begun to stir. Another group of adventurers, fully equipped, strode past him with confident expressions. He had to reach the demon god's hall before them to claim the ice chimera fang. Meanwhile, the group of adventurers from earlier was struggling through the blizzard. Every step sinking deep into the thick snow seemed to drain their strength. One person lamented, "At this rate, we'll run out of time." Suddenly, a roar tore through the air. and a giant monster appeared. System identified, Kunikurus, level Delapandua. Facing the monster, the adventurer despaired. Damn it, we'll never reach the castle. Their formation was in disarray. One person frantically yelling, "Where's the support?" Just then, a dark silhouette gracefully glided over their heads amidst the falling snow. Jinfrey landed, facing the beast alone, standing between it and those who had just mocked him. Jinfrey Van Raid delightedly glided through the air, feeling as if he were strolling in a dream. Suddenly, a growl echoed, making him look back. Before him were two level 82 Kunikurus, giant rabbit monsters with glowing red eyes. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry," Jinfrey said coldly, then swung his black sword, tearing through the pack of monsters. From a distance, the group of adventurers and the surviving Kunikurus stared in stunned horror at the scene. They began to whisper about the strangely dressed guy, who could run in the sky and wore a holy halo. Both humans and monsters came to a horrified conclusion. It was an unredeemed spirit. Jinfrey, his sword vanishing in his hand, muttered a sarcastic, "Rest in peace." Behind him, the group of adventurers and the monster suddenly became friendly, clasping their hands together in prayer. Overhearing everything, Jinfrey turned back and glared fiercely. "Shut your mouths or I'll beat you to death right now." Leaving the comedic bunch behind, his objective appeared, demon god Olmud's castle. Finally here, Jinfrey sighed in relief as he landed before the majestic castle. He smirked smugly. Only took 5 minutes to get here, not bad. But then, his smile vanished, as an unexpected sight caught his eye. A white-haired woman was striding confidently towards the castle gate, while Jinfrey could only watch from above. "It's that woman from the 8 Great Guardians again," he thought to himself. "It feels like she's also aiming for the hidden equipment." Jinfrey frowned, not understanding why a figure of such caliber would appear in such a run-down dungeon. The strange woman placed her hand on an ancient runic slab, activating the gate's secret mechanism. She muttered about the person she was hunting and the dungeon's harsh 2-hour time limit. The colossal gate glowed and slowly opened. Jinfrey could only watch in astonishment as his rival entered first. Jinfrey hovered in midair, stunned as he watched the white-haired girl standing below after she shattered the city gate. Truly worthy of an 8 Great Guardian, he thought to himself as her silhouette faded into the darkness. Thanks to the Idaten boots, Jinfrey gently landed on the snow-covered ground. He clicked his tongue. She even destroyed the gate mechanism. Guess I'm lucky to get a shortcut. Jinfrey's eyes gleamed with calculation. A formidable opponent had appeared. As soon as he stepped inside, a pack of ferocious Kunikurus rushed out to block his path. Persistent, aren't they? The monsters roared, baring their sharp fangs, ready to tear their prey apart. But Jinfrey calmly activated his new skill, Tempest Teleportation. In a flash, he vanished, leaving behind streaks of electricity that sent the monsters into a frenzy. A second later, Jinfrey appeared in the level 9 corridor, in front of the frozen secret chamber. "Excellent," he smirked. "Taking a shortcut with teleportation is truly sweet." He looked at the large door in front of him. "The condition to enter the demon god's chamber is to defeat the mid-boss here. But," he thought to himself, "this is my first time challenging this place with the Idaten boot." A confident smile spread across his face. "Looks like I'm about to set a new personal record." At the same time, in the frozen secret chamber on level 7, a desperate scream echoed throughout the hall. A group of adventurers knelt, desperately pleading with the man standing before them. "Guildmaster." "Why?" The man glared, the countdown timer above his head making him even more impatient. "Why?" Garuda Gastom, Guildmaster of the Windsword Guild, coldly replied, "Because you are too slow. You dare make me wait," he growled, the sword in his hand blazing with murderous intent. A sword slash swept out, fresh blood staining the floor amidst the horrified screams of the remaining ones. Garuda Gastom gritted his teeth, furious at the delay. "If my treasure diminishes, can you bear the consequences?" A subordinate collapsed at his feet, stammering apologies in terror. He coldly pronounced, "To live uselessly is a sin. Die and repent." With a maniacal grin, Garuda swung his greatsword down upon his subordinate. Fresh blood splattered, and his countdown timer gained more time. Desperate pleas rang out. "Master, please stop," but he merely sneered. "Your lives are only worth a few hours anyway." Garuda turned and yelled at another subordinate. "Is this all the people there are?" "Not enough." The subordinate trembled, explaining that it would take time to bring more people. "Or perhaps I'll use you instead." Garuda's threat made the subordinate frantically promise. As he fled, the subordinate thought in horror. He steals time by killing people. Looking back at the scattered corpses, he wondered how many more would have to die. Garuda clicked his tongue in annoyance, seemingly still unsatisfied. He mused about a high-ranking subordinate who had been captured by the 8 Great Guardians, but then he confidently looked out the snowy window. "Here, time is on my side. A magnificent place, this Grace Castle," he concluded, looking at the icy fortress. Meanwhile, on level 9, Jinfrey Vanrade swooped down from above, attacking a pack of monsters. He smashed a beast with a smug smile, blood staining the icy floor. Surrounded by enemies, Jinfrey moved as lightly as the wind, without a single scratch. This feeling of fighting freely is amazing, he thought to himself. This equipment is truly top tier. In the silent expanse of the castle, Jinfrey Vanrade suddenly paused, sensing a strange magical aura. He analyzed. Besides the demon god's magic, there was another source of energy, even stronger. But for now, he still needed to clear out the monsters blocking his path. After dealing with the minions, Jinfrey smiled confidently. Great. Next up must be the mid-boss. Suddenly, a large door in the hall slowly opened. A white-haired girl stepped in, her demeanor full of caution. From above, Jinfrey immediately realized. So she's the other source of magic. While the girl also felt something was amiss. She wondered why there was no sign of any monsters. An eerie silence. Right behind her, two colossal figures began to rise from the icy ground. The system confirmed the appearance of two level 92 snow golem. Surrounded, the girl muttered. Why did the mid-bosses suddenly appear? Without hesitation, she began to chant. Summon. Sylphid, a beautiful wind spirit appeared behind her. Witnessing the scene, Jinfrey thought to himself, spirit summoning. A high-level skill. Along with her spirit, the girl prepared to unleash an attack, uttering a meaningful remark. Sorry, but I don't have time to interfere here. An emerald energy orb was fired directly at the two golems. The powerful magical surge enveloped the colossal enemies. Jinfrey unconsciously clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power of the attack. In just a flash, the two snow golems shattered into fragments of ice. From above, Jinfrey was utterly stunned. Damn, she took down both mid-bosses with a single blow. Jinfrey thought, she's on a different level. After defeating the mid-boss, the crystal door leading to the next floor slowly opened before the white-haired girl. From above, Jinfrey muttered, going in there will lead straight to the demon god's chamber. Once the girl was out of sight, he gently landed on the floor. I'll have to search more thoroughly, the girl decided. Next, the annex. So she's looking for someone. Jinfrey sighed in relief. Good thing she's not after the demon god. But then, the girl suddenly froze, sharply turning her head backward. Her gaze swept across the ceiling, where Jinfrey had just been hiding. It feels like someone is watching, she whispered. Or am I just imagining things? Shaking off the suspicion, she told herself to focus on the task at hand. Now, Jinfrey stood before the final boss room on the 10th floor of the demon god's castle. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the massive door. Inside was a hellish sight. Adventurers impaled on ice spikes, and a figure seated on a throne. Jinfrey smirked. Long time no see, second demon god Olmud. The system displayed the enemy's information. Demon god Olmud, level 100, with the ability to weaken all enemies in the room. Heh. Another livestock has arrived, Olmud sneered. Jinfrey's status window appeared, ready for the fated battle. The demon god's savage laughter echoed throughout the icy room filled with corpses. You'll soon join them, human, Olmud declared. Among the victims was also the blonde adventurer who had entered earlier, dead in a horrifying posture. A terrifying scene unfolded, adventurers impaled on sharp ice spikes. Jinfrey Vanrade's eyes swept across the scene, thinking that no one could have survived as he felt no trace of magic. No, he asserted. His gaze stopped on one person. There's still one struggling. The dying adventurer tried to gasp out a final warning. Run. Away. Immediately, ice spikes shot forth, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope. Jinfrey simply stood still, hands in his pockets, letting the deadly ice shards pass through him. The first attack is exactly like in the game, he thought. But I can't let my guard down. An arrogant voice rang out from the throne. You humans are truly useless, but your flesh is delicious. Olmud cackled, dark energy swirling. Quite a crowd today. You're the 10th one. The demon god stuck out his tongue, licking his lips gruesomely. Looks like I'll have a feast tonight. He stood there, a brutal demon amidst a trophy of human corpses. In his final moments, the adventurer felt only a terrifying pressure. Amidst Olmud's savage laughter and the despair of the fallen, Jinfrey remained steadfast. Time to carve you up, Olmud roared, charging straight at him. But Jinfrey activated his skill. Tempest teleportation. In a flash, he appeared right behind Olmud, a blue lightning bolt flashing. The demon god froze, fresh blood gushing from the wound on his head, his eyes wide with shock. At the same time, the last adventurer took his final breath, his eyes lifeless. Olmud let out an unbelievable shriek, pain and humiliation erupting. Jinfrey Vanrade coldly watched Olmud writhe. Stop screaming. You're not in that much pain anyway. The second demon god sneered, blood oozing from his wound. Oh, so you know? Quite a smart livestock you are. Jinfrey casually replied. Whatever. Consider it a warm-up before dinner. Immediately, Olmud summoned a barrage of gigantic ice spears from the ceiling. The spears plunged down with terrifying speed, aiming straight for Jinfrey Vanrade. They converged into a massive ice crystal, trapping and crushing the target. Olmud leaned back on his throne, a smug smile on his face. He was certain. There's no way he can dodge that. He's definitely dead. Suddenly, a whooshing sound echoed right behind him. In a flash, Jinfrey appeared behind him, plunging the dagger straight into Olmud's shoulder. The demon god shrieked in pain as the centipede skill activated, tripling critical damage. He collapsed to the floor, fresh blood gushing from the wound. Olmud wondered in horror. What? I didn't see him at all. Jinfrey stood there, while the demon god realized it wasn't speed, but instantaneous teleportation. He thought to himself, with 3 hidden pieces of equipment, Olmud is nothing I need to worry about, but I need to summon Ice Chimera, so I can't kill him yet. Jinfrey's eyes sharpened, and he got into position, preparing for the next strike. Olmud could only let out a roar of helplessness and fury. Suddenly, the image of another adventurer appeared in his mind, their eyes lifeless. That person's final moments made Jinfrey flinch slightly. Olmud raised the corpse of an adventurer, laughing maniacally. What's wrong? He's dead. Just a meat shield. Jinfrey Vanrade gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. This bastard. The demon god continued to provoke, his tone full of mockery. Where's your power from before? Suddenly, Olmud raised his hand, and a surge of icy magic began to gather. He roared the skill name, Ice Puppet. The impaled corpses on the ice stakes began to twitch gruesomely. Before everyone's eyes, Olmud had turned the deceased into his own army of the undead. Another adventurer screamed in horror. Damn it, the corpses! With blank, white eyes, the soulless puppets staggered forward. Olmud pointed at Jinfrey, giving a cruel command. Kill him! The army of the undead immediately rushed forward, surrounding their target. Jinfrey suddenly realized that this was a skill possessed by the demon gods in this world, things that had never existed in the game. In the middle of the battle, Olmud suddenly paused, feeling something was wrong. There's still a survivor? It turned out that Jinfrey had disguised himself as one of the victims, and a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. He found me. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey struck. A blue lightning bolt flashed, and Olmud's arm was severed. Both Olmud and the fake Jinfrey were utterly astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Where are you looking? The real Jinfrey whispered from behind, his dagger already pressed against the demon god's nape. Olmud roared in pain and indignation. How dare you? A system notification appeared, confirming that demon god Olmud had been severely poisoned, his vitality decreasing every second. In a fit of extreme rage, Olmud unleashed his final trump card. Summon. Olmud's trump card was unleashed. The multi-headed ice monster, Ice Chimera. Jinfrey Vanrade's eyes flashed, completely unfazed. He swung his greatsword, nonchalantly, finally decided to show up. Olmud laughed maniacally, certain of his impending victory. But in the blink of an eye, all 3 ice chimeras collapsed, shattering into ice fragments. Excellent, Jinfrey smiled. With this, I finally have the Ice Chimera Fang, and more importantly, the durability of the centipede blade finally dropped below the required threshold. A triumphant smile appeared on the young man's lips. He turned his back on the stunned demon god. Sorry, playtime's over. A system notification appeared. Conditions met. Centipede's 3rd skill will be unlocked. The true power of this dark weapon was about to be unleashed. At the same time, in another hall of the castle, a desperate scream echoed. Garuda Gastame stood coldly over the corpse of his subordinate whom he had just slain. Shut up, he growled. I know it's a good hiding spot, but it's truly troublesome. He grabbed the hair of the dying person, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The blade swung without a moment's hesitation. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind swept in, making Garuda pause. He turned back in surprise. A figure had appeared without him noticing. I've found you, the unfamiliar voice rang out. Guildmaster of the Wind Serpent Guild, Garuda Gastome. The person began to clearly list his crimes. Murder, human trafficking, illegal gambling. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, Mira Goldland declared coldly. Her water spirit whispered the accusation. Now you're even killing your own guild members to extend your time limit? Truly despicable. The white-haired girl began to cast magic. Summon elemental spirits. Water spirit, Undine. Fire spirit, Ifrit. Wind spirit, Sylphid. The 3 most powerful elemental spirits appeared simultaneously, standing behind their master. The commander of the Wind Serpent Guild was stunned. Among summoned beasts, elemental spirits are the highest tier, yet she summoned all 3 without expending any effort. He tried to remain calm. Hey, where are your manners? Who are you? Are you from the association? Mira replied concisely. Mira Goldland. In the name of the 8 guardians, she declared boldly, I will apprehend you and escort you to the Adventurers Association. At the same time, elsewhere in the dungeon, a system notification rang out. Centipede's third skill will be unlocked. Jinfrey Vanrade smirked contentedly. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Olmud roared in despair. Don't mess with me, you low-class livestock. Fine, I won't eat you anymore, he screamed. I'll crush you into dust. The demon god tensed, concentrating all his icy magic power into his body. Sharp ice crystals began to protrude, tearing through the cloak on his back. A pair of colossal ice wings gradually took shape. Ha 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 ha. Olmud let out a mad laugh. He now possessed a majestic pair of ice wings, ready to dominate the sky. Soaring high, he looked down at Jinfrey with arrogance. This is true power, just stay down there. This really is your specialty, isn't it? A voice echoed from above. It's quite fun up here. Jinfrey's voice echoes from above, dripping with condescension. Especially when I'm looking down on you like this. Provoked by the taunt, Olmud roared and charged straight at Jinfrey. How long do you think you can keep that calm demeanor? Olmud growled, his face contorted with rage. A sphere of icy energy formed in the demon god's palm, radiating deadly cold. A barrage of gigantic ice spears was summoned, ready to tear apart everything in their path. Despia, I'll kill anyone who gets in the way of my mission, Olmud screamed, unleashing the entire barrage towards his enemy. Yet, Jinfrey stood still, the deadly spears barely grazing him. Centipede, third skill. Jinfrey muttered, a plan forming in his mind. Meltdown. The dark sword began to transform, the system announcing a terrifying ability. Turning the blade into a liquid form, a skill that allows the user to freely shape their weapon. The only limit is imagination. Still unaware of the change, Olmud cackled. Running away won't get you anywhere. But then his smile vanished, replaced by utter horror. Above him, Centipede had transformed into a gigantic, pitch-black greatsword, obscuring the sky. Olmud frantically raised his hands to block, trying to resist the unimaginable weight crashing down. Jinfrey unleashed the finishing blow, a slash that tore through space. Poison Gate Heaven. So, the second one, he calmly remarked. Another new personal record. Swallowed by the destructive energy, Olmud's body began to disintegrate. The power of Poison Gate Heaven was absolute. In his final moments, all the demon god could do was die in stunned disbelief. A notification rang out, confirming the victory. The second demon god, Olmud, had been defeated. Demon god Olmud fell, his body beginning to disintegrate in the silence of victory. Jinfrey Vanrade smiled contentedly, the notification board confirming he had broken the dungeon conquest record. The rescued adventurers were still in shock, unable to believe that one person could defeat that monster. He quickly checked the status of Richard, another comrade, and saw his completion time was a perfect 0. The body of the last adventurer who had warned him also disintegrated into shards of ice. He's back in the city, Jinfrey thought to himself. Even if he was penalized, at least he's safe. The most important loot, the S-rank Ice Chimera Fang, was now in his hands. Excellent, Jinfrey muttered. Now all that's left is the ancient red earth. With that final ingredient, he would be able to concoct the universal medicine to cure his ailing mother. Suddenly, Grace Castle shook violently, Jinfrey staggering from the unexpected tremor. What the hell is this? He wondered in confusion. Meanwhile, in another part of the snow castle, another confrontation was unfolding. The water spirit Undine appeared beside Mira Goldland, ready to attack at her master's command. The commander of the Wind Serpent Guild sneered. Oh, the little girl is quite energetic, Mira coldly retorted with an incantation, her eyes sharp. Breath of illusion. Immediately, the mighty fire spirit Ifrit materialized behind her, the flames of battle raging fiercely. At the same time, Garuda Gastom, their guildmaster, was swinging his greatsword in a furious vortex of energy. He unleashed a heaven-rending slash, displaying astonishing power. The gigantic sword aura ripped through the ground, causing tremors that spread throughout the castle. Witnessing the ill-timed display, Mira clicked her tongue, her eyes clearly showing annoyance. Mira formed a hand seal and shouted, Furious Wave! The spirit Undine charged forward, creating a colossal wave of water. But Undine's attack was easily blocked. A mysterious swordsman appeared, swinging his sword to shatter her magic. From a distance, Jinfrey hid behind a pillar, silently observing the entire situation. He thought to himself, so the tremors earlier were caused by this battle. That guy is strong too. But is he the guildmaster Mira is hunting? The man turned to Mira, his tone full of reproach. How long do you plan to play around? The honor of the 8 guardians is at stake. He raised his greatsword, declaring, when it comes to attacking, you do it like this. Golden sword aura began to gather around the blade. A vortex of energy erupted, engulfing the swordsman and his greatsword. Mira could only stare in awe at the display of overwhelming power. The swordsman stomped his foot, and the ground beneath him cracked. With sharp eyes, he charged straight towards the enemy. Whirlwind slash. The slash tore through the air, severing one of the commander's arms. The commander coughed up blood, collapsing after taking a single blow. Jinfrey continued to observe silently, not missing a single detail. The swordsman glanced over, sneering. Is that all? Truly the excuse of someone who doesn't understand the difference in class. Hearing that, Mira could only let out an exasperated sigh. Garuda Gaston was stunned, unable to believe what was happening. From above, a cold voice rang out, revealing his identity. Former Bahu Jing, Garuda Gastame. What? He exclaimed, his whole body trembling, realizing it was just an illusion. Garuda lunged forward in vain. Is it an afterimage? Mira Goldland suddenly appeared right beside him, sneering. Let me teach you, the one who fell after being expelled. She held out her hand, her eyes sharp. This is a real attack. A deadly aura suddenly appeared behind him, sending chills down Garuda's spine. This aura is, at Mira's command, the Leijing Karen materialized amidst resounding thunder. Garuda was stunned, thinking, even a fourth spirit? He panicked as he realized the floor was flooded. This is bad. Water on the floor. Fear enveloped him, and he stammered a plea. Wait, but Mira gave him no chance, coldly pronouncing judgment with the skill name, Ming Shen. Horrifying bolts of lightning struck down, engulfing Garuda's body. His desperate screams echoed throughout the great hall as he was tormented by the electric current. From afar, Jinfrey Van Raid witnessed everything, thinking, terrifying. It's best not to be her enemy. Suddenly, Mira glanced towards where he was hiding. She called his name directly, her tone calm. I know you're there, Jinfrey Van Raid. Discovered, Jinfrey awkwardly stepped out, but Mira indifferently stated that it didn't affect her mission. Meanwhile, Mira's spirits had surrounded Garuda, who had completely collapsed. Jinfrey mused, confirming his suspicion. A mission. So this is the guildmaster of Bangfeng Shi. Mira Goldland sensed the disappearance of the Mo Shen, and she turned to Jinfrey, asking, Did you defeat it? Jinfrey hesitated before admitting it, and Mira immediately congratulated him and bid farewell. We will probably meet again somewhere, she said before turning and walking away. Jinfrey silently watched Mira's retreating back and the spirits as they gradually disappeared. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild headquarters, a new chapter was unfolding. Inside a cold prison cell, Garuda Gastame, once a formidable figure, was now just a shackled prisoner. The guild vice president smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to you, Garuda has been successfully apprehended. Well done, Mira. After receiving Mira's thanks, the vice president announced that Bangfeng Shi would soon be disbanded. He believed this would be a stern warning to other criminal guilds. Mira agreed, but a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. I hope so too. Noticing this, the vice president immediately asked, Is something wrong? It's not about this mission, Mira confessed. It's just, there's an adventurer who makes me a little worried. The vice president listened with a curious expression. At the same time, Jinfrey Van Raid had set foot in a new land, excitedly declaring, I've arrived at the third continent. He told himself his goal was to defeat the demon here, to find the final ingredient for the universal medicine, but a problem had arisen. His sword, Centipede, the weapon that had been with him through thick and thin, was now almost out of durability. Jinfrey worried that the sword would vanish if he had to face the next demon, and he thought about finding a new companion. A surge of green energy enveloped Jinfrey, signaling the existence of the fourth hidden equipment. He was in the central district of the third continent, known as the Third Warrior. Stepping into the Fei Long Wanga Inn, Jinfrey was warmly welcomed by the innkeeper. The innkeeper asked Jinfrey Van Raid if he was there to stay the night, and he casually confirmed. But instead of booking a regular room, he recited a strange code. 2 rooms. The third room from the north, and the fourth room from the west. The innkeeper paused for a moment, then a knowing smile appeared on his lips. Understood, the man replied. Enjoy your stay. Without a word of explanation, the innkeeper led Jinfrey up a dark, deep staircase. Jinfrey thought to himself, this password was originally a reward from a hidden event, all the way on the 5th continent. He smiled, fortunate that his knowledge from his previous life was still intact. At the end of the staircase, a solitary door appeared, separating the outside world. The door swung open, revealing not an inn-room, but an underground boxing ring dazzling with lights. In the ring, a muscular giant was warming up, his aura blazing like fire. He roared a challenge, and the system announced his name, the strongest boxer in history, Mike Weather Inoue. Still as flashy as ever, Jinfrey muttered, completely unfazed by the grand entrance. He knew well that this comedic NPC was a real threat, and the hidden equipment forced him to confront him. Now, in the ring, Jinfrey had taken off his jacket, ready for the main event. Mike Weather Inoue versus Jinfrey Van Raid. In the red corner, the undefeated champion Mike Weather Inoue, with 108 consecutive wins, was introduced with immense power. And in the blue corner, the challenger Jinfrey Van Raid, a slender young man with a delicate appearance. The rules were announced. No equipment, 1 3-minute round, Points scored by hitting an invisible target. The first person to reach 10 points, or have a higher score when time ran out, would win. But there was a critical condition. A single knockdown would decide the match immediately. The opening bell rang, and the battle of life and death officially began. Mangwa Inoue opened with a thunderous punch. The champion unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast attacks, cornering his opponent. But Jinfrey Van Raid, with extraordinary reflexes, dodged the dangerous 1-2 combo. He calmly analyzed. Even at this speed, if I know where he's aiming. Mike's punch narrowly missed, unable to touch Jinfrey. The crowd erupted, the challenger dancing amidst the champion's storm. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey growled. And now, a straight right punch, a precise counterattack landed squarely on Mike's guard. The champion paused, a flicker of surprise on his face. The scoreboard updated, Jinfrey unexpectedly taking a 1-point lead. Mike warned, "Hey kid, don't think you've done anything big yet." Jinfrey retorted unflinchingly, "You deliberately let me score, didn't you? Stop acting, champion." A delighted smile spread across Mike's face. "Heh. Interesting kid." "Then, it's my turn," the giant declared, the atmosphere suddenly growing heavy. Mike tensed, the champion's true power beginning to unleash. A blazing golden punch shot forward at incredible speed, Jinfrey barely flinching. Mike confidently judged, "Your eyes might be sharp, but you won't last long." A barrage of hammer-like punches rained down, pushing Jinfrey into an absolute defense. He gritted his teeth, enduring, telling himself, "I can't be knocked down." But there was a cruel truth Jinfrey was unaware of. This was a guaranteed loss event. Mangwa Inoue scoffed. "Where's that confidence from earlier, kid? Your guard is too loose." Cornered, Jinfrey could only endure the storm of blows. The scoreboard cruelly lopsided. 43-1. System notification. The champion unleashes a relentless combo. "Looks like you have no strength left to counterattack," Mike roared, continuing to press. Each devastating punch slammed into Jinfrey's body, pushing him to his limit. But then, a truth flashed in his mind. "Winning this match is impossible. But I will win this fight. The condition is to stay in the ring for 3 minutes. The champion suddenly paused at an unexpected movement. Seizing the moment, Jinfrey launched a precise counterpunch to his opponent's face. Mike chuckled delightedly. "You're taking that many hits and still raising your hands." With resolute eyes, Jinfrey braced himself, blocking each punch, sweat pouring down. "He's raising the level of the match," Mike thought to himself. "How long has it been since I had such a fun fight? But I will be the one to decide this match," he roared, unleashing an even more brutal barrage of blows. Jinfrey was stunned, as an incredibly powerful force surged from below. A devastating uppercut. His entire body was lifted into the air. The system coldly announced, "The challenger has fallen." Jinfrey's consciousness faded, his body aching. But he hadn't completely fallen. With extraordinary willpower, the young man staggered to his feet, determined not to give up. Mike looked up, his eyes flashing with respect and ruthlessness. "You've endured well, but this is the end." He channeled all his strength into his legs, the arena floor seemingly shaking. "This will be the end," the champion charged, delivering the final finishing blow. Mangwa Inoue was stunned to see his opponent's fist flying right at his face. Amidst the storm of blows, Jinfrey Van Raid unleashed a thunderous counterattack that hit its mark. The system roared at the unexpected punch, and the challenger's burning fighting spirit. The champion merely smiled delightedly. "That hit hard. A very interesting kid." Jinfrey gritted his teeth, determined not to retreat an inch. The final bell rang, officially ending the match with victory, belonging to Mangwa Inoue. The results board appeared, confirming Jinfrey had held out until the very last second. Mike sincerely thanked him. "You're the first person to stand against me for 3 whole minutes. Now then, accept this parting gift from me." Despite being exhausted, Jinfrey smiled back. "Thank you, champion, I accept. The 4th hidden equipment has been unlocked. Soul Vantage, A, grade weapon. Got new gear. Can't waste any more time." Jinfrey immediately moved to his next objective. S, rank dungeon. Ruvenon Ruins. A desolate, arid land stretched as far as the eye could see. Crumbling ancient structures were the only remnants of life. He told himself, just defeating the Demon Lord will clear this dungeon. But the 3rd Demon Lord, Jackal, is an extremely difficult one to find. Images of countless adventurers collapsing from exhaustion in this endless desert flashed through his mind. "Of course, I don't have time for that." Jinfrey gritted his teeth, showing his impatience. "If it doesn't show up, I'll lure it out. Let's see. It must be around here somewhere." Amidst the desolate desert, Jinfrey Van Raid finally found what he needed. An ancient tomb. "Sorry for the disturbance, but I'm in a hurry," he whispered, clasping his hands to perform a ritual. The coffin lid sprang open, revealing a long-withered mummy inside. A brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from the corpse, illuminating the entire area. Jinfrey calmly observed, releasing the soul. And then, the orb of light, the embodiment of the soul, began to ascend. It soared straight into the blue sky, fulfilling its final wish. Immediately, Jinfrey's halo glowed, signaling an extremely powerful magical energy approaching. He stood firm, feet planted firmly on the ground, ready to face it. "It's here," Jinfrey smirked, his plan a complete success. The ground before him shook violently, and a colossal mound of earth began to rise. From within the earth, a massive, murderous shadow slowly emerged. The third demon lord, Jackal. Jinfrey recalled that the Ruvenen ruins were originally the graveyard of souls. The demon lord revealed his true form, resembling the jackal god, and questioned, "Have you desecrated the dead?" "I am the guardian of souls," Jackal growled, "and anyone who disrespects them will pay with their very life," he declared, sentencing Jinfrey to death. Jackal boldly proclaimed, "I am the demon lord, the enforcer of justice for trespassers." In response to the threat, Jinfrey merely smiled faintly, his soul vantage equipment flashing in his hand. Jackal raised his hand, activating his unique ability, the law, judgment scales. An orb of light was pulled from Jinfrey's chest, and the system announced, "Your soul will be placed on the scales." In the space of judgment, Jinfrey's soul was placed on a colossal scale. Jackal delivered his verdict, "Your defiled soul. I shall purify it and guide it to heaven." Facing the spiritual trial, Jinfrey remained strangely calm. The scales began to move, slowly tilting to one side. The verdict was clear. The scale holding his soul was heavy with sin. The system's pronouncement echoed, "The judgment scales have rendered their verdict upon you." Back in reality, a wave of judgmental energy enveloped Jinfrey. A cold notification appeared. "Due to the sin of desecrating souls, all your stats have been reduced by 30%. Jackal pointed, accusing, "Atone for your sins with your life." But Jinfrey merely smirked. "I figured it would play out like this." He had calculated in advance, considering the power reduction an acceptable disadvantage to lure the demon lord out. "Now, take him down before he pulls any tricks." Jinfrey charged, activating Dark Bullet. Streams of dark energy swirled around him as he dodged the attack. He unleashed a series of high-speed illusions to probe his opponent. But Jackal was unaffected, and Jinfrey realized, the illusion skill Heaven's Wheel has no effect on living beings. Then this will be a pure power struggle. He clenched his fist. Without hesitation, Jinfrey charged straight at the demon lord. He leaped into the air, shouting the name of the move. Dark Bullet. A fierce explosion of jagged dark energy erupted. Jinfrey's opening attack struck the demon lord directly. Jinfrey Van Raid lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch to Jackal. His eyes were sharp, filled with iron determination. But the demon lord easily blocked the direct attack with his scepter. Jackal erected a sturdy dark magic shield. Jinfrey was repelled by the recoil, a little stunned. He slid across the ground, quickly regaining his distance. "I'm not moving as well as I thought. The curse is really affecting me." Suddenly, an incoming call appeared, and the name Amelia made him pause. "Mom, did something happen to Mom?" A fleeting worry made him lose focus. Seizing the opportunity, Jackal unleashed a dark attack. Jinfrey was sent flying, but managed to twist his body and dodge by a hair's breadth. Now is not the time to answer. He gritted his teeth, pushing away his worry. "But I have to hurry." Jinfrey concentrated his power, creating an illusion to accelerate. Facing the demon lord's dark spiral, Jinfrey knew there was no more time for hesitation. The skill of Soul Vantage was activated. His fist erupted with furious flames. Jackal was stunned. "What? My fist is on fire?" Attack power doubled, in exchange for HP decreasing every second. Fire Fist. With his new power, Jinfrey was ready for a battle to the death. Jinfrey's fiery punch landed straight on the demon lord's face. The force of Fire Fist sent Jackal flying, leaving him no time to react. The demon lord landed, staggering for a moment from the unexpected shock. "Just a trick," Jackal muttered, unable to believe such mediocre power. Facing the contempt, Jinfrey hovered in the air, challenging the desert god. "Let me shut you up permanently," Jackal roared, summoning a dark orb. Jinfrey froze, feeling the terrifying magical power from that attack. A gigantic, pitch-black meteor fist formed, eclipsing the entire sky. The demon lord's judgment blow shot straight down, aimed at the one who dared to challenge him. Jinfrey was engulfed by the absolute power, and the ground shattered into pieces. "How's that?" "That's the power of the invisible fist," Jackal smirked smugly. The smoke and dust cleared, leaving a gaping crater on the battlefield. Amidst the rubble, Jinfrey sat up, admitting this was an unprecedented attack. He stood up, full of doubt. Why are the demons here so different from the game? Just then, a call from Amelia unexpectedly popped up. "Calling again." "Not now." Jinfrey brushed off the annoyance. He dusted himself off, his casual attitude further enraging Jackal. "Just bluffing." The demon lord once again gathered dark energy. Jinfrey clenched his fiery fist, telling himself to end the fight before his stamina ran out. But then, the phone rang again, breaking his concentration at the critical moment. In the middle of a life-or-death battle, the phone rang again, and Jinfrey, annoyed, wondered, what now? He had just been sent flying to the ground by a devastating blow. Getting up with difficulty, Jinfrey thought to himself, I have a bad feeling. Facing Jackal's dark orb, he decided, no choice. Jinfrey quickly formed hand seals, preparing for a bold move. A new skill was activated, wind transfer. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared amidst streaks of lightning, leaving Jackal stunned. The Demon Lord looked around in confusion, roaring, where is he? Jinfrey reappeared at a safe distance, successfully widening the gap. But just then, Amelia's call popped up again, and he couldn't help but answer. What is it, Amelia? Why do you keep calling me? Jinfrey asked irritably, but on the other end was a panicked voice. Big brother, where are you? He tried to reassure her. Calm down, what's wrong? I'm a bit busy, but only received a single word that made his heart clench. Mom. Through the screen, Amelia, sobbing, reported, Mom's condition suddenly worsened. The healer said Mom doesn't have much time left. Jinfrey froze, his whole world seeming to collapse before his eyes. His eyes widened, filled with panic and extreme pain. Jackal noticed his opponent's distraction, his voice full of contempt. Are you trying to pull this trick? Jinfrey was startled, bitterly realizing, damn it, I've been found out. Without hesitation, he spoke into the phone with a decisive voice. All right, I'm coming home right away. Jackal roared furiously. You blasphemed the souls of the dead, and now you want to run away? Unforgivable. Have some shame, human. He unleashed his ultimate attack. A gigantic dark fist named Pitch Black Raw Stone Fist shot straight towards Jinfrey. No time to waste. Jinfrey Vanrage shot off like lightning. His fist erupted with fierce flames from Soul Vantage. Sorry, but I have an urgent matter. With a sharp gaze, he declared, let's end this right now. The fire fist shot straight forward, but Jackal managed to raise his hand to block it in time. The Demon Lord smirked. This attack won't finish me off. Jinfrey gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as the damage from his own skill began to accumulate. In response, Jackal roared, summoning his ultimate technique, Pitch Black Meteor Fist. A gigantic dark orb condensed into a destructive fist. Facing the terrifying power, Jinfrey maintained a resolute expression. He muttered, Fire Fist doubles attack power. And there's one more skill. That was X Counter, Soul Vantage's ultimate counter skill. Just as Jackal's attack was about to hit, Jinfrey acted first, punching him straight in the face. X Counter. A heaven-shattering uppercut exploded, engulfing the Demon Lord. Jackal's gigantic body was sent flying into the air, spinning helplessly. He crashed down to the ground, creating an earthquake that shattered the very ground. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, a sign of an irreversible defeat. Jinfrey looked down coldly. My attack power ×2, plus your attack ×3. I told you, this is the end. The system panel chimed, confirming that Demon Lord Jackal, level 150, had been defeated. All right, I got the materials I wanted. I need to go home quickly. In a village on the edge of the first continent, Jinfrey Vanrage finally returned home. But inside, a mournful atmosphere hung around the sickbed. Amelia startled and turned around when she heard her brother's familiar call. As soon as he stepped through the door, Jinfrey hastily asked, panting, How's Mom? The little girl choked out, Big brother. The doctor delivered the grim news. Your mother is in a coma due to the final stage of mana deficiency disease. Black spots have appeared on her skin. Deadly black patches spread across the mother's face, evidence that her blood pressure and organ functions were failing. Even high-level healers have given up. Unfortunately, your mother only has a little time left. In despair, Amelia could only sob her mother's name in vain. Jinfrey placed a hand on his sister's shoulder, his voice firm. It's okay, Amelia. I won't let Mom die. Stop crying now. His eyes sharpened, filled with determination. I will cure Mom, right now. His declaration stunned both Amelia and the doctor, who couldn't believe it. Without a word of explanation, Jinfrey immediately leveled up, allocating all 90 accumulated points to his intelligence stat. When intelligence reached 250, a system notification echoed. The profession skill Alchemy has been upgraded. He then took out the precious ingredients he had just collected, Ancient Red Earth, Ice Chimera Fang, and High Elf Tears. With everything ready, he activated the skill. Alchemy, an SS-grade miraculous potion was created, the universal medicine, capable of curing all diseases and abnormal statuses, with just one sip. Warm light emanated from the potion, and Jinfrey thought to himself, I did it. He held up the universal medicine, a radiant smile on his lips. This was the family's only hope. The doctor was stunned, recognizing the legendary medicine, while Amelia stammered, unable to believe her eyes. Sorry, we'll talk later, Amelia, Jinfrey Vanrage said, his eyes focused only on his mother lying on the bed. He approached the bed, where his beloved mother was in a deep slumber. The black marks of the mana deficiency disease had spread across her face, a sign of impending death. Good thing I managed to gather enough ingredients and skills in time, Jinfrey thought to himself, carefully bringing the potion to his mother's lips. Divine light emanated from the universal medicine, holding all his hope. Each drop of medicine flowed in, carrying an urgent prayer. Please, Mom, wake up. Jinfrey embraced his mother as she sat up, while Amelia watched breathlessly from behind. A miracle occurred. The deadly black marks on her face shattered into countless particles of light. Her eyes slowly opened, carrying an indescribable haziness. Jinfrey and Amelia watched intently, their hearts pounding in their chests. The mother had fully recovered, but her eyes were bewildered as she asked, "Who am I?" "Mom!" Amelia cried out, both overjoyed and bewildered by her condition. She hugged her daughter, gently calling Amelia, but still asked in confusion, "What happened so suddenly?" As her gaze turned towards her son, Jinfrey couldn't hold back his emotions, softly calling, "Mom." She was surprised by Jinfrey's inquiry, innocently replying, "My health?" "Mom!" Amelia burst into happiness. "We were so worried." As her mother tried to recall the time she was bedridden, hearing that Jinfrey himself had cured her, she was utterly stunned. "Jinfrey? My illness? What is this about?" The doctor standing nearby confirmed, his voice full of astonishment. "That's right. Your son's universal medicine truly worked. The symptoms have completely vanished." Still confused, Jinfrey's mother began to question him about the universal medicine and his path as an adventurer. Jinfrey smiled, trying to deflect. "My matters aren't important, as long as you're healthy again." But that answer only ignited an unexpected outburst of fury. "No, I am not okay." Jinfrey, Amelia, and the doctor were all speechless at her fierce reaction. With renewed strength, the mother sprang from the bed, emitting a terrifying aura of killing intent. She pointed directly at Jinfrey's face, her voice sharp. "Jinfrey, how dare you leave home on your own, abandoning your mother and sister, and becoming an adventurer by yourself?" she growled, while Jinfrey weakly denied it. With no way to deny it, the young man could only obediently kneel and endure. Seeing the tense family situation, the doctor quickly found an excuse to leave. Amelia tried to appease her mother, explaining that her brother did everything only for her. The mother's anger finally subsided, giving way to genuine worry. "I know, but what if something happens to him?" Hearing her sincere words of concern, Jinfrey looked up, an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. Then, she suddenly changed her demeanor, boldly declaring, "Go defeat the demon gods, Jinfrey." Jinfrey fell backward, yelping, "Huh? Mom, the context is all wrong." She straightened her face. "How many years do you think I've been your mother?" Looking deep into her son's eyes, she saw the shadow of his father from years ago. "You want to become an adventurer to achieve some goal, don't you?" Finally, she accepted his path. "Then go. I'm fine now. But you must promise me 2 things, she said, her voice resolute. "First, contact me every day so I know you're alive. And the final promise, a vow as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Second, you absolutely must not die." Jinfrey looked gently at his mother, preparing to say his final goodbyes before setting off. In the warm embrace, his mother whispered words of heartfelt thanks. "Take care, Mom," Jinfrey replied, a smile concealing absolute confidence. "I will return," he promised, then turned and walked away, leaving behind the figures of his mother and sister. In his mind, the image of his healthy family was proof of the universal medicine's power. But he knew, out there, countless others were despairing from this demonic illness. Only when all demon gods were annihilated would the world truly be freed from the curse. Nevertheless, memories from his past life told him that the 7 demon gods were not the end of the problem. The key must lie in the existence of the 8th demon god, one he had never encountered. His journey for answers led Jinfrey to the 3rd continent, to the magnificent warrior Colosseum. Inside, warriors from all corners gathered, their spirits ablaze for the Battle Olympia tournament. Amidst the crowd, Jinfrey quietly observed, a faint holy aura gently shining above his head. The declaration opening the tournament echoed, seeking the strongest adventurer in all realms. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Still as lively as ever, Jinfrey mused, a hint of amusement in his smile at the familiar scene. The rules were announced. Levels and stats were capped, a seemingly fair playing field. But most importantly, there were no limits on skills or equipment, an absolute advantage for him. The massive prize money was secondary. The true goal was to become stronger to confront the gods. Beneath the sky of the new continent, Jinfrey's eyes gleamed with iron determination. A female contestant mused, what everyone truly craved was not 1 billion G, but the bonus reward that could only be won here. A higher path to tread, an old man confidently thought, his eyes full of knowing. That reward was the SS rank job change scroll, and the qualifiers for the fiercest tournament officially began, the announcer explained. In the qualifiers, we will measure your magical power and attack strength. Total scores will be ranked, and the top 8 will advance to the main tournament. Jinfrey Van Raid listened with confidence. The first test began. Contestants were asked to place their hands on the magic circle to measure their magical power. After a moment of silence, the results of the magical power test were announced. The leaderboard appeared, with all leading names possessing scores over 1,000. Jinfrey was stunned when he saw his result. Rank 2,189, dead last with a mere 72 points. He gritted his teeth. I knew it. As an alchemist, my magical power is inherently low, and my level isn't even 150 yet. Next, the attack power test. The announcer declared the second challenge. Jinfrey faced the force measuring machine, instructed to unleash his strongest punch. He thought to himself, no need to panic. Even if his magical power was last, he could make up for it here. Amidst the shouts of other contestants, Jinfrey calmly raised his fist. He activated a skill from his new equipment. Fire Fist, doubling his attack power but costing him HP every second. First, double it, Jinfrey smirked, his fist erupting in furious flames. Then, X counter multiplies it by 3 more times. A counterattack skill he creatively adapted. Jinfrey roared, unleashing a combined ultimate technique. Pitch-black meteor fist with 6 times the power. An earth-shattering explosion echoed throughout the arena, signaling an unimaginable result. A terrifying explosion echoed throughout the arena, leaving the audience stunned in astonishment. Even the other contestants were taken aback. A blond man stammered, "Huh?" All eyes turned to Jinfrey Van Raid, who had just shattered the measuring machine, as they whispered, "Is that him? What the hell did he do?" The announcer's voice boomed. "Thank you for waiting. The results of the attack power test are in." On the big screen, Jinfrey Van Raid's name proudly sat at the top of the leaderboard, dispelling all doubts and causing a wave of shock. Jinfrey let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, I was a bit worried about coming last in the magic test, but it seems I'm fine now. Based on the combined results, the 8 best warriors will advance to the main tournament round. Among the list of names advancing, Jinfrey merely smirked at the envious gazes of his opponents. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Hey," Jinfrey turned around and met a silver-haired girl, who spoke with sarcasm. "Jinfrey, could it be that you're a stalker?" He flinched and stepped back, recognizing the familiar face. "It's you again." "That's my line." The two faced each other. Jinfrey crossed his arms and retorted, "Why do you keep showing up wherever I go? I'll return that question to you word for word." The silver-haired girl narrowed her eyes, muttering in thought, "That punch in the qualifiers. He must have used some strange equipment again." She recalled the burst of firepower from Jinfrey's fist, her heart filled with curiosity about his secret. Suddenly, Jinfrey grinned. "You're also aiming for the class change scroll, aren't you?" He had heard all her thoughts. The girl was stunned, not expecting her secret to be exposed so easily. Regaining her composure, she admitted, "That's right. You can't ignore class change if you want to get stronger, can you?" Jinfrey exposed her. "You're using the alias Rami alias to hide your identity as one of the 8 Great Guardians, Mira Goldland, aren't you?" Just then, the announcer declared, "Now, let the main tournament begin." The tournament bracket appeared, promising the ultimate prize for the winner. 1 billion G, and the precious class change scroll. Jinfrey Van Raid smirked with interest, while Mira Goldland warned, "If you win this round, you'll..." The announcer's voice boomed, calling out the names of the 2 fighters for the first match of the finals. Mira merely offered a strained good luck. "Even if you don't mean it," Jinfrey muttered, his cold gaze unwavering. In the arena, his opponent, a warrior clad in full armor, secretly assessed. "Is this scrawny guy an alchemist? What were his qualifying results?" In the stands, a spectator yelled scornfully, "There must be a mistake. And what's with that halo above his head?" Jinfrey turned, facing his opponent directly, Gringy Mistal, who stood imposing in his golden armor. The information panel appeared, confirming the opponent's identity. Gringy Mistal, Alchemist, Guildmaster of the Silver Demon Guild. The crowd buzzed about Gringy's reputation, rumored to possess an impenetrable defense, and lively bets began. A bettor declared confidently, "Foolish, this isn't even a bet. Of course everyone's betting on Gringy." Once both were in position, the announcer loudly declared, "The match begins." Jinfrey thought to himself, "I didn't expect my first opponent to be an alchemist with such a ridiculous appearance. What luck." Gringy was no less smug. "But this match, it's too anticlimactic." "Huh?" Before Gringy could even react, Jinfrey vanished and reappeared right in front of him in a flash. Jinfrey's fist erupted with blazing flames from his fire fist skill. An explosive uppercut slammed directly into Gringy's chin, leaving the seasoned warrior dazed. Jinfrey gave his opponent no time to breathe, unleashing a storm of relentless blows. completely overwhelming Gringy. The sturdy helmet cracked and shattered, revealing Gringy's horrified face as he screamed in pain, blood beginning to gush. A full-power finishing blow struck Gringy, the immense force sending him flying backward. Gringy's massive body slammed hard into the arena wall, creating a terrifying explosion of debris. The guildmaster of the Silver Demon Guild collapsed in the rubble, unconscious, the match ending in mere seconds. The entire stands fell silent. All jaws dropped in astonishment at the scene that had just unfolded. Jinfrey stood there, calm amidst the shouts. Wah! Who was that guy? Looking down from above, the scene was clear. What's happening? Gringy is unconscious. Did I overdo it a bit? Jinfrey mused, as the announcer's voice boomed. The winner, Jinfrey Van Raid. From a hidden corner, Mira Goldlin mused. Fire, infused equipment. Interesting. The next match was about to begin. The opponent of Rami Alias was an old man named Oji Shun Sats. In the stands, crude comments rang out. Oh, another pretty girl. The arena is a battlefield for men. Mira shot a sharp glance at the noisy crowd, ignoring the taunts of girls have no place here. Jinfrey leaned against the wall, closing his eyes and thinking, well, provocation is part of the fun. The security here is really bad. The match began. The old man chuckled obscenely. Ho ho ho, what a beautiful lady. Mira only responded with a cold, emotionless gaze. The man continued in a disgusting tone. If you let me touch you, perhaps I'll go a little easy. Without a word in response, she silently chanted, Summon spirits. Immediately, two powerful entities appeared behind her. Wind spirit Sylph, fire spirit Ifrit. Taken by surprise, Oji Shun Sats hastily unleashed his phantom breath skill in response. Those who had just uttered insults now only screamed in horror. The match ended. The winner of the second match, Rami Alias. Jinfrey was also astonished. That was fast. The crowd cheered. That girl is incredible. The matches proceeded smoothly, and when the fourth match concluded, the first round officially ended. The four finalists were determined, and the first semi-final match would be Jinfrey Van Raid versus Rami Alias. The second semi-final was announced, Ryuta Factor versus Jeans Shamarian. From the stands, Jinfrey Van Raid quietly observed the long-haired swordsman. His gaze was sharp, analyzing the potential of a formidable future opponent. Jinfrey thought to himself, that guy, Jeans. He's much stronger than the other adventurers. Perhaps he's on par with Mira, or even. His train of thought was cut short. The commentator shouted, and now, let the first semi-final begin. Jinfrey subtly smirked. The first semi-final. Jinfrey Van Raid versus Rami Alias. Both contestants, please step forward. On the vast arena, the two figures finally faced each other. Mira Goldlin sneered, provoking, now's your chance to run. Jinfrey retorted with a confident smile. This is a good opportunity to see who the real stalker is. Semi-finals, first match. The atmosphere in the arena became as tense as a drawn bowstring. Jinfrey Van Raid and Rami Alias. The most anticipated showdown was about to erupt. The match. Begin. The shout echoed throughout the stands. Without a second's hesitation, Mira immediately acted. Summon the first spirit. The silver-haired girl summoned the fire spirit, a colossal Ifrit towering on the arena. Jinfrey was momentarily surprised, but immediately took a defensive stance, ready to fight. The crowd cheered wildly. Whoa, she summoned a spirit again. Round one was already amazing. Just one spirit is troublesome enough. But this, Jinfrey muttered, realizing the danger. But Mira didn't stop. She continued to call out, Water Spirit, Thunder Spirit. Jinfrey now had to face three powerful spirits alone. Fire, water, and lightning. Jinfrey thought to himself, summoning three spirits at once. The pressure from this hostility is truly beyond imagination. The entire stands erupted. Never seen anyone summon all three spirits at once. Go, girl. Mira pointed directly at her opponent, smiling confidently. I know your strength, so I won't hold back. Oh, how scary, Jinfrey retorted with a smirk, taking a ready-to-fight stance. Without another word, Undine immediately unleashed Water Dragon Wave for a preemptive strike. A colossal water dragon roared and lunged, forcing Jinfrey to immediately move to dodge. He quickly landed, his eyes not showing the slightest distraction. Just as the aftershocks of the attack faded, another danger arrived. Mira commanded decisively, Thunder Strike. The Thunder Spirit appeared right in front of Jinfrey, its entire body flashing with destructive lightning bolts. What? So fast. Jinfrey couldn't help but be astonished by this terrifying speed. The audience in the stands also fell silent at the sight. With a thunderous explosion, Jinfrey barely managed to kneel in the deep crater just created by the lightning strike. Almost done for, he muttered. Just a graze would be enough to wipe me out. But a fireball was already hurtling towards him. Facing the raging fire advancing towards him, Jinfrey maintained a calm expression. He clenched his hand, activating his own skill, and flames erupted from his soul vantage gauntlet. Fire Fist. Jinfrey threw a punch directly at the opponent's fireball. Amidst the embers, Mira stood silently, witnessing her attack being completely neutralized. Her face hardened, her eyes becoming extremely serious. Jinfrey panted, sweat pouring down. Huh, is she really trying to kill me? Jinfrey thought to himself. She's really weird, but her skills are undeniable. Just 1 second of carelessness and I'm toast. Mira Goldland smirked. You're even more desperate than I thought. It seems I overestimated your abilities. Jinfrey scoffed in response. Just because you summoned a few spirits, you're already excited? I completely underestimated your skills too. Lucky for me you aimed terribly, Mira scoffed. From the stands the crowd roared. That's right, take him down, young lady. Meanwhile, the bettors were buzzing. Damn it. I forgot to place a bet again. Come on everyone, where's your money? No need to ask. This entire arena is betting on the young lady. Right, brothers? Shouts were aimed directly at Jinfrey. Get out of the arena, you good for nothing. How much did they pay you to throw this match, huh? The young man gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. Truly annoying. Who's the one throwing the match here? Mira also looked annoyed. This arena is known for its unruly crowd, but this is truly pathetic. Her eyes sharpened, a calculating smile on her face. Jinfrey couldn't take it anymore either, his anger flaring. How dare they? Let's end this quickly, Mira declared, then shouted, Chiron. A powerful thunder spirit appeared. The thunder beast Chiron roared, lightning converging on its single horn. A destructive lightning bolt named Thunder God struck directly at Jinfrey's position. The arena floor shattered with a sky-shattering explosion. Jinfrey was thrown back by the shockwave. He quickly regained his balance, starting to move as Chiron circled behind him. But Mira gave him no time to breathe. Undine. The water spirit materialized. Facing multiple spirits at once, Jinfrey realized, it's harder than I thought. There's almost no opening to counterattack. He charged frantically amidst the coordinated attacks, admitting in his mind, annoying, but I can't deny it. Mira is overwhelmingly strong. Jinfrey faced Mira and the fire spirit Ifrit, who were waiting in position. Mira smirked, completely confident in the trap she had set. He quickly analyzed. She knows her fire fist counters fire, so she's temporarily keeping Ifrit out. Realizing he was being held back by the other two spirits, Jinfrey understood this was a trap to lure him into attacking. If that's the case, he roared, then I'll launch a preemptive strike. In a flash, Jinfrey vanished in a streak of lightning, surprising both Mira and Ifrit. He's gone, Mira exclaimed in astonishment, unable to keep up with his speed. Immediately, Jinfrey appeared right in front of her, his fiery fist ready to strike. The fire fist shot forward, carrying terrifying heat. The dangerous attack landed squarely on Mira's shoulder, but she showed no sign of flinching. Got her. Jinfrey silently cheered in triumph, but a cold system notification appeared. Tactics detected. Mira has trapped you. With a triumphant smile, Mira shouted, Instant Windblade. From above, a giant wind spirit, Sylphid, appeared, leaving Jinfrey stunned. He realized in horror. A fourth spirit. Mira sacrificed herself to summon it. Sylphid unleashed a jade-colored energy vortex, sweeping across the entire arena. The audience gasped in horror at the destructive power they had just witnessed. Mira coldly gazed at the epicenter, certain that her opponent could never get back up. But then, she froze, eyes wide as she sensed a familiar surge of killing intent. Amidst the ruins, Jinfrey still stood firm, injured and coughing up blood, but his gaze remained unwavering. In the devastated arena, Jinfrey still stood tall, astonishing Mira and her fire spirit. That was dangerous, he thought to himself. If not for Stormshift, I would have definitely lost this round. The system coldly announced that his teleportation skill only had 3 uses left. Mira was stunned, unable to comprehend how Jinfrey had dodged her destructive attack. It's not over yet, Jinfrey smirked, the flames of his fighting spirit flaring up behind him. He charged like an arrow, his gauntlets ablaze, while Mira was still bewildered by her opponent's abilities. Ifrit! Mira shouted, ordering her giant fire spirit to engage. Jinfrey didn't flinch, aiming his fiery punch directly at the giant blocking his path. The two fire element warriors faced each other, a moment of stillness before the firestorm. A resounding explosion erupted as the two fists collided, their heat canceling each other out. Jinfrey's punch was blocked, his power completely nullified by Ifrit. What a pity, Mira said from a distance. Your fire fist can't defeat a fire spirit. Jinfrey merely smiled faintly, a knowing smile. So that's how it is. He threw an identical fiery punch again, a seemingly meaningless action. It's useless, Mira scoffed. Don't you understand the rules of elemental nullification? Suddenly, Jinfrey growled a command, remove, and the flames on his hands extinguished. Mira's eyes widened, a guardian's intuition telling her something was wrong. Replacing his gauntlets was a thorny black sword, radiating a chilling evil aura. A poison element weapon, Jinfrey declared. This won't be nullified. He shot forward, the poison sword in his hand aimed directly at Mira. The tide of the battle completely turned. Jinfrey activated Centipede's ultimate skill, Meltdown. The poison sword liquefied, transforming into dark tentacles that enveloped Mira in her astonishment. He knew well, this was a gamble. Only one strike before the weapon shattered. Facing such abnormal power, Mira's eyes shone with extreme horror. The hundred-legged Guanyin skill manifested, a giant centipede completely devouring the Guardian. Caught in the tight grip, Mira painfully realized she couldn't even command her spirits. The terrifying pressure caused her consciousness to gradually dissipate. Her body went limp. The battle had reached its end. Seeing the weapon's durability reduced to a single digit, Jinfrey sighed in relief. That was close. Almost done for. The system announced, Rami alias cannot continue. The winner is Jinfrey Vanrade. In the middle of the arena, Jinfrey stood there, the only one remaining. He gave the command to dispel, and the giant monster dissolved into countless data fragments. Immediately, Jinfrey rushed to catch Mira's limp body as she fell. In her opponent's arms, the Guardian slowly opened her eyes. Though bitter, Mira had to admit, "It seems I've lost." "You're truly formidable," Jinfrey said, and Mira replied, "I don't deny my opponent's strength. Drink this." He offered a special antidote he had prepared. Holding the potion, Mira silently looked at the back of the person who had just defeated her. She thought to herself, with those combat skills, he absolutely cannot be underestimated. But the system suddenly blared, detected equipment enthusiast, making Jinfrey sigh to himself, not again. Mira thought to herself about Jinfrey's skills, illusions, teleportation, fire fist, and that transforming weapon skill too. She couldn't contain her rising excitement. Damn it. I can't control myself anymore. Meanwhile, at the arena, the announcer declared the second semi-final match between Ryuta Factor and Genus Cimmerian. The two fighters, one a muscular brute and the other a graceful swordsman, stepped out to face each other. Ryuta Factor confidently cracked his neck, declaring, "I'll finish this quickly." Genus Cimmerian calmly replied, "Oh, this will be fun." In the stands, Jinfrey, who was drinking water, was startled by the unexpected turn of events. Both he and Mira were stunned by the scene that had just unfolded in the arena. The announcer shouted, "A single blow. The winner is Genus Cimmerian." Jinfrey sprang to his feet, his serious gaze fixed on the victor. The system revealed the opponent's identity. Genus Cimmerian, a reclassed swordmaster. Below the stage, Genus seemed to sense that gaze, his sharp eyes turning towards Jinfrey. An invisible aura clashed, signaling the fated confrontation between the two strongest. Jinfrey smirked, thinking to himself, "So this is my opponent for the finals. Truly extraordinary." The announcer's voice rang out, introducing the first finalist, Jinfrey Vanrade, the unpredictable alchemist, and Genus Cimmerian, the one with overwhelming absolute power. The tournament has reached its climax. Both fighters, please proceed to the finals. Mira suddenly spoke from behind. "Good luck, but don't lose your life." Jinfrey grumbled, "None of your business." Jinfrey stepped into the arena, facing Genus, who was already waiting. Both silently looked at each other, the atmosphere as tense as a taut string before the final battle. In the center of the arena, the announcer declared the final match officially begun. Genus Cimmerian coldly issued a challenge. "I will bury you in an instant." Jinfrey Vanrade smirked in response. "Oh? You look cool, but it turns out you're the passionate type, huh?" From the stands, Mira Goldland observed, "Their power is probably equal. The match will be decided in a flash." Without hesitation, Jinfrey activated his trump card. Skill 3, Title Scramble. The system announced a risky skill, double stats for 3 minutes, but failure would result in equipment loss. Round 1 began, and all of Jinfrey's stats were immediately doubled. Jinfrey understood the price. A sudden surge in stats, but failure meant loss. He calculated. 3 rounds, power multiplied many times over, but if he couldn't finish off the opponent, Soul Vantage would vanish. Facing Jinfrey, who was bursting with power, Genus also emanated a sharp sword aura. The swordsman didn't flinch, his eyes sharp as he called out his skill name. Dry Fire. Immediately, Jinfrey lunged forward, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Genus retaliated with a series of continuous slashes, sword light glinting. Jinfrey lowered his center of gravity, using his bare hands to parry the deadly sword strikes. The two figures clashed, sword aura and fist winds creating a dance of death. Ugh, this skill is. Jinfrey showed surprise at his opponent's power for the first time. Genus continued to press close, revealing the secret of his power. First class change. It was an evolution, allowing adventurers to advance their profession to a higher tier. Class changing not only brought new skills, but also dramatically boosted basic stats. Cornered under a rain of swords, Jinfrey was struggling to defend himself. Genus Cimmerian unleashed a sharp, precise sword strike, without a single wasted movement. The force of the slash pushed Jinfrey back, the tide of battle completely shifting to one side. Cornered, Jinfrey had to lower his center of gravity, struggling to defend. His feet carved a long trail on the arena floor under the relentless assault. But in his eyes, there was no hesitation, only a fighting spirit blazing like a flame in his right hand. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey shot forward, aiming directly at his opponent. Facing the attack, Genus merely asked coldly, "Is that all?" He smirked. "Your movements are as slow as a fly landing." Jinfrey thought to himself, "It's a swordmaster's skill. This isn't going to be easy." Suddenly, the system announced the end of round 1, and all stats were tripled for round 2. Genus showed a hint of interest at the sudden change in the match rules. With amplified power, Jinfrey confidently charged forward, but now with triple stats. "He won't be able to keep up with me," the swordsman merely sneered. "Faster now, but still boringly slow." Jinfrey unleashed his trump card, Counterattack X, but Genus was ready. He whispered right into Jinfrey's ear. "Too slow." A devastating counterattack exploded, right at the point of impact. Jinfrey screamed and was sent flying like a broken puppet. In the stands, Mira Goldland was also stunned by the unbelievable turnaround. Collapsing onto the arena floor, Jinfrey bitterly admitted, "His power is beyond my expectation." Jinfrey Vanrade was stunned by the power that had just erupted. Genus Cimmerian, enveloped in lightning, merely uttered, "Huh?" He channeled energy into his palm, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Facing the incoming stream of light, Jinfrey stood firm, the holy halo above his head shining brightly. A terrifying explosion shook the entire arena, sending debris flying. Thrown into the air, the audience screamed in terror. Radiant slash, Jinfrey landed steadily, the shock having been absorbed. Without a second's hesitation, he charged straight forward, determined not to let his opponent catch their breath. Genus thought in astonishment, Starlight's swordsmanship, the swordmaster's most difficult skill. He learned that too. Jinfrey gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. "No, this is really bad." In the stands, the crowd erupted. "Both are incredible, go for it." Mira Goldland crossed her arms and remarked, "Genus's power is on par with the 8 great guardians. What will he do now?" The two faced each other, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The system announced, "Round 3 begins. All stats multiplied by 4. This is the final round." Jinfrey let out a long breath, focusing his entire mind. He activated his final skill, Fire Fist, a risky trump card. His fist erupted in blazing flames, Jinfrey looking directly at his opponent. Genus narrowed his eyes. "The atmosphere has changed. I understand now." From the stands, Mira concluded, "The next attack will decide the match." Jinfrey put strength into his legs, building momentum for the fateful punch. Jinfrey poured all his strength, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Genus Cimmerian coldly swung his sword, shouting, "Lightstorm!" Suddenly, Jinfrey changed direction, soaring into the air with a fiery kick. His eyes were sharp, his fist ablaze, determined to end the match. But Genus was even faster, his crimson slashes retaliating, pushing back the flames. The swordsman's blade movements were both elegant and deadly, leaving no opening. On the brink of life and death, Jinfrey unexpectedly changed equipment, and a dark dagger appeared. He changed equipment? Genus couldn't hide his astonishment. Jinfrey roared a single word, "Disintegrate." The weapon in his hand transformed into poisonous energy. Deadly purple crystals surrounded Genus, blocking all escape routes. "This is poison?" The swordsman realized he had fallen into a trap. A moment of panic flashed across his usually calm face. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey roared, "Fire Fist," delivering a decisive punch to the opponent's chest. Genus doubled over, spitting out a mouthful of blood after taking the full force of the attack. "It's over." Jinfrey smiled, confident in his victory. But no. Genus gritted his teeth and stood up, the sword in his hand crackling with furious lightning bolts. He looked around, bewildered. Gone again. Where did he go? In the sky, Jinfrey reappeared, his entire body enveloped in lightning. "I didn't expect to unlock it so quickly," he murmured as a new skill activated. All energy converged. Jinfrey roared the name of his ultimate move. Dragon God Storm. Genus Cimmerian was engulfed in a furious lightning storm. From above, Jinfrey controlled a colossal lightning dragon god, plunging straight down towards his opponent. Thrown back by an irresistible force, Genus only managed a desperate scream. "What? What kind of monstrous attack is this?" he thought in a daze. The entire arena shook as Genus's body slammed into the wall, leaving a shattered crater. Amidst the rubble, the sword genius was completely unconscious, and the match came to an end. The system's declaration echoed, "Genus Cimmerian cannot continue the match. Match over." The fierce battle concludes with a spectacular victory for Jinfrey Vanraid. Jinfrey breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. My equipment almost disappeared. From a corner of the stands, Mira Goldland silently observed the victor. She turned away, a holy halo also shimmering on her platinum hair. I must also become stronger, Mira resolved. The champion's rewards were announced. 10 billion G and a class change scroll. Soon after, Jinfrey was at the altar of the Ruvenon ruins, an S-rank dungeon. Finally got it. He smiled contentedly, holding the class change scroll in his hand. Without hesitation, Jinfrey decided, all right, let's use it now. A system window appeared, presenting the familiar option. Do you want to use the class change scroll? Normally, I'd press yes to change class. Jinfrey smirked, but it has another use. His finger slid past the yes option and stopped on the opposite side. Decisively, he pressed the NO button. Jinfrey Vanraid smiled, because this scroll had another use that no one knew about. The system displayed the familiar question. Do you want to use class change scroll? First, choose no here, he muttered to himself, his finger gliding over the obvious option. A warning appeared, confirming that the scroll would be consumed whether the class was changed or not. Then, choose yes, to confirm not changing class. He decisively pressed the button. An unexpected question appeared, a hidden command activated. Do you want to equip this scroll? Without a moment's hesitation, Jinfrey chose yes. The scroll in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This was the secret of the Ruvenon Ruins altar, transforming items into equipment. The system confirmed. Class change scroll has been equipped, beginning the transformation process. Before his eyes, a hidden equipment with unimaginable power formed. The Memoria necklace. Excellent. I have my 5th hidden equipment, Jinfrey said, satisfied, as he put the new item around his neck. Now, he could freely switch to the class of any enemy that had fallen by his hand. The necklace is acquired. The demon god has been defeated, he whispered. It's time to go. Jinfrey's silhouette strode through the ancient corridor, heading towards his next objective, the 4th continent. He stood in the middle of the teleportation gate, where streams of magical energy converged. With Lucifer's holy ring and the Memoria necklace, Jinfrey was ready for a new journey. He knew well that the 4th continent was a harsh battlefield, where adventurers had the highest dropout rate. Energy from the teleportation gate surged beneath his feet, signaling the beginning. Always be vigilant, Jinfrey reminded himself as a pillar of blue light engulfed him. The dazzling sunlight of the 4th continent welcomed the traveler at Force Resort. Amidst the blue sea, the excited cheers of surfers echoed. On the shore, tourists enjoyed their vacation, relaxing under vibrant parasols. Amidst the cheerful crowd, a woman sipped her cocktail and exclaimed, "This feels amazing." But Jinfrey Vanraid, feeling out of place amidst the scenery, secretly thought, even so, this place is still dangerous. He observed the continent of entertainment and relaxation, a place completely unrelated to battle. This was a paradise for adventurers seeking rest, but also a sweet trap leading to downfall. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from behind. "Hey, are you traveling alone, buddy?" Jinfrey cautiously turned around, his eyes scrutinizing. "Huh?" Before him was a girl with wolf ears, bearing sharp fangs and a mischievous grin. "My name is Kukuru," the girl introduced herself. "I'm a guide here at Force Resort." With a radiant smile, the sea wolf girl promised, "I'll take you anywhere." Kukuru curiously asked, "What's your name, big brother?" While Jinfrey began to refuse. "I'm Jinfrey, but I'm not here for fun." Before he could finish, Kukuru pulled him away by the arm. Jinfrey firmly pushed her hand away. "No need, I'm not interested in those things." Contrary to his expectation, Kukuru merely pouted and replied curtly, "Humph, fine, whatever." Her unexpected reaction left Jinfrey a bit stunned. Kukuru turned around, waving goodbye with a bright smile. "All right then. See you later, Tilda." The small girl's figure quickly vanished, leaving Jinfrey alone. He scratched his head in confusion. What just happened? Oh well, I have to keep going. Amidst the sun-drenched beach, Jinfrey Vanraid opened his status window, intending to allocate skill point. But when he checked his equipment, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide. An unbelievable truth dawned on him. He yelled in panic as he discovered his precious item had vanished. A flash of memory sparked, and he suddenly realized something. It was the guide girl who had just waved goodbye to him. Meanwhile, Kukuru was happily walking away, telling herself the mission was a complete success. She walked along, whistling, believing she had just tricked an ordinary adventurer. With a triumphant smile, she admired her spoils. The soul vantage card she had just stolen. Back to Jinfrey, horror and anger enveloped him. He recalled the fleeting moment of collision. That was when she made her move. Completely unaware, Kukuru still skipped along the sand, celebrating her success. She was engrossed in imagining the huge sum of money she was about to earn from the precious item. While engrossed, she unexpectedly bumped into a strange woman. Kukuru quickly bowed in apology, but the woman didn't seem to mind at all. "It was my fault," the white-haired woman said. "Are you all right?" Then, with an overwhelming aura, she looked directly at Kukuru. "I found you." At the same time, Jinfrey's rage had reached its peak. Like an arrow, he dashed forward with wind-ripping speed, causing Kukuru to turn back in utter horror. The white-haired woman calmly watched the approaching figure, recognizing him immediately. "Oh, Jinfrey Vanrade." A bad premonition struck the white-haired woman, who turned back in surprise. "Jinfrey, what trouble have you gotten into now?" she thought to herself as a dark shadow shot past, roaring, "You won't escape now." In a flash, Jinfrey had grabbed the scruff of the terrified Kukuru's neck. "Hurry up, give it back," Jinfrey growled, while Kukuru struggled desperately. "Wait, let me go." Jinfrey's rage peaked. "Don't play dumb, you thief." Suddenly, a stream of cold water poured directly from above, freezing Jinfrey in place. "It's freezing," the white-haired woman exclaimed irritably. "Stop it right now, Jinfrey. What are you doing to that girl?" Unjustly scolded, Jinfrey could only respond blankly. "Huh?" The woman stood in front of Kukuru, confronting Jinfrey. "It's you again? I should be asking you that. Let her go. I'll arrest you for threatening others. This has nothing to do with you." Kukuru could only stare blankly as the two argued. Jinfrey tried to explain in vain. "Listen, you've misunderstood. This girl stole my stuff." Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream cut him off. From the shadows, a heavy iron chain flew swiftly towards them. The chain wrapped tightly around Kukuru, to the astonishment of both Jinfrey and the mysterious woman. "Ah, what is this?" Kukuru cried out in panic as she was bound tightly. A group of strangers appeared, chains in hand, their leader speaking. All right. Kukuru was thrown straight into a sack, and the group cheered. "We got her! Look, it's a Seawolf tribeswoman. Let's go report to the guildmaster." They gleefully turned to leave, abandoning Jinfrey and the woman, who stood frozen. "Stop," Jinfrey yelled. "I have something to settle with her." The leader turned back with a sinister smile. "Well, we've been found out. I've been tracking you all the way from the Colosseum." The red-haired hunter sneered. "Don't misunderstand. The Beastkin girl is just a bonus." The tattooed leader pointed directly at Jinfrey, growling, "Our real target is you, Jinfrey Vanrade." Jinfrey was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. "So, you're adventurer hunters?" The white-haired woman spoke coldly, exposing their identity. "They're the Diamond Guild, thieves specializing in this continent." Jinfrey smirked, his eyes full of disdain. "Tracking me from the Colosseum for a bounty? You small fry?" The leader snarled, signaling his subordinates. "We're professionals. Don't even think about escaping." He roared the command. "Tie him up. Loot all his inventory for me." Magical chains carrying the chain pursuit skill simultaneously lunged towards Jinfrey, but in a flash, Jinfrey vanished, leaving the bald man staring blankly into thin air. The leader was furious. "Damn it, too fast. Grab that girl too. Lami aliases from the semifinal." The white-haired woman became the new target, but she remained unusually calm. "You're quite famous, aren't you?" A voice echoed from the palm branch where Jinfrey was hanging upside down. Her eyes sharpened. "A notorious guild. This might be the perfect time." Without a moment's hesitation, she took a stance, ready to face the leader. Meanwhile, an accomplice carrying the sack containing the screaming Kukuru tried to escape. Not so fast, Jinfrey suddenly appeared, blocking the bald man's retreat. He grabbed the hunter's head, radiating killing intent. "Blocking my way, but fighting these guys barehanded is a bit troublesome." Suddenly, the red-haired man burst into flames, hoisting his own leader upside down. "What are you dawdling for? Deal with them." Jinfrey scratched his head, looking awkward. "I'd love to, but that kid stole my weapon." Seizing the opportunity, the bald man lunged, swinging a chain at Jinfrey's leg. "How dare you touch my friend? Die." The white-haired woman scoffed. "Weapon? For an alchemist? Some kind of potion bottle, I suppose? Have you ever seen anyone fight with potion bottles?" "Just show me whatever you have," Jinfrey requested, making her irritably reply. "Why do you have to act so superior? Fine, I'll show you." She sent her inventory through the synchronization window, and Jinfrey could only exclaim, "Oh, this." His eyes widened in astonishment as he scrolled through the list of bizarre equipment. "Sk," Jinfrey thought to himself. She's a true gear fanatic. All high-level, bizarre weapons that even she couldn't use. What a strange girl. Meanwhile, the bald hunter panted, growling, "Huh. Where have you been wasting your time looking?" Suddenly, Jinfrey's eyes lit up as he spotted something. "Oh, this one will work," he decided. "I'll borrow it for a bit." The white-haired girl panicked. "Huh? Borrow? That's a weapon only for rogues. An alchemist like you can't use it." Jinfrey just smiled confidently. "It's fine." And the Memoria necklace around his neck suddenly glowed. The system announced that the skill Chronicle of War was activated, allowing free job changes. Amidst a surge of magical light, Jinfrey changed his job from alchemist to rogue. Job change? The girl froze, unable to believe her eyes. She frantically speculated. Could it be a job change scroll? No. Rogue is a completely different class. With his new job, Jinfrey reached into the screen, decisively declaring, "Steal." He held up the item card he had just acquired, teasing, "To have this item, you really are a gear fanatic. Don't worry, I'll return it." Item information appeared. Oni's Drunkard's large furoshiki, an A-rank equipment for rogues. "Hey, lending it is fine, but it's not a combat weapon," the girl asked worriedly. "What are you going to do?" Jinfrey smiled meaningfully. "Judging by your reaction, it seems you don't know how to use it." Jinfrey declared, "This is how you use it," as the green cloth began to glow. The cloth transformed into the Demon's Club, an A-rank spiked mace radiating terrifying power. Mira was completely stunned, unable to believe her item had such extraordinary uses. With a confident smile, Jinfrey hoisted his new weapon onto his shoulder, ready for battle. The bald bounty hunter didn't flinch, swinging his chain and charging straight to attack. But with just one swing of the mace, his face was disfigured by the absolute power. Jinfrey coldly watched his enemy fall, their weapon shattered. "I've wasted too much time," he muttered, realizing the others had escaped. Standing on the beach, he quickly spotted their direction. "Over there." He turned to Mira and said, "Hey, Mira, can I borrow this weapon a little longer?" causing her to frantically check her inventory. "My muscle axe is gone," Mira shrieked in fury. Jinfrey shrugged, casually blaming the hostage. "The beast, girl probably stole it." He let out a fake sigh. "All right, I'll go get it back for you." Seeing him turn his back, Mira frantically yelled, "Wait! Where are you going?" The gear-obsessed girl couldn't wait, roaring, "This collection is more important than my life," and rushing off herself. Meanwhile, at the Hongo Guild headquarters, a dark conspiracy was unfolding. Two bounty hunters gleefully presented their spoils. "Look, master, a rare beast. Person." Kukuru struggled in despair as the green-skinned leader recognized her as a member of the Sea Wolf tribe. The green-skinned leader said to his brother, "This girl will fetch a high price, big brother." The older brother replied smugly, "Indeed, little brother." Kukuru's fate seemed sealed. At the Hongo Guild, two fearsome leaders revealed themselves, the Bajura brothers, Agyo and Ungyo. The red-haired hunter reported smugly, with Kukuru chained beside him. "Jinfrey Van Raid has been found." He smirked, believing that dealing with the target was only a matter of time. Kukuru looked on in confusion at those deciding her fate. Suddenly, the room's door was shattered by an invisible force. Mira appeared in a blinding light, pointing angrily. "Found you. Give back my collection." Jinfrey ambled in behind her, complaining, "Couldn't you just open the door normally?" Kukuru was stunned, a glimmer of hope sparking in her desperate eyes. "Those two." The entire room erupted in chaos. Guildmaster Ungyo exclaimed in shock, "How are you here?" Mira sneered contemptuously. "Comrades? Those pieces of trash are swimming with jellyfish now. Hand over the girl, or I'll send all of you to meet your ancestors." Her threat made the two hunters turn pale. Mira's gaze turned icy, her killing intent palpable. Suddenly, wooden vines emerged from the floor, coiling around her. Agyo Bajura, the red-skinned one, made his move. Hey missy," he roared, breaking down the door without a greeting. "How rude," Ungyo coldly remarked. "It seems we missed our target, but we'll hunt you instead." Jinfrey calmly spoke up, despite Mira's annoyance. "Bajura brothers, all your actions have been reported to the association." The two Bajura brothers just stood there with their arms crossed, showing no signs of flinching. Ungyo sneered. "An association envoy? This girl smells of money just like the target." Agyo roared, charging forward. "Let's end this." Wooden vines. Surrounded by Agyo's wooden vines, Jinfrey Van Raid and Mira stood back to back. The black-haired young man deftly dodged a surprise attack. Jinfrey growled, "Damn it. Looks like we'll have to fight after all." Mira was more decisive. "No matter what, this guild must be destroyed." Then she shouted, "Summon spirit, Sylph." The goddess of wind, Sylph, manifested with ethereal beauty and furious elemental power. Sylph's magical whirlwind roared, aiming directly at Ungyo Bajura, but the green-skinned demon merely scoffed in response with a cold snort. Earth Fortress. Two colossal earthen walls rose majestically, trapping Mira and her spirit. Mira realized her fatal mistake. Earth magic was the bane of Sylph, a wind spirit. From outside, Agyo laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha ha ha. How could such a puny attack break my brother's fortress?" Suddenly, Jinfrey had closed in behind Ungyo, the demon's club ready in his hand. He coldly warned, "I have no quarrel with you, but if you stand in my way, we'll have a problem." The demon's club was raised high, brimming with killing intent, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Just then, Agyo made his move, unleashing dancing tree tail from underground. Jinfrey was flung away by the tree roots, his attack completely foiled. The Bajura brothers burst into delighted laughter, scoffing. Is that all the Olympian arena champion amounts to? Faced with overwhelming power, Jinfrey and Mira could only pause momentarily, their expressions grim. For a moment, the image of Kukuru in chains, being led away by two bounty hunters, flashed before them. Kukuru's horror returned as she recalled the Bajura brothers' brutal reputation. Human trafficking, cruel punishments, murder. Back in reality, Jinfrey gritted his teeth. A troublesome combination, while Mira snapped. It's all your fault. Why did you rush in so carelessly? Mira snapped at Jinfrey. What are you talking about? Your attacks are too weak. You need to keep up with me. The two glared at each other, sparks flying. Jinfrey asked in confusion. What's wrong with you? In a flashback, a terrifying explosion shook the entire building. Inside, only a massive charred streak remained on the floor. Kukuru was chained, trembling as she was escorted by two bounty hunters. The Bajura brothers looked at the scene triumphantly. Agyo sneered. Humph. They're dead. The redhead excitedly ran off. Just check and collect the money, Kukuru despaired. Both of them are dead. It's my fault. But the redhead stopped, looking at the charred streak in confusion. Wait. There are no bodies. Back in reality, Jinfrey yelled in helplessness. Damn it, I told you so. He turned to Mira. First, we need to get our equipment back. But she brushed him off. Don't order me around, Agyo scoffed. You must be tired of dealing with these fools too, aren't you? Mira firmly stated. But I cannot let the reputation of the 8 protectors be tarnished. Jinfrey sighed in defeat. All right. Then, I'll tell you my plan. Listen up. Ignoring him, Mira began to summon. Go, Undine. A colossal water dragon was unleashed from her hand. Water dragon wave. But Ungyo merely whispered, Earth Fortress, and a stone wall blocked everything. Mira narrowed her eyes, killing intent flaring. It seems there's no need to hold back anymore. Just as she was about to summon Ifrit, Jinfrey hastily stopped her. Wait. Suddenly, a starfish landed directly on Mira's head, stunning her. Jinfrey calmly explained. No need to summon that. Just give me some items from your inventory. He continued to list bizarre ingredients, including Ifrit's sighing flame. Mira protested loudly, while the Bajura brothers secretly watched the spectacle from afar. Don't worry, Jinfrey reassured. I'll make you a special piece of equipment. The word special equipment immediately won Mira over, her cheeks flushing. Though still skeptical, she opened her inventory and warned, If you're lying, I won't forgive you. With a flick of his hand, the valuable items were transferred. The Memoria necklace around Jinfrey's neck began to glow brightly. He smirked confidently. Class change. System notification. Skill Chronicles of War activated, changing from thief to alchemist. In a flash, Jinfrey donned the attire of a true alchemist. Mira watched the transformation in a daze, not understanding what kind of bizarre system was at play. Mixed alchemy, Jinfrey shouted, beginning the crafting process. The result was a charred wooden sword, covered in foul-smelling toad oil, rated A-class by the system. Mira's face darkened, realizing she had been painfully tricked. Give me back my collection. She angrily lunged at Jinfrey while he merely gave a wry smile. Jinfrey raised the wooden sword, once again declaring a class change. The sword erupted in furious flames, and he transformed into a majestic great swordsman, ready for battle. The ordinary wooden sword had transformed into the Ifrit sword, an S-class weapon wielding destructive power. Mira was stunned, unable to believe her eyes at the magnificent sight. Jinfrey smirked and explained, Weapons evolve when equipped by a great swordsman. Elsewhere, Kukuru and the two kidnappers also felt the terrifying surge of power, all of them stunned. The wolf girl whispered in astonishment, Amazing, even the armor has changed. What's going on? Back on the battlefield, Agyo Bajura vigorously shook his still-dazed younger brother. Ungyo Bajura snapped awake, brushing him off. Any weapon is the same. Our combo techniques are invincible. He stomped his foot, unleashing the Earthwave skill to open the attack. A sharp earthen wall rose up, hurtling straight towards Jinfrey. Without hesitation, Ungyo followed up with Raging Dragon Wave, a fierce surge of water. But when the attack hit its target, Ungyo froze, realizing something was wrong. Damn it, that was a decoy, he roared as a swirling current bound his body tightly. From behind, Mira and Undine appeared. She coldly scoffed. Where is your invincibility now? Agyo Bajura screamed in horror as he watched his younger brother completely imprisoned in the water column. His rage erupted. The red-skinned demon roared, You! I'll tear you to shreds. Frenzied wood. Facing the attack, Jinfrey calmly took his stance, the flames on his sword blazing. 1/blazing flow. Dragon's raging fire. He unleashed his full power, creating a colossal fire dragon. Agyo Bajura could only look up, frozen in terror as the blazing maw rushed to devour him. Screams of agony echoed throughout the room as the giant was incinerated by the raging flames. Chained, Kukuru could only watch in astonishment as her captors screamed in fear. She realized in shock. They easily defeated the Bahura brothers. Outside the guild headquarters, Jinfrey told Kukuru, "This time, I'll let you go." Mira sternly lectured, "Don't steal things outside the hunting area. Understand?" Kukuru bowed her head, muttering thanks for being saved. Jinfrey, now in casual clothes, looked at the girl skeptically. "Are you really reflecting?" "Oh, by the way, Jinfrey," Mira smiled. "Thanks for the Ifrit sword. I'll definitely repay you properly." Cheering internally for acquiring an S-rank item. "Well then," Jinfrey replied indifferently, preparing to leave. He smirked meaningfully. "Don't worry. See you later." Alone by the seashore, Jinfrey stood before an activated teleportation gate. He thought to himself, "Mira really has everything. I successfully switched to thief and stole something without being detected." The stolen item was a B-rank shark mask, allowing underwater breathing for 30 minutes. "Alright, time to get ready to go underwater," Jinfrey muttered to himself while putting on the somewhat silly-looking mask. His objective appeared in his mind. An underwater castle, the lair of the fourth demon. Standing on the teleportation gate, he sighed. "Honestly, I wanted something better, but I can't complain." Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Master." Jinfrey turned around, facing Kukuru, who was frozen in shock at his peculiar appearance. Her confusion quickly erupted into a cry of astonishment. "Huh? Master?" Despite her benefactor's awkward appearance, Kukuru bowed deeply. "Thank you very much for saving me from that dangerous situation." Jinfrey wondered, "Why are you here? Wasn't that whole thing over?" Kukuru brightly declared, "Because I've fallen for your power, causing the system to register demons' respect." "Huh? What's this?" Jinfrey was dumbfounded by the notification that Kukuru was showing genuine respect. The girl bowed deeply and declared loudly, "Jinfrey, no, master. Please accept me as your disciple." Kukuru looked up with determined eyes. "Let's go, master. The goal is to defeat the Demon King." She enthusiastically pointed forward, leaving Jinfrey exasperated by this mess. Jinfrey coldly retorted, "If you want to go by yourself," making Kukuru gasp and shout, "Why?" Suddenly, she had an epiphany. "Ah, I understand. To become a disciple, I must first show my strength." "Why do you keep deciding everything on your own?" Jinfrey mumbled with a helpless expression. Without a word, Kukuru plunged into the sea to prove herself. Jinfrey just stood there silently, without a hint of expression. "Maybe I should go now," he had just thought when a voice called out from the water. "Master!" Kukuru surfaced, carrying and holding various large and small fish in her mouth, the spoils of a swift hunt. "How is it, master? Are my skills good enough?" She proudly displayed her spoils, receiving a brief compliment. "Fast," Jinfrey acknowledged. "Excellent. Truly worthy of the sea wolf tribe." And Kukuru puffed out her chest proudly as the system explained her tribe. Seizing the opportunity, he turned his back and waved. "I have nothing left to teach you. Congratulations on graduating." Kukuru frantically shouted, "I haven't even officially joined yet. Master, I truly want to become stronger." Hidden behind the shark mask, Jinfrey's eyes flickered slightly at the earnest plea. Her playful expression vanished, replaced by Kukuru's desperate and longing gaze. Jinfrey secretly thought it was useless to reason with this girl, while Kukuru stubbornly insisted on becoming his disciple and promised to repay him. Finally, Jinfrey sighed in defeat. "All right, only for this dungeon." Kukuru was stunned, then burst into joy. "Huh? You're really taking me as your disciple? I can't waste time, and besides, I don't want you to get revenge and steal my stuff again," Jinfrey coldly explained. Hearing the confirmation that she was only accepted for a limited time, Kukuru still jumped for joy. "Thank you, master. Don't call me that. Call me that again and you're out." Kukuru immediately saluted militarily, responding loudly, "Understood, sir." "I get it, Jinfrey." "Good, let's move," Jinfrey ordered, and both stepped into the glowing teleportation circle. The destination appeared. The S-rank dungeon of the fourth continent, Pablo Palace, deep beneath the sea. Jinfrey floated in the deep blue water, the shark mask already equipped. "All right, I can breathe normally," he thought to himself. "The battle plan is this." The Memoria necklace on his neck suddenly flashed with magical light. System notification. Jinfrey used the necklace's skill, changing his profession from alchemist to summoner. Huh? A job change? What's with this equipment? Jinfrey himself was bewildered. Suddenly, he heard Kukuru's voice, realizing it was Sonic Wave, the sea wolf tribe's ability that allows communication like dolphins. Jinfrey opened the magic book, decisively shouting a word. "Summon." A small yellow creature flashed into existence, the system confirmed. Summoned beast Dendon, E rank, capable of paralyzing opponents with electricity. Kukuru's eyes shone brightly, exclaiming excitedly, "What is this? It's so cute. My profession skill is still low, so I can't summon spirits yet," Jinfrey explained. "But this is a pretty decent summoned beast." At the bottom of the ocean, Jinfrey ordered, "Hey Kukuru, lure a suitable creature here." Kukuru cheerfully responded, and immediately darted away like a blue arrow through the water. Watching her silhouette, Jinfrey secretly thought his leveling plan was progressing smoothly. He turned to Denden, stating firmly, "Now I can level up Denden efficiently." Not long after, Kukuru returned, calling out loudly, "Jinfrey, I brought it back!" But what she brought back wasn't just one, but an entire army of sea monsters, leaving Jinfrey stunned. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed forward, ordering his summon. "Go!" Electric bulb. The ferocious monsters charged forward, unaware of the trap awaiting them. Denden immediately responded, its entire body flashing with brilliant yellow lightning. A terrifying electrical explosion spread, engulfing the entire monster horde in astonishment. At that moment, Jinfrey summoned the Demon's Club, ready for the sweep. He swung the massive weapon, smashing one monster while the others were still convulsing. The entire monster horde had been completely paralyzed by Denden's electricity. Jinfrey analyzed that although the damage wasn't high, the paralysis effect was the key to this strategy. The system panel appeared, Denden leaping from level 1 straight to level 12 inches a single blow. Jinfrey explained that thanks to cooperative combat, Denden would continue to gain experience and level up. And just as expected, another notification appeared. Denden had reached level 18. "Good pace," Jinfrey said, satisfied, then urged, "Kukuru, more." And the girl happily obeyed. Looking at the spiked club in his hand, he suddenly remembered, "By the way, I still have Mira's borrowed weapon. Oh well, never mind." Denden unleashed Electric Bulb, sweeping away the swarm of sea monsters, helping it leap from level 18 to 21. Jinfrey smirked with satisfaction. "Good, at this rate I can max out its level," when he suddenly heard a shout. From a distance, Kukuru excitedly shouted, "I've brought a big one." Jinfrey's eyes gleamed mischievously. "Oh, hey, it really is a big one." Right behind him, a colossal tentacle slowly emerged from the seabed. A magnificent octopus monster, so massive it obscured the entire view, had appeared. The system confirmed its identity. Evil Hraken, level 175. Jinfrey turned around, calmly praised, "Well done, Kukuru," leaving the girl bewildered, not understanding what was happening. While Kukuru was still blushing from the praise, Jinfrey began to explain. "Listen, the giant octopus you brought is this area's sub-boss," he continued. "And after defeating it, the Demon King will be forced to appear." Kukuru was stunned. Demon King? Evil Hraken roared, shaking heaven and earth, interrupting their conversation. It slammed a colossal tentacle down, making the entire seabed tremble violently. Jinfrey and Denden were pushed far away by the powerful current. "An unexpected accident, but it saves time," Jinfrey calmly remarked, then called out. "Kukuru," he ordered. "Now I'll destroy all of the giant octopus's tentacles." Kukuru immediately replied. "Understood, I'll be the decoy." Without a moment's hesitation, the girl bravely swam straight towards the colossal monster. "Over here, little octopus," Kukuru loudly provoked. She stuck out her tongue teasingly. "Try and catch me." Provoked, Evil Hraken roared in anger, completely falling for their lure the tiger out of its mountain lair strategy. Jinfrey analyzed. Each tentacle of this octopus functions as a separate organism, meaning we can get experience points for up to 8 organisms. Truly befitting an S-rank dungeon sub-boss, an unparalleled opportunity for leveling up. He commanded, "Electric Bulb," and a bolt of lightning immediately shot out from Denden. Seizing the moment the tentacle was paralyzed, Jinfrey swung up the Demon's Club. With a resounding shout, he poured all his strength into the attack. A heaven-shattering blow crushed the target in an instant. Immediately, Denden leaped from level 21 to 27. The rain of experience continued to pour down, causing its level to increase non-stop. Using the same strategy, Jinfrey systematically cleared out each tentacle. From a distance, Kukuru quietly observed, waiting for her moment. The girl exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! You've destroyed all the tentacles." Jinfrey smiled with satisfaction. Seeing that Denden had reached level 45, he called out loudly, "Kukuru," and she replied, "Got it," then dashed off. Kukuru swiftly darted around, provoking the main body of Evil Hraken. Now, only a direct confrontation with the colossal monster remained. Jinfrey confidently declared, "And now, Denden, having surpassed level 40, has unlocked another skill." He shouted, "Denden, lightning transformation." The Demon's Club was enhanced by the lightning attribute, ready for the final blow. Jinfrey gathered lightning, charging straight towards Evil Hraken's colossal body. Let's finish this quickly and get to the Demon King battle, he roared, his fist erupting with lightning. With a shout of Thunder Fist, he delivered a devastating lightning blow to the monster's head. Amidst the lingering electrical currents, Jinfrey stood tall, the colossal boss completely defeated. Kukuru cheered happily. You did it. Has Denden leveled up yet? Thanks to that, it has reached its maximum level. Standing on the spoils of war, Jinfrey declared. All right. The conditions for the battle with the Demon King have been met. His eyes sharpened, his focus intense for the upcoming battle. Suddenly, a colossal and violent whirlpool began to form on the seabed. Ah, Kukuru gasped, but Jinfrey calmly replied. It's here. The swirling currents grew more frantic, signaling a terrifying presence. Jinfrey remained unfazed, standing firm in the eye of the storm, ready to face anything. He unleashed a second Thunder Fist, aimed directly at the heart of the ocean's fury. From within the whirlpool, a commanding voice echoed, Whoever disturbs the sea shall not return alive. Kukuru froze, terrified by the immense pressure radiating. Jinfrey looked directly at his opponent, Denden's thunderous power converging around him. Heavenly King Neptunus, the level 200 mysterious sea god, officially revealed himself with his trident in hand. That's a Heavenly King. Such an overwhelming presence, Kukuru stammered, trembling. In stark contrast, Jinfrey flashed a confident smile. I'll finish this quickly as well. The status window appeared, confirming Jinfrey, the level 123 summoner, was ready for battle. A colossal figure rose from the deep sea. Neptunus, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Jinfrey mused. So far, every Demon King has acted in unpredictable ways. Something is definitely going on. I have to take it down before things get worse, he declared. Class change. System notification. The memory necklace has been activated, changing class from summoner to mage. Kukuru cheered excitedly. It's starting. Jinfrey's badass class change. She raised her hand to cheer. Go for it. Jinfrey merely smirked in response. This isn't badass, it's strategy. A complex magic circle glowed brightly in his palm. Neptunus paused, a hint of surprise crossing his face at the sudden surge of magic. Lightning. Jinfrey unleashed all his energy towards the enemy. The Sea King took the full brunt of the attack, but his expression remained unchanged. The colossal trident easily blocked the electrical current. The power of the 4 heavenly kings was not to be underestimated. Jinfrey was pushed back slightly, but his gaze remained resolute. What a pathetic attack, Neptunus scoffed. He swung his gigantic hand, determined to crush the challenger. Gale teleport! Jinfrey vanished in a flash, narrowly dodging the attack. He reappeared right behind Neptunus, his fist already glowing with lightning. Lightning Fist. A thunderous punch landed squarely on the Sea King's back. Neptunus roared, fury flaring in his eyes. In a flash, Jinfrey teleported again, appearing in front of the stunned enemy. Lightning Fist. The second punch, enveloped in lightning, slammed directly into Neptunus's face. A flurry of lightning punches rained down on the 4 heavenly kings' body. A final lightning strike slammed directly into Neptunus's chest. Witnessing the scene, Kukuru cheered. Amazing. That's Jinfrey for you. But Neptunus merely smirked. You think that can defeat me? The giant froze when Jinfrey suddenly vanished. Huh? I know your defense is ridiculously high, Jinfrey whispered, but this isn't the end yet. He channeled power into his legs, roaring. Dragon God Wind. A colossal storm dragon emerged from thin air, biting directly into Neptunus. The 4 heavenly kings' pained roar echoed throughout the seabed. Kukuru was thrown back by the aftershock, exclaiming in astonishment. What? Did you defeat the Demon King? She asked excitedly, but Jinfrey just shook his head. Not yet. He knew well that without a finishing blow, the giant would fully regenerate. With only just over 3 minutes of oxygen left, Jinfrey declared, Class change to Summoner. Come, Denden. He summoned his familiar. Denden's max-level electric orb has a 100% chance to cause paralysis. Jinfrey poured all his hope into the final attack. Den. Electric orb. The lightning orb shot straight into the epicenter of the whirlpool, but Jinfrey suddenly froze, sensing an unusual surge of energy. Gah! This is. Kukuru also froze, dumbfounded by the terrifying power spreading around. What is this? The water dispersed, and Neptunus stood tall, his entire body absorbing the electrical current. He burst into maniacal laughter. You've caused enough trouble in my ocean, human. Jinfrey secretly acknowledged his opponent's power. I'm very impressed that you dared to face me head-on alone. However, suddenly, colossal tentacles emerged from the darkness, lashing out fiercely towards him. Jinfrey was stunned. What the hell is that? Amidst the water, Neptunus stood. Behind him, the phantom of the defeated Kraken. He realized in shock, the evil Kraken I just defeated? This is another unprecedented development in the game. Before his eyes, the colossal monster's body began to fuse with the Sea King. It's merged. Neptunus let out a haughty laugh. Rejoice, human. You are the first to witness my true form. A colossal tentacle shot through the water, aiming straight for Jinfrey's stingray familiar. It squeezed the summoned creature tightly, crushing it mercilessly. Jinfrey was stunned by the brutal attack. He watched in horror as his familiar dissolved. Creatures touched by the tentacles just melt away. Is it poison? No time to be surprised. Jinfrey reassured himself and dashed away. He barely dodged a devastating blow that shattered the cliff face behind him, but the aftershock still threw him back. Damn it. From afar, Kukuru screamed in despair. Jinfrey! Neptunus laughed gleefully as he ensnared Jinfrey with his tentacles. Ha ha ha, what a beautiful sight. Slammed hard against the rock, Jinfrey lost consciousness, Den hovering helplessly beside him. Kukuru was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. No way. Jinfrey, under the pressure of the deep water, Jinfrey began to choke, the air in his mask depleting. Kukuru rushed over, shaking his slowly sinking body. Jinfrey, only to receive a pained groan in return. Neptunus smirked. Oh, you're still alive? Impressive. Meanwhile, Jinfrey was slowly losing consciousness, desperately thinking, I'm in trouble. He knew that touching those tentacles meant death, and the oxygen in his mask was almost depleted. With no way out, Jinfrey resolved, I can't hold back anymore. He roared, activating his last trump card. The memory necklace glowed, and the system announced. Class changed from Summoner to Pugilist. Equipped Soul Vantage. Special conditions met. In his new form, Jinfrey sacrificed 80% of his remaining HP to unlock a special skill, Battle Spirit Infusion. A brilliant golden aura erupted around Jinfrey, doubling his attack and defense. The young man charged straight towards the giant Demon King, a golden streak of light in the deep sea. Kukuru was stunned. That aura? Did he activate some kind of special buff? Jinfrey thought to himself. That last attack was truly painful, but this power far exceeded what he had anticipated. Neptunus looked annoyed. Changing outfits again? What's different this time? The Demon King roared in fury, swinging his colossal tentacles. Enough. Become food for the sea. Jinfrey easily dodged and blocked the deadly attack. He moved at dizzying speed, his strength and agility soaring, but the time on his mask was less than 2 minutes. Jinfrey realized the disadvantage if this dragged on. He needed to end the fight before his skill and oxygen ran out. But he still hadn't found an opening. From behind, Kukuru's worried call rang out. Jinfrey, the sea-wolf girl couldn't just watch, and quickly swam towards him. Seeing this, Jinfrey frantically turned around and yelled, Idiot, don't come here, it's too dangerous. Startled by Jinfrey's shout, Kukuru froze in the water. Ha ha ha, I'll finish both of you at once, Neptunus roared, swinging his arm to attack Jinfrey. A barrage of tentacles lunged forward, cornering the pugilist into an indefensible position. Just as a critical blow was about to land, Jinfrey could only freeze. But the attack never came. Neptunus paused in astonishment. A blue figure had rushed in, Kukuru shielding Jinfrey with her body. Under the Demon King's astonished gaze, the sea-wolf girl now stood beside her comrade. Don't underestimate the speed of the sea-wolf tribe, Kukuru playfully declared. Your attacks are as slow as a turtle, Neptunus muttered, realizing this new opponent was the fastest swimmer underwater, a troublesome variable. Without hesitation, Kukuru grabbed Jinfrey, ready for a coordinated maneuver. You saved me, Jinfrey gasped. Can you keep dodging its attacks? Of course. Leave the dodging to me, Kukuru affirmed. Jinfrey, focus on the Demon King. There's not much time, Jinfrey ordered. When I give the signal, charge in, attack, then retreat immediately. With eyes gleaming with determination, Kukuru decisively agreed. Petty tricks! Neptunus roared furiously as his tentacles repeatedly struck empty air. Kukuru pulled Jinfrey, gliding like an arrow, easily piercing through the barrage of attacks. In a flash, both had vanished, leaving Neptunus bewildered and searching. Where are they? A sense of unease made the Demon King look upward. Now, aim for its back, Jinfrey yelled as they plunged down from the opponent's blind spot. A fiery punch slammed directly into Neptunus's back, making him shriek in pain. Immediately followed by a flurry of punches, Jinfrey poured all his strength into attacking the newly exposed weak point. Under relentless assault, Neptunus roared in anger. You brat. Jinfrey thought to himself. There wasn't much time left. This was the last chance to end it all. Now. He lunged down like a lightning bolt, aiming straight for the Demon King. Jinfrey's face shone with determination, his lightning-clad fist ready. A devastating punch slammed directly into Neptunus's face. The terrifying impact force shook the entire body of water. Jinfrey roared, continuing to unleash a barrage of blows on his opponent's back, making Neptunus shriek in pain. Don't get cocky. Neptunus gritted his teeth, trying to recover after the series of blows. But then he froze, realizing something was wrong. Looking for this? The Demon King was stunned to see Kukuru holding his important item. I have a bad habit of accidentally taking things, the sea wolf girl grinned. My apologies. Neptunus was speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. My weapon? He yelled, while Jinfrey casually taunted. More than just a little, wouldn't you say? Well done, Kukuru, Jinfrey praised, then growled. Thunder Fist. He unleashed his ultimate technique. Consecutive thunder fists, a series of thunderous punches continuously rained down on Neptunus's bare back. Each blow carried destructive power, pushing the Demon King to his limits. Amidst the storm of fists, Jinfrey suddenly called out, Kukuru, grab it and get to shore immediately. He's recovering too fast, and I'm almost out of oxygen. Understood, Kukuru replied, while Jinfrey put all his strength into it. I'll punch you onto dry land. Quickly, use that weapon to finish him off. Understand? Jinfrey roared amidst the encirclement. Huh? Me? Don't hesitate. We're running out of time. I can't defeat him alone. Jinfrey's words stunned Kukuru for a moment. But then, her astonishment quickly gave way to steely determination. Understood. I'll give it my all, Kukuru replied, raising her hand in confirmation. She immediately dashed onto the water's surface. Following the predetermined plan, Kukuru broke through the sea's surface, soaring into the air. Standing firm on the water, she declared loudly, I'm ready, Jinfrey. Below, Jinfrey tensed, gathering lightning into his fist. Thunder Fist. The furious electrical current converged, transforming his arm into a weapon of destruction. Thunderous Great Break. The punch, imbued with the power of lightning, exploded. Neptunus roared in pain as the devastating attack struck directly into his body. The terrifying impact force propelled the four heavenly kings out of the water. Class change. Summoner. Dendon. Electric Orb. Jinfrey seized the opportunity, changing tactic. Blasted into the air, Neptunus realized in horror that his body was completely paralyzed. Dendon can only hold him for 1 second. This is your last chance, Kukuru. Go. Kukuru drew a card, shouting, Equip! A gigantic battle axe appeared, and she charged straight towards the motionless target. Kukuru's face gleamed with ferocity as she swung her weapon with all her might. The sharp axe blade descended, aiming directly at Neptunus in that fated moment. In the decisive moment, Kukuru plunged down, swinging the gigantic battle axe directly at Neptunus. The sharp axe blade struck the Demon King's face, leaving him stunned in pain as fresh blood gushed out. Neptunus's final roar echoed as his body slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The water surged, then gradually returned to calm, signaling the end of the fierce battle. Jinfrey confidently declared that the fourth Demon King had been defeated, officially concluding the conquest. Meanwhile, Kukuru was dumbfounded as she tried to count the zeros on her reward board. She couldn't believe her eyes. 2.5 million gold and an instant 5-level increase after just one battle. Back on land, Jinfrey explained that he had evenly split the 5 million bounty between the two of them. Kukuru vehemently protested, arguing that she hadn't contributed enough to receive half the reward. Jinfrey smirked teasingly. You don't hesitate to steal, but you're shy about money? The Seawolf girl puffed her cheeks and retorted, Stealing is my skill. Defeating a Demon King isn't. Her peculiar logic left Jinfrey speechless, muttering that he both understood and didn't. He decisively concluded, saying it was time for them to go their separate ways as promised, then waved goodbye. Not yet! Kukuru shrieked in a piercing voice, making Jinfrey jump and turn back. She declared firmly, I still have much to learn from Master. I'm coming with you. Jinfrey responded with an indifferent gaze and a judgmental silence. He turned his back and walked away, completely ignoring the declaration of the girl trailing behind him. Wait, Jinfrey! The wolf girl's call echoed, as she hastily chased after his receding back. Their journey continued to the fifth continent, a pristine land dubbed the Fifth Garden. As soon as they arrived, Kukuru cheered excitedly at the magnificent scenery of the new land. Jinfrey announced their next destination was the death survival game. Despite Kukuru still being excited, the sea wolf girl didn't hesitate, eagerly insisting on coming along. Helpless against her enthusiasm, Jinfrey reluctantly accepted. After all, Jinfrey thought to himself, Kukuru's profession might be useful here. The goal was clear. Win the death game, acquire hidden equipment to challenge the fifth Demon King. Upon arrival, both were overwhelmed by the starting area, which was packed with people. Kukuru cheered, so many adventurers, but then she innocently turned and asked, Hey Jinfrey, what's SSG? A nearby adventurer burst out laughing, mocking her lack of knowledge. Jinfrey could only hold his head in exasperation, beginning to explain with belated regret. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, drawing their attention. A man was pointing and scolding an elf girl. I thought elves with high magic power would be useful, but who knew it would be such a huge disappointment? He roared, You already changed classes, and you still chose to be an alchemist. The girl named Levin Luminous Lydia, could only bow her head at the insults regarding her weak profession. The team leader waved his hand. "We already have new teammates. You are no longer needed." Lydia desperately pleaded. "But I don't have any other teammates." "Shut up! If you want teammates, go find them yourself, you idiot," the man yelled as he pushed her. Just then, a voice rang out. "Looking for teammates? Why not join us instead of those losers?" The team leader and his companions turned around, stunned by the person who had just interfered in their business. Jinfrey turned back, a smirk on his lips. "Oh? Who are you guys?" "SSG is a team survival game, 3 people per team. We're also short one." Lydia looked up, her voice trembling with hope. "Time is almost up. Will you really take someone like me?" "Of course," Jinfrey affirmed, then turned to Kukuru. "Right?" The wolf girl enthusiastically replied. "If Jinfrey has decided, I have no problem with it." An announcement echoed throughout the forest. Jinfrey turned to Lydia. "The game is about to begin. Are we both ready?" Lydia's eyes welled up with gratitude, while Kukuru put an arm around her, thinking to herself, "This girl really doesn't understand anything." Lydia's former team leader growled, "Taking a useless person into your team. Are you stupid? Be careful not to get eliminated early." In response to the provocation, Jinfrey remained silent, a stillness more terrifying than 1,000 words. "Time's up. SSG officially begins." Immediately, a glowing red crystal heart emblem appeared on the chest of each player. Lydia and Kukuru flinched as they felt the strange object suddenly appear on their bodies. Jinfrey calmly glanced at his emblem, as if everything was within his calculations. "Good luck, everyone." As he finished speaking, a fierce magic circle erupted beneath Jinfrey's feet. "Huh, what's going on?" Kukuru and Lydia were also enveloped by similar teleportation circles. Numerous pillars of light shot skyward, carrying the adventurer teams to unknown locations. In a hidden corner of the forest, a flash of light appeared and then faded. Jinfrey's team landed on the ground, the magic circles beneath their feet dissolving into the air. "Whoa, where are we?" Kukuru looked around in confusion. "Is it just the 3 of us?" The wolf girl spun around, finally asking, "Hey Jinfrey, what the hell is SSG anyway?" Jinfrey sighed. "Listen carefully. Within 48 hours, the team that collects the most heart emblems wins. If your emblem is stolen, you'll be eliminated. But stolen emblems can be used to revive teammates." Upon hearing this, Kukuru's eyes lit up, and an excited smile appeared on her lips. Kukuru excitedly summarized the rules, while Jinfrey turned to the elf girl to formally introduce himself. The elf girl smiled back. "My name is Levin," then glanced towards the sea wolf girl. "And the noisy one over there is Kukuru." Wasting no time, Jinfrey immediately ordered, "Levin, let's start round 1. Craft something for me." Levin was bewildered by Jinfrey's sudden request, not understanding what he intended to do. Despite her confusion, she replied, "Yes, I always carry a lot of herbs." Jinfrey pointed forward. "Then use alchemy to create an exploding grass and throw it in that direction." Levin confirmed the request, then focused her energy, beginning the magical crafting process. A green glow enveloped her hands, and a new item gradually formed. System notification. Grade A exploding grass, a plant that explodes on impact, has been successfully created. "Just throw it in that direction, right?" Levin mumbled, then wound up, "Here I throw." Following Jinfrey's instructions, the exploding grass was thrown with a perfect trajectory. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion ripped through the forest tranquility, sending 3 adventurers flying into the air. Jinfrey smirked with satisfaction as the enemies fell right in front of him, while Levine's eyes widened in astonishment. The stunned team leader struggled to his feet, muttering, "What the hell? Where did that explosion come from?" Jinfrey coldly approached, his voice full of disdain. "Heh, we meet again. Now, your heart, I'll take it." Realizing the attacker was Jinfrey, the team leader could only stammer in shock. "You," he roared in anger. "You bastard, what the hell did you do?" Jinfrey calmly replied, "How does it feel to be hit by Levin's exploding grass?" The team leader's furious gaze shifted to Levin, making her flinch in fear. "Don't mess with me, you little elf," he yelled. "Why didn't you say you had that skill sooner?" He gritted his teeth, his voice full of regret. "Otherwise, we would have kept you on the team." Just as the team leader was distracted, Kukuru darted forward like lightning, aiming straight for his heart emblem. With a mischievous grin, Kukuru held up her prize, a newly acquired heart emblem. Jinfrey thought to himself, it seemed everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, the attack team was stunned, realizing in shock that the emblems on their chests had vanished. The whole team celebrated their swift victory. Jinfrey could only chuckle to himself at their impressive debut. The team leader roared furiously, reaching out to reclaim what was his, but his desperate attack only left a faint streak of light in the air. Kukuru calmly explained, "Lose your heart, and you're eliminated. You'll be forced back to the starting point." She turned to Lydia, unable to hide her excitement. "So that's how it is. And you were amazing just now, Levin. Lydia quickly waved her hands, shyly replying, no, not at all. Kukuru snatching 3 hearts in the blink of an eye is what's truly impressive. Praised, Kukuru became even more fired up, her eyes gleaming as she spotted the next target. Really? Then I'll take even more. Ignoring Lydia's call, she shot off like an arrow. I've spotted prey. Kukuru closed in on the unsuspecting trio of adventurers with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she snatched an emblem from one of the group members. Whoosh! But a strange sensation made Kukuru freeze. She stared in shock at her chest. Her own heart was no longer there. Facing her, all 3 adventurers wore sinister, calculating smiles. From afar, Jinfrey could only cover his face in helplessness. What an idiot. That's the consequence of rushing in without thinking. Kukuru turned around, completely bewildered by what was happening. The new team leader held up a bunch of emblems, smirking. Heh, you don't even know about heart counterstealing. What a rookie. This guy even has 3 more hearts. Lucky us. Kukuru was stunned when her heart badge was snatched away, as the rival captain sneered, explaining his expensive counter item. Levin Luminous Lydia exclaimed in shock. No way. She could only scream in despair as her teammate fell. Kukuru, standing behind them, Jinfrey Vanrade sighed in exasperation, completely helpless at the wolf girl's naivety. He thought to himself, thieving skills are powerful, but precisely because of that, countermeasures are fundamental in this survival game. Preparation, knowledge, and cunning are the keys to victory. Meanwhile, the smug rival team charged forward, their captain yelling, her teammates? They don't look special at all. Take them all out. Jinfrey merely stood still, a surge of electricity coursing through him, ready for a swift counterattack. In an instant, all 3 enemies froze, horrified to realize their chest badges had vanished. Jinfrey held up a bunch of crimson badges, coldly telling the bewildered Levin, no need for thieving skills, speed alone is enough. Other players witnessing the scene from afar couldn't believe their eyes either. They could only exclaim, he snatched all our hearts in the blink of an eye. Jinfrey heard them and was speechless. After the team regrouped, Kukuru was revived. The wolf girl hung her head, softly promising, next time, I'll be more careful. Jinfrey accepted the apology and then ordered, it's getting dark, prepare to rest. Levin, concoct a few things according to the list I gave you. Levin Luminous Lydia clenched her fist, her eyes burning with determination. Understood. As night fell, the team set up camp by the fire, Levine diligently working while Kukuru was fast asleep. Jinfrey lay there, eyes half closed, yet still sensing the chaos and screams echoing from elsewhere. He opened his eyes and looked up at the night sky, a smile of amusement briefly appearing on his lips. Tonight is truly lively. Tomorrow will surely be fun. And as expected, one of their traps had yielded its first prize. Jinfrey smiled at the spoils, acknowledging that Levin's thiefgrass traps had worked effectively throughout the night. His gaze turned sharp, signaling a new day full of challenges. Meanwhile, Levine and Kukuru were still sound asleep until a voice rang out. Wake up, you two. Chided by Jinfrey for their carelessness, the 2 girls groggily woke up in bewilderment. We have early guests, Jinfrey smirked, warning, don't let them steal your hearts. Levine and Kukuru immediately startled, completely bewildered by what was happening. From the forest, a group of 3 appeared, their blonde-haired leader clicking his tongue. Tsk, we've been spotted. Jinfrey didn't flinch, reminding his teammates, don't let your guard down, these are survivors from the first day. He looked directly at his opponents, stating firmly, they're not the small fry from yesterday. The new rival team, consisting of 3 members, stood there with absolute confidence, ready for a hunt. The blonde-haired leader sneered, having seen through their tactics. Detection skills, huh? If that's the case then, he held up 3 magic cards, decisively shouting, triple split teleport. Jinfrey's entire group was enveloped in a beam of light, utterly panicked. Jinfrey narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the enemy's intention, splitting up the formation. The 3 magical beams instantly split, carrying each member to a different location. The teleportation spell tore through space, forcing them to fight alone. Levin Luminous Lydia opened her eyes, finding herself facing the enemy team's purple-haired female member. A one-on-one battle was predetermined, unavoidable. Kukuru was also thrown into another forest, encountering the taciturn man in the green jacket. And finally, Jinfrey Vanrade stood opposite the mastermind, the blonde-haired leader, who wore a triumphant smile. The blonde-haired leader smirked triumphantly. Heh, now you're all separated, he smugly explained. Use a separation item, then let my pre-summoned creatures finish them off. That's our strategy. Facing him, Jinfrey's irritation meter silently skyrocketed. The blonde man continued to provoke. What's wrong? Worried about your teammates? Don't worry, I'll send you back to the starting area to meet them soon enough. You talk a lot for someone standing alone, Jinfrey retorted coldly, stunning his opponent. He smirked confidently. Those guys aren't easily defeated, Jinfrey asserted in his thoughts. The one who has to return to the starting point will be you. Meanwhile, in another forest, Kukuru let out a determined growl. At the same time, Levin Luminous Lydia also vowed to herself that she absolutely could not lose. A streak of red light flashed, tearing through the silence of the forest. Kukuru charged forward with astonishing speed, her twin blades glinting in her hands. She easily glided past the encirclement of 3 summoned beasts. The green-jacketed summoner clicked his tongue. Skok. Faster than I thought. It's not that I'm fast, it's that you're slow, Kukuru retorted from a tree branch. She threw a dagger, but it was deflected by her opponent's gauntlet. Kukuru quickly analyzed. If she just took down the summoner, the monsters would disappear. All right, I'll take him down quickly and snatch that heart. Immediately, she dove down like an arrow, aiming straight for her target. Her dagger was blocked by the opponent's sturdy shoulder armor. You're fast, but your attacks are weak, he scoffed. But Kukuru merely bared her fangs and snarled. Then why don't you try blocking without a shield? Don't be such a coward, you brat. Provoked, the man in the green jacket ordered his monsters to tear her apart, but surrounded by 3 beasts, Kukuru merely offered a defiant smile. In a flash, blood splattered everywhere. With a spectacular flip, she dodged the attack and cut down one of the beasts in an instant. Kukuru landed, scoffing. At that speed, you'll never catch me. The man flew into a rage, yelling at his useless monsters, but then he suddenly froze, bewildered. Where had the girl gone? I told you, you're too slow. Kukuru suddenly appeared behind him, her rogue skill stealth activated. The man only had time to realize the imminent danger with a look of horror. A devastating punch to the face left him no time to react. His large body collapsed to the ground after the lightning-fast attack. Huh? Who's the one with the flimsy attack now? Kukuru held up the emblem she had just snatched. With a triumphant smile, she declared, and just like that, I win. Your heart is mine now. But as she turned away, she froze. The monsters were still there, glaring at her. Wait, isn't this guy a summoner? A terrifying thought flashed through Kukuru's mind. She had made a huge mistake, thinking he was just a cowardly summoner hiding behind a shield. A grave miscalculation. Kukuru realized she had fallen into a trap. Winning the emblem was one thing, but now it was time to run for her life. At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, Levin Luminous Lydia was activating a detection spell. An A-grade detection herb. An alchemical item capable of detecting all magic within a 100-meter radius. Levin Luminous Lydia murmured. No signs of movement, she recalled. They dodged the first attack with a smokescreen, and I completely lost track of them after that. However, from a distance, she was squarely in the enemy's sights. The ponytail archer observed her prey through binoculars, a smug smile playing on her lips. The hunter's voice echoed through the air. Whatever your plan, I see right through it. Taking down someone like you is child's play. She whispered as a flash of light appeared in the distance. I see you. Immediately, Levin shouted plant barrier, creating a wall of leaves that blocked the arrow. Without a second's hesitation, she threw an energy orb. Followed by explosive death grass, the explosion missed its target, and the mocking voice echoed again. A decent attack, but useless if it doesn't hit. Levin froze, cold sweat breaking out as she realized she was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. There's a presence. Right behind me. 3 hideous summoned beasts had surrounded her without her noticing. The 3-eyed boar and the giant toad growled, charging straight at her. At their master's command, they simultaneously unleashed smoke grass, engulfing the entire area in a thick fog. When the smoke cleared, the prey had vanished, leaving the bewildered beasts searching. In that instant, a volley of arrows pierced the tree trunk where Levin had just stood, just inches away. The archer thought irritably, what a tough prey. Let's see how much longer you can dodge. Images of Jinfrey and Kukuru flashed through Levin's mind, and she told herself, I can't become a burden to them. With burning determination, she pulled out her trump card, the A-grade alchemical item, lure grass. An enchanting scent wafted out, and all 3 beasts immediately turned their heads, completely drawn in by Levin's trap. Take this. Levin Luminous Lydia threw an alchemical item. The summoned beasts bewilderedly watched the strange object flying towards them. The alluring scent immediately made them fall into an illusion, cravingly thinking of food. From the bushes, the charcoal-haired archer was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. The beasts have been neutralized, Levin confidently declared. Now it's one-on-one. Acting clever, the archer gritted her teeth, trying to appear calm. Levin taunted. But didn't all your arrows miss? Shut up, those were just warning shots. I can't lose either. Levin decided to unleash another trump card. An A-grade super bright grass was thrown into the air, accumulating an immense amount of energy. A blinding flash of light erupted, making the archer panic. Wah, what is this? My eyes. She stumbled, her vision completely enveloped in darkness. Losing her balance, the archer screamed and tumbled off the cliff. What did that brat do to me? She muttered in pain as Levin calmly approached. Seizing the opportunity, Levin easily removed the heart emblem from her opponent's chest. Thank you very much. She smiled brightly, her hand clutching the prize. I'm leaving now. Levin casually turned away, leaving her opponent still clutching her head in a daze. Hey, wait! Her shout echoed in vain, but Levin had vanished in a flash of light, leaving the question, where did she go, hanging in the air. At the same time, elsewhere, the blonde leader scoffed at Jinfrey. Don't act tough. He boasted smugly about his formidable array of monsters. My summons are both numerous and high quality. You stand no chance of winning. Jinfrey smirked. Stop monologuing, it's annoying. But thanks to you, I've had enough time. The blonde leader was confused, not understanding what was happening. His formidable summoned beasts were still surrounding him, ready to fight. But in the blink of an eye, they all turned to surround Jinfrey, astonishing the summoner. You, how can this be? He frantically yelled. What the hell is this? Those are my summoned beasts. What skill did you use, damn it? Jinfrey calmly replied as the bird-like beast nuzzled him. Looks like they like me. With a provocative smile, he retorted. Don't you think so? All three beasts now stood obediently beside Jinfrey, openly betraying their former master. A system notification appeared. Jinfrey's skill has evolved after 20 hours of continuous use. Jinfrey wasted no time, raising his hand to command. All right, attack him. Go. Hearing their new master's command, the beasts roared and charged straight at the summoner. Cornered, the blond man clicked his tongue and hastily opened a magic book. Take this. A gigantic Oni general was summoned from the book. The Oni general immediately charged to attack, completely overwhelming the three traitorous beasts. In just a few blows, it brutally defeated all three. Standing victorious, the summoner laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, this is the price for defying your master. He pointed at Jinfrey, his voice full of menace. Next, it's your turn. But a sudden growl echoed, wiping the smile off his face. He turned around and froze. All three beasts he thought were defeated were now standing tall, without a single scratch. The summoner stammered in horror. They revived? Impossible. The blonde leader was stunned. Hey, what is this? What kind of monstrous skill did you use? Jinfrey smiled as his clones appeared. You have more allies than me. So, I guess we're even now, aren't we? Surrounded by an army of Jinfreys, the summoner was speechless. He frantically looked around, realizing he was completely outnumbered. Clones? The blond man yelled in helplessness. This isn't fair at all. Refusing to accept defeat, he growled, opening his grimoire. You're underestimating me. Summon! A muscular giganto-orc appeared, letting out a sky-shattering roar. The beast swung its gigantic battle axe. The sharp axe blade came down without hesitation. A sweeping slash tore through Jinfrey's clones with ease. Lifeless bodies lay scattered on the ground in pools of blood. The triumphant leader scoffed. Ha! What's this? Just a bunch of paper tigers? But then, the ravaged bodies began to stir, slowly standing up. The blond man's smile froze on his lips as he witnessed the army of Jinfreys revive right before his eyes. Two clones declared in unison. Enough talk. I need to reunite with my teammates, so let's end this. The summoner's face changed color, contorting in extreme horror. At the same time, the previously defeated summoned beasts were also rising from the dead. A gigantic shadow, a lich with a scythe, silently appeared behind the blond man and the orc. Space seemed to shatter before its presence. The summoner fell backward onto the ground, terrified as he watched Jinfrey gently land in front of him. Jinfrey smirked with satisfaction. Truly worthy of the name Illusion of the Nameless Realm. This evolved skill allowed him to create illusions on multiple targets simultaneously, from humans to summoned beasts. The unlock condition was 20 hours of continuous combat, a requirement almost impossible outside of this SSG event. Decisively, he took the last heart badge from the defeated opponent's chest. This guy had quite a few hearts, Jinfrey muttered, looking at the blonde leader sprawled on the ground. Now, it's time to reunite, he thought to himself, a golden flash signaling the end of the hunt. As soon as Kukuru saw Jinfrey, she rushed over, cheering excitedly, while Lydia calmly asked, Are you two both safe? The team had a bountiful harvest, evidenced by Kukuru's wide grin and an unfortunate adventurer being caught by the carnivorous plant trap. Jinfrey calmly held the spoils of war in his hands, ignoring the defeated opponents screaming behind him. Suddenly, a notification echoed throughout the space. Time's up. SSG ends. Everyone will be returned to their starting point. In the blink of an eye, the adventurers were teleported to a gathering area with lingering light. Jinfrey, Kukuru, and Lydia stood among the chaotic crowd, awaiting the final results. Let's announce the results. A voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Third place, with 46 hearts, Team Dolgo. Team Dolgo raised their hands in celebration amidst cheers. Next, second place, with 55 hearts, Team Jessica. Team Jessica, consisting of a cool female leader and 2 twin members, posed in celebration of their victory. The crowd was stunned. 55 hearts? The previous record was 50, so they broke the record. That's Jessica, the infamous random killer, and now, the most glorious position belongs to Team Jinfrey, with 108 hearts. 108? The entire arena fell silent, unable to believe the number that had just been announced. Someone in the crowd realized, I heard about Jinfrey on the news. It's him. This is my first time seeing him in person. Jinfrey's team, the champions of the tournament, will receive a reward of 100 million G, along with a mysterious item. The Hayless chest, rarity F. Levin Luminous Lydia was confused. Me, I really get all 100 million G? Jinfrey chuckled, while Kukuru excitedly said, Keep it, we don't need money. The black-haired young man pointed at the chest. As promised, all I need is this item, Lydia explained with relief. With this money, I can gather the most precious alchemy ingredients. That's settled, Jinfrey said. But before you go, please craft one last thing for me from these ingredients. After the agreement was made, the 3 waved goodbye, promising to meet again. Night fell. At the inn where Jinfrey was staying, Kukuru was fast asleep, in a posture that couldn't be more outrageous. In a hidden corner of the forest, Jinfrey quietly acted alone under the moonlight. He mumbled as he looked at the item's information. All right, the noisy one is asleep. Time to deal with this. Thanks to the memory necklace, Jinfrey had secretly changed his profession from alchemist to summoner. With a short incantation, he summoned a small spirit beast. Summon Den. This chest was the reward for collecting 100 hearts, and its secret was about to be revealed. Jinfrey, in his summoner guise, raised his hand, ordering his spirit beast to begin. The small creature gathered energy, roared, Den's shadow, and unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning. Next, he used 2 items he had asked Lydia to craft, flamegrass and icegrass. As the 3 attributes of fire, ice, and lightning simultaneously struck the chest, its invisible lock began to open. Inside was an equipment with immeasurable power. The Destroyer's left arm. With this hidden piece of equipment, a part of his power was complete. The Destroyer's left arm, an artifact with the skill Hyper-Reaction. Jinfrey Van Raid smiled, feeling the new power flowing through his veins. Normally, I would head straight to the S-rank dungeon. But there's a problem, and that problem was loudly calling his name. Jinfrey, hurry up! At the eatery, Kukuru was full of vigor, eagerly asking about the next plan. Jinfrey silently ate his meal, his mind reeling with difficult choices. He couldn't risk taking Kukuru, who couldn't even fight demons, into an S-rank dungeon. Therefore, Jinfrey decided, Kukuru, I'm assigning you a training exercise. He handed her a long list, pointed towards a distant mountain, and ordered her to gather ingredients. Kukuru was stunned by the number of items, but the conditions were even harsher. No using thieving skills. Facing her resistance, Jinfrey coldly turned his back. If you don't want to, our master-disciple relationship ends. Cornered, the Seawolf girl could only pout, reluctantly considering it because of the next dungeon. Finally, she shouted her resolve and ran off, leaving Jinfrey with a sly smile. Now this is good. Finally getting to enjoy the feeling of soloing. He leisurely stepped into the teleportation gate of the 5th Continent's S-rank dungeon, but deep down, he knew he was doing it for her benefit. Don't be mad at me, Kukuru. Immediately, Jinfrey was thrown into another space, free-falling through the sky. A feeling of extreme exhilaration erupted in the young man's chest. Terrifying wind pressure roared in his ears, signaling an extraordinary challenge. The 5th Continent's S-rank dungeon, Sky Island, a challenge that begins right from the sky. Jinfrey Van Raid calmly observed another adventurer free-falling in a panic. The blond young man screamed hysterically, What is this? The ground. The ground. For those unprepared, death was inevitable. Even knowing this, another man still scoffed. Ha ha ha, idiot. He confidently declared that in this dungeon, a parachute was the most basic equipment. His parachute deployed. He smugly boasted about his perfect preparation to Jinfrey. But then, the man suddenly froze as he noticed a swarm of strange creatures approaching. They weren't birds, but a flock of hideous flying monsters screaming. A star-mouthed monster lunged, tearing his parachute to shreds in utter horror. Mid-air, Jinfrey thought to himself, good thing I didn't bring Kukuru along. At the same time, in a distant forest, Kukuru joyfully exclaimed, Found it! Finally found it! The monster's screams pulled Jinfrey back to reality, his gaze sharpening. The sky monsters tore apart what remained of the parachute, drowning out the adventurer's screams. Without a hint of hesitation, Jinfrey extended his hand forward. The destroyer's left arm on his hand subtly glowed with immense power. A green, multi-eyed monster charged straight at him, baring its sharp fangs. Jinfrey calmly raised his left hand, ready for battle. The skill Anti-Gravity Ring was activated, An invisible surge of energy blasted the monster away. There's really nothing like hidden equipment, he thought, then calmly continued his journey. Jinfrey activated the Assault Wind teleport skill, dashing like a bolt of lightning towards the floating island. The destination was the ancient temple within the island of destruction and creation. All right, I'm here, he calmly landed, electrical currents still lingering around him. His gaze immediately locked onto the target, a magic mirror. Found it. This is it. But as soon as the intruder was detected, shadowy monsters rose from the darkness, surrounding him. A swarm of hideous monsters of all shapes and sizes roared, preparing to tear the stranger apart. Jinfrey simply raised his hand, activating the anti-gravity skill. In an instant, he stood amidst puddles of blood and monster corpses, coldly facing absolute victory. Is that all? He muttered, then turned back to face the mirror. Next is that mirror. Jinfrey confidently stepped forward, his reflection clearly visible on the ancient surface. Suddenly, the image in the mirror transformed, becoming a mysterious, shadowy entity. He mused, I am an opposing entity. What will I reflect? A confident smile subtly appeared on Jinfrey's lips, as if he had anticipated everything. The system explained that this event only activated when he reflected the ring of the left hand of the god of destruction into the mirror. Jinfrey looked at his own reflection, and both raised their left hands. He clenched his fist. The destroyer's left arm burst with energy, beginning its transformation process. The mirror emitted a dazzling light, reflecting the ring of the left hand of the god of destruction to create its opposite. Jinfrey's appearance changed. His hair turned brown, his eyes turned red as a new legendary item appeared, the ring of the right hand of the god of creation. After the trial, Jinfrey Van Raid received the ring of the right hand of the god of creation, along with a farewell from the mysterious entity. Now, the hidden equipment duo, the ring of the left hand of the god of destruction and the ring of the right hand of the god of creation, was complete. Next, I'll allocate the accumulated SP points. Alright, let's go. The next objective was clear. Defeat the heavenly dragon demon king Bahammadan reigning in the S-rank dungeon of the 5th continent. In the Sky Temple, a gigantic shadow appeared, exuding an oppressive presence. The dragon raised its head, its eyes glowing. It's been a long time since such a strong human presence appeared. In response to the provocation, Jinfrey plunged straight down from the sky, lightning swirling around him. The status window appeared, proving the superior strength of the level 161 young man. He gently landed on the ground, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The two rulers, one of the sky, one of destiny, finally faced each other. Jinfrey smirked. Still as arrogant as ever, Demon King Bahammadan. The information panel for the 5th Demon King, Bahammadan, level 250, appeared with the trait Ruler of the Sky. The dragon narrowed its eyes. Have we met somewhere before? I usually don't forget the scent of a strong opponent. Jinfrey listened silently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He thought to himself, I still haven't grasped the details, but considering how the previous demons all acted strangely, Bahammadan lost patience, and a dark energy orb began to gather on its claws. The dragon roared, unleashing its ultimate skill, Dark Fire Roar. A gigantic stream of purple-black flames surged towards Jinfrey. Facing the destructive attack, Jinfrey's blue eyes shone with determination. Assault Wind Shift. A bolt of lightning tore through space. In the blink of an eye, Jinfrey appeared right in front of Bahammadan, stunning the dragon. No more holding back. His eyes gleamed with steely determination. The power of the ring of the right hand of the god of creation was revealed, the supergravity skill. Supergravity! Jinfrey roared, unleashing an invisible force field from his palm. The gigantic heavenly dragon was suddenly violently pulled forward by a terrifying gravitational force. It realized in astonishment. Being pulled in? Is this a gravity-type skill? Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey enveloped his fist in blazing flames. Fire Fist. A thunderous punch struck directly at the monster's jaw. A barrage of fierce attacks was unleashed, giving the opponent no moment of rest. I can't create distance, Bahammadan thought to itself. An interesting technique. Suddenly, Jinfrey actively jumped back, creating a safe distance. He stomped his foot, roaring the name of his ultimate skill, Dragon God Storm. From the ground, a jade-colored energy vortex surged up, transforming into the head of a roaring dragon. The energy dragon opened its mouth wide, swallowing Bahammadan in a destructive attack. Jinfrey watched breathlessly at the epicenter of the explosion, where the storm was raging. He knelt down, his gaze never leaving the swirling dust. How did it go? A glimmer of hope flickered in his mind. When the smoke cleared, Bahammadan hovered in midair, completely unharmed. Bahammadan spoke, with a tone full of amusement. How interesting, human. Entertain me further. Jinfrey could only silently face the harsh reality, an undeniable truth. In aerial combat, the power stat difference between them was 50%. Before the giant dragon, Jinfrey looked tiny and alone. "Don't die too quickly," Bahammadan whispered as dark flames began to gather in its hands. A massive dark dragon firebomb was fired straight at Jinfrey. The young man gritted his teeth, his body tensing against the deadly surge of energy. Super anti-gravity. A blue energy sphere was created to counter it. "You think you can block that with times that asterisk?" The dragon's voice echoed, full of mockery. Just then, a dark flame slash unexpectedly struck from behind, stunning him. "This is bad," a desperate thought flashed through Jinfrey's mind. The insidious attack hit, leaving him no time to even cry out. Bahammadan narrowed its eyes, a flicker of surprise at the tenacious resistance. At the decisive moment, a gravity shield managed to form, minimizing the damage. Minimizing damage with a gravity skill right before impact. But still too green. The dragon roared, unleashing its finishing blow. Heavenly Dragon's Roar. Jinfrey was completely engulfed in a barrage of dark energy projectile. A terrifying explosion swallowed everything. Jinfrey's body was blown away like a leaf in a storm. The impact force sent Jinfrey flying, and he struggled to maintain balance in midair. Damn it. A wave of helplessness rose in the young man's eyes. Facing him, Bahammadan was gathering a sphere of destruction, dark energy surging. Cold sweat trickled down, despair evident as death loomed. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Conditions met. New skills for both divine artifacts unlocked. The destroyer's left arm and the creator god's right hand ring simultaneously flared with dazzling light. "It's here!" Jinfrey stood firm, no longer evading, directly confronting the dragon's wrath. "This is what I've been waiting for," he smiled confidently. Dark vortex. A pitch-black vortex appeared, bending and completely absorbing the incoming energy stream. Bahammadan was stunned, unable to believe the sight before its eyes. What? The entire destructive attack was compressed into a small, shimmering sphere. "It swallowed my entire attack?" Jinfrey calmly explained. "All your attacks will be drawn in here." The destroyer god's second skill, Black Hole. He boldly held the opponent's power in his palm, making the dragon wonder. "He absorbed it?" Bahammadan lowered its head, still skeptical. "Does such a skill truly exist?" "You seem to be panicking," Jinfrey smirked provocatively. The dragon growled. "I won't fall for such a cheap provocation." No sooner had it spoken than a colossal shadow enveloped Jinfrey from above. Provoked, Bahammadan plunged down like a meteor, its sharp claws aimed directly at him. Jinfrey had no time to react, completely submerged in the dragon's furious attack. Bahammadan scoffed when its physical attack wasn't absorbed. "What's wrong? Can't absorb this?" The dragon was smug, having found a fatal weakness. "It seems you can't absorb physical attacks." However, Jinfrey maintained a calm expression, seemingly analyzing the opponent's skills. "We dragons pride ourselves on this body." "Die, human," Bahammadan roared, determined to deliver the finishing blow. Before the torrential attack, Jinfrey remained unusually calm. His eyes were unruffled, as if victory was already in his grasp. Bahammadan's earth-shattering punch hurtled forward, aimed directly at Jinfrey. But it only struck empty air, the dragon stunned. Teleportation? Jinfrey had appeared right behind it, both hands raised, accumulating a new source of energy. It turned out that the condition to unlock the second skill was to activate both artifacts simultaneously. The destroyer's left arm absorbs, and the creator's right hand ring will release all that power. The creator god's ring's second skill, White Hole, releasing absorbed attacks. The combination of two opposing powers created an ultimate technique, Vortex of Wrath. Jinfrey unleashed all the accumulated energy towards the still bewildered Bahammadan. The dragon recognized the familiar energy with horror. "This is my heavenly roar from before?" It shrieked in pain as it was engulfed by its own attack. Jinfrey hovered above, coldly observing his achievement. Bahammadan was torn apart by the Vortex of Wrath, its body writhing in resistance. Nevertheless, it raised its head defiantly. In the end, it's just an imitation." Jinfrey met Bahammadan's challenge with a sneer. "Oh, really?" The dragon was stunned as a surge of darkness erupted from its own punch. "What? Even if it's an imitation, can you withstand an attack 3 times stronger than your own?" Jinfrey growled. He unleashed Dark Flame Dragon form, a destructive fireball that shot straight at the monster. Bahammadan was thrown backward by the terrifying power, unable to resist. It let out one last agonizing shriek as its colossal body crashed to the ground. Jinfrey hovered in the air, silently looking down at his fallen foe. A system notification rang out, confirming the resounding achievement. Demon God Bahammadan, level 250, has been defeated. Meanwhile, in a magnificent building, an important meeting was being convened. The Vice Guildmaster of the Adventurers Guild, Nixie Crofin, spoke. The other 4 couldn't make it due to other missions. A resolute voice rang out. "There's no need to be so formal, Vice Guildmaster. Wyatt Dang, a member of the 8 Guardians, affirmed his loyalty. Just give the order, and I'll be there immediately. A nun teased. You're as serious as ever, aren't you? Maria, Jenny, another Guardian, showed impatience. I'm just free. Let's get straight to business, Vice Guildmaster. Sitting silently in the corner was Mira Goldland, the last member present at the meeting. NXY smiled. I understand. Then let's get straight to the main point. Actually, we've received a few disturbing reports recently. Wyatt guessed. Is this instability about a dangerous guild or powerful creatures appearing? NXY denied with a stern expression. No, they are not a guild, nor are they creatures. Mira Goldland listened, a hint of confusion on her face at the unbelievable information. Wyatt Dang and Maria Jenny also fell silent, and the atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. NXY Crofin clasped his hands, beginning the meeting. The first report we received was about seeing a black phantom. At the same time, in the plaza, the victory announcement rang out. The 5th demon god has been defeated by Jinfrey Vanraid. Rewards received, moods good. Jinfrey thought to himself, maybe I should head to the 6th continent. Suddenly he paused. What about Kukuru? The training will surely take time, but, meanwhile, Kukuru was struggling with an eel, whimpering but determined. It's gross, but this is for the next dungeon. Returning to reality, Jinfrey frowned as he saw a noisy crowd. What's going on over there? An adventurer explained. Are you an adventurer too? For some reason, the teleportation gate to the 6th continent is broken. The teleportation gate isn't working? Jinfrey was stunned. There was never a bug like this in the game. Back in the meeting room, NXY continued. A black shadow, like mist or something, he emphasized with a stern expression. Sightings of them have been reported for about 2 weeks now. Amidst the crowd, Jinfrey began to lose patience. How long will I be stuck here until it's fixed? Suddenly, the halo above his head flashed. Huh? Jinfrey's eyes sharpened, staring at an invisible space right next to the adventurer. NXY's words echoed from elsewhere. Clearly, they are not human. He calmly took a sip of tea, trying to maintain composure before the coming storm. They are neither demons nor creatures. They suddenly appeared, and then began attacking humans. Just then, a distorted black shadow began to form from the air, right next to Jinfrey. Jinfrey Vanraid fell silent, his expression hardening as he sensed an unusual aura. It's unclear who or what their purpose is, he thought to himself, but they are definitely a threat. I have a bad feeling about this. From nothingness, a shadowy entity began to form, its single glowing red eye flashing ominously. Meanwhile, elsewhere, NXY Crofin declared decisively, before irreversible damage occurs, the 4 of us must resolve this issue. The shadowy entity's second eye flared, its presence becoming increasingly distinct and murderous. Jinfrey flinched, cold sweat breaking out as he sensed the imminent danger. Even if we don't know what the enemy is, we still have to defeat them. NXY mused, hands clasped, giving a name to the new threat. The nameless entities. The phantom's red eyes swept through the space, as if searching for prey to attack. Jinfrey was stunned, trying to calm himself. I don't know the nature of the enemy, but I definitely have to take them down. NXY continued his train of thought, his eyes sharpening. Those things, the nameless entities. Right at Jinfrey's feet, the initial puddle of shadow began to swirl and abnormally swell. A silent roar echoed as the shadow exploded into a grotesque face with a savage grin. Jinfrey was dazed by the sudden transformation, his entire body stiff with astonishment. In an instant, the shadow transformed into a black armored giant, towering and obscuring the sky. The young man stood motionless, pitifully small before the monster's overwhelming stature. The surrounding crowd screamed in panic. What the hell is that? How can a creature like this be in the middle of the city? The shadowy giant let out an earth-shattering roar, purple dark energy radiating from its body. What is this thing? Jinfrey realized in horror. I've never seen a creature like this before. He desperately searched his memories. It's not in the game. What the hell is going on? In the middle of the plaza, a colossal shadowy monster materialized, spreading extreme terror. A young adventurer collapsed, desperately crying for help amidst the chaos. The towering phantom of death advanced, ready to claim the lives of innocent people. But at that very moment, a skill was activated. Super reaction. A mysterious blue-haired young man appeared, raising his hand to create a shielding energy sphere. The monster was stunned as it was flung far away by an invisible force. From a distance, Jinfrey Vanraid was frozen, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. The entity questioned itself. Creatures cannot appear in the middle of the city, so what am I? It dismissed the thought, its sharp claws beginning to gather dark energy. A destructive green energy orb formed, aimed directly at Jinfrey. The deadly beam shot forward at terrifying speed, giving him no chance to dodge. Jinfrey could only stare in astonishment as the attack struck him. He braced himself, pushed back by the force of the impact. After the dust settled, Jinfrey stood firm, his gaze resolute as he faced the enemy. The monster was shaken. Orb Breaker Fist. How does he have an adventurer's skill? Without a word, Jinfrey charged, unleashing a thunderous punch at the enemy. His fist passed through its semi-material body, a truly strange sensation. Attacked, the monster let out an enraged roar, causing the crowd to panic even more. Jinfrey gritted his teeth and yelled, "Damn it! Hey, wait! Damn it! I'm too late!" Jinfrey despaired as the monster roared, raging vortex. Suddenly, a purple flame erupted, summoning a towering skeleton warrior amidst the chaotic crowd. The shadow monster froze, its glowing red eyes revealing clear confusion at the sudden appearance. The newcomer simply stood there silently, the greatsword in its hand ready for battle. Rage overcoming its confusion, the monster charged directly at the new obstacle. A brilliant golden slash tore through the air, flinging the shadow entity away with a roar. The skeleton warrior swung its sword with unimaginable power, decisive and ruthless. Grrr! The monster shrieked in a mix of surprise and pain as it took a fatal blow. Its body shattered into pieces right before Jinfrey's eyes, ending the rampage. After finishing off the enemy, the skeleton warrior subtly raised its head, seemingly looking towards its master. "I see. This creature is merely a nameless one." A calm voice rang out. A man wearing glasses appeared, standing before his skeletal subordinates with an unhurried demeanor. Jinfrey was utterly stunned by this sudden and powerful intervention. The strange man turned to the crowd. "Everyone, follow my soldiers to safety." Immediately, an army of spear-wielding undead appeared, forming a protective barrier for the civilians. "It's Nexi. Nexi of the 8 Great Guardians has arrived. We're saved." Cheers erupted in joy. "The 8 Great Guardians," Jinfrey murmured, a piece of memory just clicking into place. NXY glanced at Jinfrey, thinking, "That means this person is Mira's ally. Thanks to you, the civilians are safe." "Thank you," NXY said. But Jinfrey only replied, "No." Jinfrey Van Raid was still bewildered. More importantly, what was that thing? Suddenly, NXY Crofin cut him off, and a virtual screen appeared. "Excuse me, this is Wyatt." From the front lines, Wyatt Dang reported, "We have identified the target at point N1. Elsewhere, Maria Jenny announced playfully, point W4. Target sighted, locking on." Finally, Mira Goldland's cold voice. "This is Mira. We have apprehended the target at point S2. NXY reviewed the reports and concluded, "It seems everyone has encountered a nameless one." Jinfrey thought to himself, "Nameless one? So that's the name of this mysterious enemy." He suddenly realized a horrifying truth as he looked at the corpse on the ground. "Wait, there isn't just one." NXY turned back, his sharp gaze fixed on him. "Now then, where were we?" Jinfrey Van Raid. Jinfrey was stunned. "You know my name?" NXY smiled, offering an incredible proposition. "Aren't you interested in joining the 8 Great Guardians?" The black-haired young man was silent, his eyes showing a hint of contemplation. Then he scratched his head and chuckled. "No, I prefer to enjoy the freedom of an adventurer." In a moment of recollection, NXY had once told Mira, "A certain adventurer has caught my attention." Back in the present, NXY explained, "I heard your name from Mira. You certainly have a distinct aura." He glanced at Jinfrey's equipment. "And what you're wearing too." NXY extended his hand politely. "Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am NXY, Vice Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild." A thought exploded in Jinfrey's mind. Vice Guild Master. That means he's the strongest among the 8 Great Guardians. The handshake between Jinfrey and NXY took place under the colossal shadow of a dark entity, signaling a terrifying truth. NXY thought to himself, "His power is exactly as reported. Even my top undead soldiers can't compare." He called out, drawing the young man's attention before revealing a secret. "Jinfrey-kun," NXY began. "They are entities different from ordinary creatures. We call them nameless ones," he explained. "Unpredictable and of unknown origin." Standing before his skeletal army, Nixie affirmed, "However, there is one thing we know for sure." He directed his gaze towards the growling shadow monster. With a serious expression, NXY warned, "If left unchecked, these entities will eventually become a threat to the survival of humanity." Immediately after his words, a colossal skeleton knight appeared, swinging its destructive greatsword. A single slash tore through space. The Nameless One monster was ripped to shreds in the blink of an eye. Jinfrey stood stunned amidst the dissipating dark energy, completely overwhelmed. He could only utter a choked sound at the display of absolute power. NXY turned back and commanded, "That's why, if you encounter a Nameless One, destroy it." A cold smile spread across his lips. "Of course, without mercy. I'm sure someone with your abilities can handle it," NXY said, his voice full of confidence. Jinfrey broke out in a cold sweat, with only one thought in his mind. "This is the power of a Vice Guild leader?" NXY Crofin, the vice guild leader of the Adventurers Guild, a high-level necromancer, stood there majestically with his undead army. At point N1, a shadow entity spread terror, but a knight stood to block its path. The monster roared savagely, charging straight towards the city's sole guardian. Wyatt Deng scoffed, raising his sturdy shield high. The Nameless One's claws violently clashed against the shield, but couldn't pierce it. The knight stood firm as a rock, completely blocking the destructive attack. Even so, he broke out in a cold sweat at the opponent's terrifying power. Wyatt silently assessed. This attack hits pretty hard, definitely over level 300. But, counterattack, he yelled, seizing the opportunity to activate a skill. The shield flashed, completely deflecting the monster's next attack. The Nameless One was stunned, growling, "With that level, you still can't defeat me." Shield bash. Wyatt retaliated with a thunderous counterattack. The attack, based on absolute defense, struck the monster's body directly, making it shriek in pain. The shadow entity smoked profusely, its body beginning to disintegrate. In just a moment, the Nameless One had completely vanished at the Guardian's feet. Wyatt Deng, one of the 8 Great Guardians, said coldly, "Target eliminated. Must contact the Vice Guild Master immediately." At the same time, at point W4, another Nameless One was staggering before a nun. Nun Maria Jenny puffed on her cigarette, uttering contemptuous words. "Oh, you filthy and defiled flesh, bringing calamity to this world. No, those who dare defy me will pay with their lives." She stomped her heel hard on the ground, radiating an aura that cracked the earth and forced the monster to retreat. Maria raised her giant cross high, its brilliant holy light signaling an impending judgment. With a cruel smile, Nun Maria Jenny exhaled smoke. "Ha ha ha! Die, you nameless thing!" A painful roar echoed as the attack landed, black blood splattering everywhere. The skill Vulgar Prayer transformed the cross into a destructive weapon, its power surging with her arrogant attitude. "For the sin of wasting my time," Maria coldly declared. "Rot in hell." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Vice Guild Master Nixie Crofin explained the situation to Jinfrey. "Unless the Nameless One problem is resolved, all intercontinental travel will be frozen." Jinfrey nodded in confirmation, but his mind was deep in thought. "There were never Nameless Ones in the game," he muttered. "Wait. I remember hearing a similar rumor once." A light flashed in Jinfrey's mind. If that rumor was about these guys, I could get never-before-seen hidden equipment. Just then, Nixie looked at the communication screen and praised, "As expected, well done." He was surprised by the speed of the report. "That was fast. This is Maria." But an urgent message appeared, Maria's voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry, the target escaped." NXY was stunned. Maria, the strongest of the 3, let the enemy escape? A signal from another Guardian cut in. It was Mira Goldland. "I'm fine, tracking them with spirits. Heading to point S5, NXY immediately ordered. "Understood. Everyone, gather at point S5. "I'll come too," Jinfrey unexpectedly spoke up, interrupting the instructions. He explained clearly. "We need information about the enemy, and being stuck here is a big problem." NXY listened in silence, then admitted. "That's right. Your help is very useful," NXY said. However, he looked directly at Jinfrey, asserting, "All decisions on site will be made by me. We are responsible for your safety." Jinfrey agreed, and NXY nodded. "Then let's go, Jinfrey." At point S5, Mira and her team's pursuit of the Nameless One was fiercely underway. Suddenly, a giant shadow entity appeared, roaring. "Wait!" Mira angrily yelled. "Trying to run? This time I won't let you escape." The entity turned to mock Maria. Letting a small fry like that escape is truly disgraceful. Maria could only grit her teeth, enduring the bitter sarcasm about her previous failure. Wyatt Deng appeared in time to reassure her. "Unexpected situations can happen at any time, Maria." He activated defensive magic, asserting, "We 8 Great Guardians are a team. We support each other." Finally, the 4 Guardians successfully cornered the Nameless One. Just then, Nixie and Jinfrey also arrived, making Maria secretly think that the forces were fully assembled. Mira recognized those present, but then paused. Vice Guild Master, Wyatt, Maria, and... "Huh?" She pointed in surprise. "Why are you here, Jinfrey?" Which made him just scratch his head and give a wry smile. NXY Crofin immediately corrected. "That can wait. Now let's focus on taking down the target first." But Mira hastily grabbed Jinfrey, reporting shocking news. "Wait, Vice Guild Master. That Nameless One just spoke." NXY turned back in shock. "Spoke?" A creature thought to be mindless, yet, immediately, Jinfrey's halo flashed a danger warning. Without hesitation, he yelled, "Everyone, fall back!" The Nameless One looked up, flashing a devilishly wide grin. It growled, "Heh, looks like we have more food." and an army of shadows rose from the ground. The entire team was stunned, realizing they had walked straight into a deadly trap. The shadow monsters roared, charging simultaneously towards Jinfrey and Mira. "Maria!" Mira shouted, warning her teammates who were preparing for battle. The red-haired teammate didn't hesitate, summoning Ifrit. Burn! A sea of flames engulfed the monsters, and piteous screams echoed. The ferocious flames incinerated the shadow minions without a trace. Within the protective ring of fire, the whole group safely watched the remnants of the enemies vanish. Mira said smugly, "So weak," while Maria reproached herself, "I can't forgive myself for hesitating." NXY Crofin mused. "A talking creature. This is more serious than we thought." He delivered a chilling conclusion. "They possess intelligence." Jinfrey Van Raid and Wyatt Dang remained silent, digesting the shocking information. Maria, Jenny, and Mira Goldland also wore serious expressions, aware of the true danger. Suddenly, Jinfrey froze, his eyes gleaming with vigilance. "I sense a strong magical presence deep in the forest," he muttered. "Another nameless one." The whole group immediately turned their gaze towards Jinfrey, awaiting an explanation. Wyatt Dang narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "How do you know?" NXY quickly interjected. "He seems to have received special training in mana detection back home. In any case, we can't leave them be," Nixui said decisively. "Jinfrey, lead us there." Jinfrey was a little flustered but still nodded in agreement. Yes." Under Jinfrey's guidance, the elite team advanced deep into the dense forest. "It's here," Jinfrey announced. Before them was a giant, glowing magic circle. Jinfrey pointed towards the magic circle at their feet. "Beyond this, I sense an enormous amount of mana that belongs to no one." NXY Crofin narrowed his eyes, recognizing it immediately. "This is a spatial gate, a sage-level skill," Jinfrey concluded coldly. "This confirms that no one can steal an adventurer's skills," he thought to himself, as memories of his past life flooded back. "If so, these monsters are leveling up, just like us." A terrifying realization flashed in his mind. This is going to become a real problem. NXY Crofin smiled optimistically. "It's fine. With 4 of the 8 guardians and a promising rookie here, we'll be all right." Wyatt Dang suddenly realized. "Promising rookie? Ah, Jinfrey, the guy from the newspaper?" Maria Jenny glanced at Jinfrey with a sharp, scrutinizing gaze. "So you're that times person?" "Let's go in," NXY suggested. But then he paused when he saw Jinfrey's smile. "Why do I feel like I'm being led by the nose?" The whole team didn't hesitate, stepped into the magic circle, and were enveloped by a blinding light. They appeared in a cold stone corridor. "Damn it, there's nothing here but a door." Wyatt Dang immediately took position. "I'll go first. Everyone follow." Maria Jenny ordered Jinfrey, "Hey rookie, let the shield go first. We'll cover the rear." Jinfrey smirked. "All right, I'll follow your lead." A heavy, iron-gloved hand gripped the doorknob, slowly pushing it open. Wyatt cracked open the door, cautiously peering inside. The whole team hid behind him, ready for battle. He stepped into the dark space, his sturdy back shielding his teammates. "Nothing for now," Wyatt announced after scanning the area. Suddenly, Jinfrey froze, his feet seemingly nailed to the stone floor. He spun around with a vigilant gaze, startling Wyatt, who was walking ahead, into looking back. A terrifying clang echoed as the iron gate slammed shut, separating Jinfrey and Wyatt. On the other side, Nixie Crofin and the other guardians could only stare in shock. "Are you two all right?" NXY frantically shouted as he realized a trap had been activated. He desperately shook the cold bars, but they didn't budge. Wyatt reassured his teammates, while Jinfrey concluded coldly, "This is a trap. We're locked in." But why so suddenly? Wyatt hadn't finished speaking when a shadow began to coalesce on the ground. Both immediately spun around, sensing an ominous surge of killing intent. From the shadows, a skeletal monster enveloped in purple flames rose, muttering about the intruders. Target acquired. "Engage." Wyatt didn't hesitate, immediately taking a defensive stance. He confidently told Jinfrey, "Leave it to me." "Shield shock!" Wyatt roared. His shield erupted with holy light. The shadow monster shrieked piteously before being obliterated by the attack. Wyatt stood firm after the attack. The monster had turned to dust, while Jinfrey merely observed silently. A finishing blow, Jinfrey thought to himself, truly one of the 8 guardians. From the other side of the gate, NXY anxiously called out, and Wyatt confidently replied that they had dealt with a small fry. But then, an enchanting voice echoed from behind Jinfrey. "Oh my. A lost little adventurer." A shadow seductress with a purple horned mask and a provocative outfit slowly materialized. Her sudden appearance stunned both Jinfrey and Wyatt. Wyatt realized in horror, she is on a completely different level. Despite the danger, he still charged forward, intending to use the same old move, shield shock. But Jinfrey shouted, "Wait!" From the shadows, A ghostly entity with a surge of purple energy swirling around its body appeared. She let out a soft, provocative laugh, as if toying with her prey. Suddenly, she unleashed a swordsman's skill, shouting, "Shield break!" Wyatt Dang couldn't react in time, his face revealing extreme horror at the unusual attack. The Guardian was sent flying, his body crashing hard onto the cold ground. Witnessing his teammate easily defeated, Jinfrey Vanrade couldn't help but be stunned. "How pathetic," the demoness said. "My name is CCBAD. An info panel appeared, showing level 285 and a multitude of multi-elemental skills. Jinfrey muttered to himself, confirming a horrifying truth. So it can really use adventurer skills, no doubt about it. CCBAD smirked, her voice full of sarcasm. "Speechless, are we? You must be terrified." Wyatt struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth. "Damn it. I was too careless. Fall back, Jinfrey. Don't worry. I'll slowly enjoy both of you." The demoness licked her lips, then paused. "Wait. Why are you smiling?" To the astonishment of both allies and enemies, a mysterious smile bloomed on Jinfrey's lips. He recalled the rumors in the game. If the rumors are true, there are 4 named nameless ones, known as the 4 Heavenly Kings. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jinfrey casually put his hands in his pockets, a stark contrast to Wyatt's strained expression. He looked directly at CCBAD, his thoughts continuing. "And the rumors also say that, if all 4 are defeated, one can obtain the legendary hidden equipment that I never acquired in my previous life." Jinfrey stepped forward, telling himself to focus on the present, surprising CCBAD. "Oh, willingly offering yourself? How commendable. Very well then." The demoness created an energy blade. "I'll slice you into bite-sized pieces." Immediately, CCBAD lunged forward, swinging her shadow weapon at Jinfrey. Just as CCBAD's shadow blade was about to reach Jinfrey, a brilliant golden barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Jinfrey was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, "A barrier?" It was Wyatt Dang. He had rushed forward, activating his sacrifice skill to take the full brunt of the attack for his teammate. With a determined expression, Wyatt growled, "Our battle isn't over yet." CCBAD roared in anger, "You damn corpse, don't interfere." Wyatt reassured the bewildered Jinfrey. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, a member of the 8 Guardians, I won't let anything happen to Jinfrey," he declared grandly. But Jinfrey secretly scoffed. "Really? No way." The demoness smirked. "You're all talk. I always eat the best things first, so don't get in my way," she roared, condensing a fiery arrow in her hand. "Fire arrow," CCBAD shouted, firing the destructive energy blast straight at the 2 of them. But Wyatt had already shouted, "Shield domain." His massive shield glowed, easily extinguishing the magical flame. "I told you. I won't let you lay a finger on him," CCBAD fumed. "If you want to die so badly, I'll start with you." Wyatt held his ground, shielding Jinfrey, who was quietly observing from behind. "Take this." The demoness poured all her strength, activating both critical strike and shield break skills simultaneously. Wyatt braced himself, preparing for the direct impact. CCBAD charged like a storm, swinging her enhanced shadow weapon at the shield. She followed up with another fire arrow. Wyatt cried out as he struggled to withstand the fierce assault. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, secretly astonished. "She's far too accustomed to combat." Wyatt growled, his shield vibrating as it blocked another fire arrow. He was pushed back, suddenly realizing, wait, fire arrow should have a cooldown. His heavily armored feet slid across the ground under the terrifying pressure. "Oh my." A ghostly voice echoed as CCBAD appeared from the purple smoke behind him. She smiled behind her mask. "You block attacks quite well. I'm quite surprised. You're better than I thought." Immediately, she split into 2, stunning Wyatt. "What?" The Guardian couldn't believe his eyes. "She split into 2? Standing behind, Jinfrey coldly analyzed. "A summoner's clone skill. Die." Both clones drew their bows, aiming directly at the Guardian. Wyatt struggled to cope with the 2 incoming fire arrows. Even the clones can use fire arrow? He was shocked to realize. That rapid-fire volley earlier. Could it have been done by a clone too? Damn it. Blocking both at once is. He gritted his teeth, his shield on the verge of shattering. But suddenly, both of CCBAD's clones froze. Huh? Jinfrey had already stepped in front of Wyatt, a gentle blue barrier neutralizing all attacks. Wyatt knelt, looking up at his savior with an incredulous expression. Jinfrey, you saved me. Thank you." Jinfrey coldly replied, "I already said, I don't need sacrifices. Dispel the skill." Wyatt firmly refused. "I can't do that." He took a step back, his eyes full of respect. "Now I understand. You are incredibly skilled." Jinfrey merely glanced at him, his calm eyes hiding calculations no one could guess. Wyatt Dang declared loudly, "I will protect you with my life. for I am the shield of the team. Standing behind the Guardian's sturdy back, Jinfrey Vanrade silently observed the situation. Wyatt frowned, thinking that the opponent had no openings even while their skills were on cooldown. Constantly defending will wear us down. What should I do? Jinfrey clenched his fists, his brain working at full capacity. Suddenly, one of CC Bad's 2 clones yawned. I'm bored and hungry too. Her eyes turned cold, her voice filled with killing intent. Let's end this warm-up. Both Jinfrey and Wyatt felt the sudden surge of pressure. Right before their eyes, the enemy had multiplied from 2 to 3 clones. Wyatt screamed in horror. No way, there are 3 of them now, Jinfrey mumbled, trying to analyze. The clone skill should only be limited to 1 copy. A light flashed in his mind. Wait, fire arrow. So clones can also summon clones. CC Bad's mocking voice rang out. Surprised by such a trivial thing? You're still too green. Facing the perilous situation, fiery wings blazed up behind Wyatt. But the threat multiplied exponentially, as 5 CCBAD clones simultaneously drew their bows. Despair was evident on the faces of both young men. 5 fire arrows shot forth simultaneously, carrying destructive power. Ifrit burn, Wyatt roared, unleashing his flames to fight back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gate, Mira's teammates were pouring all their efforts into attacking the iron bars. NXY Crofin cried out in despair. This is bad, it won't break. He could only helplessly stare at the gate, silently praying, please, be safe, both of you. Amidst the rubble, Jinfrey shook his dying teammate. Hey! Wake up! He screamed in despair, trying to cling to the life of the one who had shielded him. A faint voice echoed. Wyatt softly called his name in delirium. Glad you're safe. Wyatt was injured and coughing up blood, but Jinfrey just yelled, Don't talk anymore. With his remaining eye, Wyatt gazed into the void. I am the shield. That is my pride. Jinfrey glanced at the enemy. 3 CC Bad clones were still standing there, observing coldly. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, feeling helplessness gnawing at his mind. All escape routes were cut off. Teleportation was exhausted, and defensive gear couldn't withstand it either. A tear rolled down his cheek, symbolizing utter despair. Memories of the piercing attack flooded back, fresh blood staining his vision red. Jinfrey realized with a shock that the fatal attack, Wyatt had taken the full brunt of it for him. I'm sorry, this shield couldn't protect you. Wyatt whispered, his words broken. In the distance, the 3 demonesses silently watched the tragedy, devoid of any emotion. Jinfrey bowed his head, silent in the pain and simmering rage. Wyatt gasped his last words. HP status. Critical. I need you to do something for me. Their whispers seemed to catch the attention of one of CC Bad's clones. After hearing the request, Wyatt smiled peacefully. All right, I'll gladly entrust it to you, Jinfrey whispered, and Wyatt's consciousness faded. Thank you. CC Bad sneered. Done with your tearful farewell? How troublesome. Cooldown's over, she roared. But behind Jinfrey, fiery wings blazed fiercely. A whoosh sound echoed, and fresh blood stained the air as one of the 3 demonesses fell. The remaining one was stunned, not understanding what had just happened to her clone. Before them, a hand gripped the hilt of a hideous demonic sword. Jinfrey Vanrade, with eyes cold as ice, whispered a deadly warning. Get ready. He stood tall over the corpse of the first enemy, an aura of death enveloping the remaining 2. The demoness was utterly terrified, a single thought flashing through her mind. When did he move? Despite their fear, rage surged, and both roared, charging to attack. How dare you be insolent? Pray! Die! But Jinfrey was faster. He shot past their heads like a harbinger of death. The sharp blade of Centipede slashed down, giving the opponents no chance to resist. A single sword strike finished off the second one. The power of the new weapon was truly terrifying. The last demoness could only watch in stunned silence as her comrades were wiped out in an instant. I warned you, Jinfrey's voice echoed. There won't be a next time. He activated the sword's skill, shouting, Liquefy. Countless dark spikes erupted from the sword, piercing the last demoness from all sides. CC Bad's final scream echoed as the system announced the rewards had been granted. A purple card floated before Jinfrey, but he paid it no mind. His gaze was fixed on the distance, where his teammate Wyatt Dang lay motionless. Jinfrey quietly walked over, standing before the body of the one who had sacrificed himself for him. In his mind, Wyatt's dying wish echoed, I have a request. Blood dripped from the wound. Jinfrey bowed his head, the weight of the promise heavy on his shoulders. In Jinfrey's mind, Wyatt's plea echoed, there's a weapon I want to restore. Lying on his last breath with an empty eye socket, Wyatt suddenly awoke. He smiled weakly. Weapon soul transfer, right? It was an ultimate skill, usable only once in a lifetime, and Wyatt realized. So, there's still hope. With a serene smile, he accepted. Understood. I will gladly entrust my weapon's soul to you. When the flame of life fades, an adventurer's weapon returns to heaven. But if there is someone to inherit the will, the weapon's soul can be transferred through a ritual called soul transfer. Jinfrey solemnly swore as the new weapon took shape. I will accept your will, without a moment's hesitation. Wyatt took his last breath, his face strangely peaceful. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Jinfrey turned around, someone's voice calling out, "The door's open. We can go in." NXY Crofin and Maria Jenny rushed in, NXY shouting, "Ha, Jinfrey-kun!" But then both froze, horrified by the scene before them. Jinfrey stood there, a solitary figure amidst the bodies of fallen enemies and his fallen comrade. NXY rushed forward, his voice faltering. "This is Wyatt." Maria cried out in despair as she ran to the body. "Wyatt, what happened?" The brave guardian's face was now devoid of life. "Hold on, I'll heal you right away." Maria knelt, pouring all her strength into casting healing magic. She looked up at Jinfrey, who remained motionless. NXY approached, his voice stern. "You're also seriously injured. Can you tell us what happened?" Jinfrey bowed his head, looking down at his sacrificed comrade, and whispered the painful truth. "He shielded me." Jinfrey bowed his head, painstakingly recounting the brutal truth to Nixie Crofin, as Wyatt Dang's body lay there. NXY Crofin fell silent, looking at the battlefield strewn with demon corpses, understanding how fierce the battle had been. "Wake up, Wyatt!" Maria Jenny screamed. "You fool, why did you sacrifice yourself?" Mira Goldland gently held her distraught comrade. "Maria, he's gone." In the heavy silence, NXY Crofin turned away, while Jinfrey could only stand there with a heavy gaze. Maria Jenny collapsed beside her fallen comrade, sobbing his name, Wyatt. NXY Crofin's words echoed over the image of Wyatt Dang with closed eyes. "I've heard everything from Jinfrey. You are the pride of the 8 great guardian stars." Nixie Crofin bowed his head. "Rest in peace." Pain turned into fury. Mira Goldland's and Maria Jenny's eyes became sharp and resolute. Jinfrey also suppressed his grief, his gaze firm as he looked straight ahead. The entire team stood solemnly as a skeleton knight carried Wyatt's body away. NXY Crofin swore, "We will definitely avenge you." Before them, another door appeared. A new challenge awaited. "This time I'll go first," Nixie Crofin declared, taking on the vanguard role. The heavy wooden door slowly pushed open, revealing the darkness within. The group cautiously stepped through the doorway, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Maria Jenny noticed something unusual. "The door isn't closing." "That's right, but it seems we still can't refuse this warm welcome." An army of shadows was already waiting. "Everyone step back. I'll handle this." Nixie Crofin stood in front of the team. "What the hell are you talking about?" Maria Jenny growled. "I'm still boiling with rage." Mira Goldland also didn't back down. "Me too, Vice Guildmaster." NXY Crofin agreed with his teammates' surging desire for revenge. "That's right. Everyone feels the same way." He stood before a new force, a mighty army that had just been summoned, the Immortal Army. The remaining shadow monsters shrieked in despair as they were torn apart by slashes of light. Maria Jenny, her eyes burning with hatred, roared, "I'll deal with anyone still lingering." NXY observed the sweep, thinking to himself, "We must destroy them completely, for Wyatt." The Vice Guildmaster turned to Jinfrey Van Raid, who was lost in silence. "Jinfrey, are you all right?" NXY asked, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Jinfrey hesitated before replying, "No, I was just thinking. Your team is truly reliable." NXY saw through his thoughts. "You mean Wyatt, don't you?" Jinfrey bowed his head, his voice full of torment. "Because of me. A member of the 8 Guardian Stars had to die." NXY listened in silence, empathy clearly visible on his face. "Did Wyatt leave any words of resentment?" he asked directly. "No," Jinfrey replied, his voice firm. Memories flooded back, Wyatt lying there with a contented smile, and NXY affirmed, "That's right, he was that kind of person." "He protected you," Nixie said. "Continuing his will is the best tribute." After a moment, NXY decisively stated, "We're done here. Let's move on." The group, now more united than ever, advanced together into the deep darkness. Ahead of them, the dungeon path suddenly split into 2. They stopped, facing a difficult choice. What should we do? Splitting up seems dangerous. NXY, in his role as commander, began to carefully analyze the situation, weighing every risk. In the dark corridor, NXY Crofin made a bold tactical decision. "No, we will proactively split into pairs here," he explained clearly. "Although it will disperse our forces, we must avoid being wiped out by traps." Maria Jenny quickly grabbed Jinfrey. "You're with me, rookie," she explained casually, then suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, look!" Before them, a corpulent monster sat on a stone pedestal, emitting a menacing purple aura. The monster, Bubeka, grinned savagely. "Prey running straight into my hands?" At the same time, NXY and Mira also encountered another enemy, a muscular old man assessing them with greedy eyes. The old man, Abadek, asked, "Ready, Mira?" And the silver-haired girl simply replied coldly, "Yes." Two fated battles were about to erupt, four brave individuals confronting formidable foes. Jinfrey and Maria entered the grand hall, the atmosphere tense as they faced Bubeka. The monster licked its dagger, a savage gesture signaling a bloody hunt. Jinfrey secretly calculated, "This guy might be even stronger than the fifth demon god. I need to probe first." His gaze sharpened, all his senses heightened to maximum alert. But suddenly, Maria shot past him like an arrow, leaving Jinfrey only enough time to utter a surprised, "Huh?" He stared dumbfounded at her, retreating back, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Could it be? With a face contorted in hatred, Maria roared, "This rotten world has no one worth praying to." She yelled, "Command!" and the cross in her hand began to transform violently. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a colossal warhammer, raised high above her head, ready for a decisive strike. Bubeka, still complacent, could only look up with wide, startled eyes. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the axe of command struck its target. Amidst the swirling dust, Jinfrey stood frozen, utterly stunned by his teammates' power and ferocity. Jinfrey muttered, "What a profane prayer. Wait a minute." Maria stood over the fallen enemy, provoking, "Too slow to react, fatty. Let me help you lose some weight." Jinfrey secretly assessed, reckless indeed, but the attack was incredibly precise, worthy of the 8 guardians. Her blue eyes gleamed with iron determination. The young man retracted his words. Damn it, she chose the wrong weapon. In the end, she's still just a reckless fool. Unexpectedly, Bubeka spoke in a strange voice as he began to stand. "A powerful human has arrived." The monster licked its lips, baring its ghastly fangs. "This prey is mine." Maria frowned. Did his thick layer of fat numb his pain? Or did he manage to defend in time? She gritted her teeth. He may not look it, but his level is very high. No wonder why it struggled so much. If that's the case. Maria roared. "Merciful God, I thank you for your will." She raised her glowing weapon high. "I shall offer you the feast of this wicked one's flesh and blood." Command. Swinging her weapon carelessly, she accidentally knocked down Jinfrey, who was standing nearby. "Hesitation means death, rookie," she warned coldly, without even looking back. Jinfrey watched in a daze as the girl charged straight at the enemy with terrifying power. Damn it, no time to complain. He decided to join the fight, summoning his weapon. Centipede. With the centipede sword in hand, Jinfrey plunged into the chaotic battle. "Perfect timing, rookie," Maria yelled. "Lend me your back." A thump echoed as she planted her heel on his back. The powerful rebound created a sonic boom in the air. Jinfrey was bewildered as he was turned into a springboard for Maria's spectacular aerial attack. From above, Maria descended like an enraged angel, her cross aimed directly at Bubeka, but the corpulent monster was unexpectedly agile, narrowly dodging the attack, which shattered the ground. Tch, it dodged? That fatso is annoyingly quick. Maria gritted her teeth, glancing at Jinfrey still sprawled on the ground. Jinfrey realized in shock. She's truly insane. I can't believe Wyatt used to be a shield for a girl like this. A notification appeared, confirming Maria's emotions were solely rage and sorrow, and Jinfrey seemed to understand it all. Without a moment's rest, Maria continued to swing her weapon, pressuring Bubeka with a barrage of attacks. Her eyes gleamed with iron determination, her sole focus on the enemy before her. Witnessing it all, Jinfrey knelt on one knee, muttering, "I understand." Meanwhile, Nixie Crofin mused, inheriting the will of the deceased. That is the greatest remembrance. This is how she avenges Wyatt. Jinfrey called out, "Hey, you're the defender," Maria yelled, without turning back. "Do your job, kid." The young man simply knelt in silence, his gaze fixed on her fighting back. Blindly attacking with only 2 people is too risky. Jinfrey stood up, the centipede gradually appearing in his hand. If that's the case, he gripped the hilt tightly, his eyes flashing with resolve. Instead of rushing in reckless, "I will give my all to support this woman." Empowered by her teammates' decision, Maria once again charged into attack with all her might. "Repent for your gluttony and go to hell. Amen," she roared, a crazed smile on her lips. Bubeka growled in response, dark energy erupting. Kylan, thunderous roar. At the same time, elsewhere, Mira Goldland was also summoning her spirit beast. Huko, their opponent, Abadek, sat calmly on his throne amidst the thunderous storm, patiently awaiting the battle's commencement. Abadek roared as Huko's lightning bolts enveloped his body. Contrary to expectations, the old man tensed up and savored it. Such a pleasantly numbing sensation. With blazing red eyes and a cunning smile, Abadek seemed completely unharmed. He flexed his muscles, gleefully declaring, My body feels much lighter now. Witnessing the scene, Nixie called out his teammate's name. Mira. Mira Goldland responded with a resolute gaze, ready for the next attack. She raised her hand, summoning 2 more powerful spirits. Kylan. Undine. Both spirits combined their strength, unleashing a joint attack. Hydro. Lightning bolt. A colossal pillar of water and lightning crashed down, engulfing Abadek in the wrath of the elements. This time, the old man could no longer remain calm. This attack is many times stronger than before. This isn't good. To defend himself, Abadek summoned 2 golden-armored skeleton knights as living shields. NXY coldly analyzed. Even if your body is tough, what if you take continuous damage without being able to move? Cornered, Abadek sneered. Humans should respect their elders, shouldn't they? Yes, NXY adjusted his glasses. But if that elder is a monster harming people, then it's a different story. He commanded his trump card. Do it. Bloody Lance. A knight in black and red armor charged straight towards Abadek, without hesitation. The sharp spearhead grazed Abadek's face, splattering fresh blood. A gaping hole appeared in the old man's chest. The attack had completely pierced his body. NXY watched his fallen enemy, his voice filled with pain. Killing you won't bring my comrades back, but at the very least, all of you will die to atone for your sins. After the battle, Nixie stood beside Mira Goldland, his heart filled with worry for their other comrades. Both entered the main hall, where the empty throne exuded an ominous aura. Suddenly, a chilling sensation made both of them turn around in alarm. The corpse at their feet had vanished, leaving only a spreading pool of blood on the stone floor. A black shadow darted down from the ceiling, its target all too clear. Fresh blood splattered. An arm flew into the air amidst utter astonishment. Abadek, thought to be dead, landed arrogantly, and Mira only had time to scream her comrade's name. NXY collapsed, clutching his bleeding shoulder stump, the pain tearing through the silence. The old monster let out a savage laugh, reveling in his successful ambush. In the critical moment, Mira summoned Undine to heal Nixie, her mind racing to analyze the situation. He stole those skills, Nixie gritted his teeth, and he can use them all at once. Abadek smirked, savoring their despair and uttering a sarcastic warning. His tongue flicked out disgustingly. Now, it's my turn. The status board revealed the stolen abilities. Despite his injuries, NXY and Mira stood side by side, their eyes burning with a resolve to fight to the death. At the same time, elsewhere, Maria Jenny put all her strength into striking the giant Bubeka with her axe of command. Jinfrey Van Raid watched with bated breath, sweat trickling down his cheeks at the enemy's terrifying power. The axe blade sank deep, tearing through Bubeka's face in what seemed like a finishing blow. But the fat man merely smirked. That was a dangerous attack. But I blocked it. Maria didn't flinch, continuing to press him with her holy power. Before her and Jinfrey, Bubeka still stood tall. The battle to the death had only just truly begun. Bubeka smirked. He had used enhancement magic to boost his defense, anticipating that he couldn't dodge. Only defense? Maria roared, swinging her weapon and charging forward. She yelled a challenge. Come at me, you rotten fatty. Even after taking the devastating blow, the monster merely gritted his teeth and endured. Maria was stunned by his resilience. What insolence! Knocked to the ground, Bubeka was still scolded by Maria. You have no right to address me so casually. From behind, Jinfrey coldly identified it as his comrade's cruel axe skill. Maria decided to deliver the finishing blow. I'll finish this fatty with the next move. Buy me some time. Jinfrey stepped forward, gripping his centipede tightly, his heart seething with hatred over Wyatt's death. But even in his anger, he felt something was amiss. Jinfrey recalled the terrifying magic from earlier, believing this fat man was only feigning defense and still hiding a trump card. He's plotting something, he was certain. Suddenly, Bubeka stood up, radiating murderous intent. I won't spare you any longer. I'll tear you apart and devour you alive. Jinfrey raised his sword defensively, shielding Maria, who was gathering energy behind him. Bubeka roared, unleashing a colossal stream of water magic. Water cannon. He laughed maniacally, confident in the destructive power of his attack. The stream of water shot straight towards the two, carrying Bubeka's shout. Fly away, you prey. However, the attack suddenly vanished, leaving Bubeka bewildered. Huh? In front of Jinfrey, a small orb of darkness was devouring the entire stream of magic water. Jinfrey calmly neutralized the attack with his black hole skill from the destroyer's left armlet. Bubeka only managed to let out a gasp of surprise. So this is your trump card, Jinfrey sneered. But it's useless. The small orb of darkness completely swallowed the attack, leaving Bubeka stunned. The obese monster licked its lips, curious. What was that skill just now? I want it! Jinfrey roared, charging straight forward. A sharp sword slash swept out, tearing through the air. Baya! Bubeka screamed in pain as its arm was deeply gashed. Clasping its blood-soaked arm, it growled, "Grr. You prey are truly annoying." But then, its wound began to glow green and automatically closed. "But I can heal myself." "It's done, rookie." Maria's voice echoed from behind. She had finished accumulating energy, the golden mace in her hand radiating terrifying pressure. "Well done. Oh, child of the ugly flesh world." "Command!" Maria charged forward like an angel of judgment. Bubeka realized in horror that it couldn't block this attack. Its survival instinct urged it to flee. But strangely, its body suddenly stiffened, unable to move. "You hate moving, don't you?" Jinfrey stood in the distance, his hands radiating purple gravitational energy. "By using both armbands simultaneously, I can freely control the target's movements." Seizing the golden opportunity, Maria brought the mace straight down onto the immobile monster's head. The earth-shattering impact made Bubeka clench its teeth. "Pagya!" Its final scream echoed as its skull was split in two. Bubeka's head was split in two, ending the life of one of the four heavenly kings. Bubeka's hand twitched one last time in a pool of blood. Maria Jenny coldly declared, "Go down there and feast to your heart's content, fatty." The system announced victory, the reward being a black 4-leaf clover. No, 2-card. "Huh? What's this?" Maria curiously flipped the card in her hand. Believing it wasn't treasure, she threw it away, but Jinfrey quickly snatched it. "So that's 2 now," Jinfrey muttered. Halfway there, Maria stood silently behind, observing her mysterious teammate. She secretly thought about the skill that had locked Bubeka down, admitting that Jinfrey's true strength was not just a rumor. With the enemy defeated, both continued deeper inside. They walked in silence through the cold stone corridor. "Dead end," Maria turned back irritably. "I thought you knew the way." An argument erupted as both realized they were completely lost. "Damn it, rookie." Maria lost her temper, grabbing Jinfrey's collar. "At times like this, you're supposed to lead the way." The nun's wrath poured down on the bewildered young man. Suddenly, Jinfrey watched in astonishment as an object in his hand crumbled and glowed. An eerie silence enveloped the corridor. Purple light flared, engulfing both of them in a teleportation vortex. "Where are we?" They realized in panic that they were in a completely unfamiliar place, until Maria screamed. On the floor, Nixie Crofin and Mira Goldland lay motionless. The talented vice president had fallen. In the cold hall, Mira Goldland lay slumped, unconscious. "Mira!" Maria screamed, while Jinfrey Van Raid rushed at full speed towards his teammate. Jinfrey frantically helped her up. "Hey, Mira, wake up. Are you all right?" With a faint breath, Mira only managed to call his name, J. Jinfrey. An old, mocking voice echoed from the shadows. "Ho ho ho, you should thank me." From the steps, a muscular old man with an eerie purple aura appeared. It was Abadek. He sneered, "For the sake of you weaklings, I have brought your teammates here." Jinfrey was stunned, only now understanding everything. So the teleportation was his doing. Jinfrey muttered to himself, looking at the smug enemy. A terrifying truth flashed in his mind. In this dungeon, everything is under their control. At the same time, Maria had run to another person, Vice President. She helped NXY Crofin up, hastily reassuring him. "Hang in there, Vice President. I'll heal you right away." As Maria prepared to cast her healing magic, she declared confidently, "You'll be fine. Your arm will return to normal." But a sudden attack from the shadows pierced through her. Everyone, even those gravely wounded, was aghast at the horrifying sight. Maria spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes wide with pain and disbelief. Jinfrey's desperate scream echoed throughout the hall. "Maria!" The fatal wound made her body contort in agony. Before Nixie's eyes, Maria collapsed into her own pool of blood. Jinfrey and Mira froze at the horrifying sight. An evil voice echoed, "Almost. Don't even think about healing your comrade, young lady." The enemy revealed himself, a muscular old man, gathering a deadly aura in his hand. "Maria, are you all right?" Jinfrey yelled in despair. On the ground, Nixie and Maria could only whisper in regret. "It's my fault. I let my guard down." Despite his wounds, NXY roared, "Forget about me. Heal yourself quickly." But it was too late. Maria lay motionless in a spreading pool of blood. She realized an even more horrifying truth in a panic. "What is this? I can't use my skills." The cruel voice echoed again. "Ho ho ho. Let's see what we have here." Maria looked up, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Before her, the old man casually held her own battle axe. "What? That's..." Jinfrey was stunned. "That's the axe from Maria's skill." Her skill was stolen? He couldn't understand. How is that possible? Isn't the condition for hunting that the target must die? The old man tauntingly raised the weapon, while Maria weakly screamed, "Give it back. That's my axe." Her rage caused her wounds to burst open, blood gushing out. "Maria!" Jinfrey realized the critical situation, thinking, "This is bad." I have to save her first. Now, don't be so hasty. The old man blocked his path, his smile unwavering. He made a cruel offer. Defeat me, and all stolen skills will be returned. How about it, bastard? Jinfrey gritted his teeth, a black sword appearing in his hand. Beside him, Mira had struggled to her feet, ready for a fight to the death. I can't move recklessly without understanding his skill-stealing mechanism. But now I have no choice but to trust his words. Without hesitation, Jinfrey charged straight at the enemy, unleashing a thunderous punch, but his attack was suddenly blocked by an invisible force. Calm down, young man. Abadik casually raised a finger, stopping all of Jinfrey's efforts. An overwhelming aura emanated, locking Jinfrey in place. That was Emperor's Haki, a fighter's skill. This is enough. Nixie Crofin struggled to his feet, shielding his comrade from the enemy. I won't let Maria fall into your hands. Don't underestimate our unity, he roared, gathering magic power at his fingertips, casting Shadow Blade. A sharp blade of shadow shot towards Abadik. However, the attack only passed through an illusion. The real target remained unharmed. Don't be so impatient, young man, Abadik scoffed. And as I said, you should learn to respect your elders. A toxic old man like you belongs in a grave. Mira Goldlin retorted coldly, stepping forward. She raised her hand, and 3 mighty elemental spirits, fire, water, lightning, simultaneously manifested at their master's command. The power of all 3 merged into a destructive orb, unleashing the Elemental Burst trio skill. Abadik merely smirked. That attack looks dangerous. I think 5 layers are enough, right? He raised his hand, and a defensive energy began to form. The shield-bearer's Iron Wall skill activated, the sturdy energy barrier completely blocking the full-force attack. Mira was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. He erected multiple shields, she realized in horror. Continuous activation without any delay. Abadik smirked. I didn't expect such power in that state. Youth truly is different. Before the old man, a colossal blue-armored knight stood tall, challenging his authority. Mira roared, summoning her strongest spirits. Ifrit, Undine, Kirin, she commanded. Lend me your power. And the spirits immediately channeled energy into the greatsword. The colossal knight's sword glowed, converging the power of all 3 elements. The elemental hymn skill activated. A destructive slash carrying the power of the spirits struck directly at Abadik. NXY gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with indignation. Respecting a wicked old man like you only harms society. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the battlefield in dazzling light. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, Nixie and Mira stood there, holding their breath, awaiting the result. Did it succeed? I don't know. Don't let your guard down. Suddenly, a dark blue energy slash tore through the smoke. The swirling energy stream appeared before NXY and Mira, freezing both of them. NXY exclaimed in shock. Just now, wasn't that? Mira also realized in horror, the vice captain's skill. From within the smoke, Abadik emerged, coldly announcing the name of the skill he had just stolen, Shadowblade. With glowing red eyes and a sinister smile, he growled, "Let me return it to you." But then, Abadik suddenly paused, turning to look at Jinfrey, who was still motionless behind him. The old man muttered in confusion. How? How did he manage to steal that? Meanwhile, Jinfrey gritted his teeth helplessly. Damn it, I still can't move. Jinfrey's eyes widened, sensing a deadly threat approaching. Behind you, both of you, dodge! Jinfrey yelled as Abadik suddenly appeared right behind Enxi and Mira. In response to the warning, Mira roared. Ifrit! A blazing blue flame shot out to block the attack. Even so, the aftershock of the attack still sent both Nixie and Mira's Ifrit spirit flying to the ground. Abadik calmly remarked, Ho. So you summoned a spirit to take the hit, and then counterattacked immediately. The fire spirit Ifrit struggled to get up, bravely shielding its 2 exhausted teammates. The old man flashed a sinister smile. Not bad. I'm a little surprised myself. NXY gritted his teeth in fury, seeing Maria had fallen. Don't you dare use my skill so casually, you damn old man. Turning his greedy gaze towards Mira, Abadik declared, Now, let me devour your skill as well. NXY frantically screamed in despair, Mira, run. Abadek's golden staff descended with unstoppable force. NXY could only watch in horror. From a distance, Maria also shrieked her teammate's name, Mira. Mira was stunned, completely helpless against the incoming finishing blow. But suddenly, an invisible pulling force yanked NXY backward. My body? It's being pulled, he realized in shock as the ground cracked open. Even Abadek had to stop, struggling to resist the mysterious pulling force. At the epicenter, Jinfrey stood, a protective sphere enveloping him and the recently pulled NXY. On Jinfrey's right hand, the creator's right hand ring shone, activating the supergravitation skill. Abadek sneered. Oh, it seems you can move now. What kind of skill is that? NXY Crofin looked at Jinfrey in surprise. Is that you? Thanks, but Jinfrey merely ordered coldly. The three of you, step back. I'll handle this. But, next we still hesitated, unable to believe his eyes. Meanwhile, NXY began to analyze. The conditions for him to steal a skill are, he must see it and obtain the owner's blood. The monster Abadek stood towering, purple evil energy swirling around his body. Blood. NXY suddenly realized, recalling the moment his arm was severed, creating an opportunity for the enemy. He deduced, he has full vision of the dungeon, so he only needs blood. That's why Mira, with only superficial wounds, didn't have her skill stolen. NXY concluded in despair, if that's the case, the more we fight, the stronger he gets, and the weaker we become. Jinfrey remained silent, his gaze unwavering, while NXY was lost in troubled thoughts. But in Jinfrey's mind, a bold thought flashed. But if my hunch is correct, then we're the ones with the advantage. It seems we're at a dead end, NXY muttered, feeling the situation was hopeless. He looked at Jinfrey's back, a glimmer of hope igniting, but with that mysterious power and cool head, perhaps. Finally, NXY made up his mind. All right, as one of the 8 guardians, though it pains me, I entrust everything to you, Jinfrey. Don't worry, Jinfrey replied concisely, his confidence like a calming balm. Abadek looked at the new obstruction. Humph. Because you're protecting them, you're the one I have to face? You naive fool. He thought to himself, this guy's skill seems troublesome, so I used my overlord's aura, but Jinfrey stood shielding NXY and Mira, thinking to himself, this might be more troublesome than I thought. Perhaps I should deal with him quickly? Abadek decided to launch a preemptive strike, clasping his hands to gather power. Before that, just to confirm, Jinfrey unexpectedly spoke. If I defeat you, will the skills truly return to their original owners, right? Abadek froze. Abadek sneered. Theoretically, as long as the target isn't dead, the skills are just borrowed temporarily. He scoffed arrogantly. But I've never lost, so I can't be sure. Jinfrey maintained his cold expression, while his injured teammates were right behind him. He thought to himself, there's still one more. I can't waste time. I have to finish this quickly. Just as Jinfrey finished his thought, Abadek charged like a beast. The monster roared. What's wrong, scared? Don't worry, I'll devour all of you, Jinfrey retorted with a challenging smile. So you eat other things besides blood? Don't underestimate me. In a flash, a cerulean energy sphere erupted from Jinfrey's hand, knocking Abadek away. Hit by the surprise attack, Abadek only managed a cry of pain. An invisible pushing force sent him flying backward, unable to resist. The new skill was revealed. Repulsion, the ability to control gravity to push targets away. Abadek growled. Now it's repulsion? What a troublesome skill. But precisely because it's troublesome, it looks so delicious. His eyes blazed with a covetous desire to seize it. Without a moment's hesitation, Abadek gathered his strength and charged for a second attack. But this time, he crashed into an invisible force field, unable to advance another step. Jinfrey calmly activated the opposing skill, supergravitation, pulling everything towards him. The ring on his hand glowed brightly, unleashing a terrifying gravitational pull. Abadek was pulled uncontrollably, hurtling straight towards Jinfrey's waiting fist. Centipede! Jinfrey summoned his demonic sword, ready for the finishing blow at close range. Jinfrey swung the centipede, unleashing a powerful slash towards Abadek. Ha! The old monster simply stood still, using his bare body to block the blade. A smug smile appeared clearly on Abadek's wrinkled face. He was completely unharmed, the dark purple aura still swirling around his body. Abadek scoffed. That's quite an attack, stronger than those earlier moves. Jinfrey realized the difficult situation. His defense is stronger than I thought. Thinking of Maria in danger, he resolved, I have to risk it. There's no other choice. Suddenly, Jinfrey put away his sword and called out loudly. Hey you! This sudden action made Abadek confused. He put away his weapon? Jinfrey coldly questioned. Are you going to apologize to the people whose skills you stole? Abadek replied with a cruel philosophy. The weak are born to be plundered. In the distance, Nixie and Mira listened in horror, while Maria was still unconscious. Apologize? Fool! Abadek burst into a savage laugh. Jinfrey's eyes turned cold. I see. Then I won't hold back anymore, he whispered, activating a hidden ability. Class change. Grand Swordsman. The necklace on Jinfrey glowed. His outfit transformed into a master swordsman's attire. NXY and Mira couldn't believe their eyes at this sudden change. Abadek sneered. Oh? What's this, a show? You are the one dancing, Jinfrey retorted, and I will bury you without hesitation. Abadek charged forward, his staff raised high, intending to finish Jinfrey with one blow. That threat is useless, he roared, You're the one who's going to die, rookie. A spray of blood splattered. Abadek shrieked triumphantly. I've taken your blood. Die and become my nourishment. Blood spurted from Jinfrey's mouth, but his opponent seemed to notice nothing unusual. Despite the wound, Jinfrey looked up with unusually calm eyes. I got it. Abadek laughed gleefully, believing victory was in his grasp. But then, his smile suddenly vanished as a harsh truth dawned on him. What? I can't take? Abadek stared in horror at his hands. His plundering ability had completely failed. Enraged, his body transformed. Sharp claws sprouted amidst furious growls. Jinfrey thought to himself, just as expected. He can only steal class skills, not skills from equipment. A system notification rang out, confirming new weapons and special skills had been unlocked for the Grand Swordsman. 2 pitch-black, spiky centipede swords appeared in Jinfrey's hands, emanating a deadly aura. From afar, Mira and Inexwi were stunned to notice the change. 2 swords of the same type. Abadek scoffed. More weapons are useless against me. But immediately, a paralyzing sensation ran through his body, making him freeze. What is this? Poison? He panicked as purple electrical currents enveloped him, nullifying all his skills. One strike, and it will all be over, Jinfrey declared, standing at the epicenter of the poisonous fangs zone. The plan had succeeded. Jinfrey had neutralized the opponent's ability to use skills. Impossible! Abadek could only utter in despair as Jinfrey charged, ready for the finishing blow. Jinfrey's eyes burn with cold fury as he declares a death sentence. Die and repent. The ultimate skill was activated. 2 heavens, 1 style, tripling damage to weak points when near death. With the twin centipede swords in hand, Jinfrey unleashed a lightning-fast slash that tore through space. Abadek could only let out one last pathetic shriek in his life. The monster's body collapsed onto the floor. The battle had come to an end. A system notification rang out, confirming victory and granting Jinfrey the item Black 4-leaf clover, number 3. But the young man's face showed a hint of inexplicable confusion. In the distance, Nixie frantically called Maria's name as she was still unconscious. Fortunately, Maria had woken up, smiling. She confirmed, "My skills. They're back." She looked up at her benefactor, her voice full of gratitude. "Thank you, Jinfrey." In Jinfrey's mind, the image of a Maria, both strict and trusting, suddenly came to him. Fully recovered, Maria cheerfully offered to heal Nixie and Jinfrey. But Nixie, despite losing an arm, still politely yielded his turn to Mira first. Jinfrey stood there silently, watching his 3 teammates gathered together. An invisible distance seemed to exist between him and them. His eyes suddenly narrowed. A decision had just been made. NXY stepped forward, breaking the silence. "I have many questions, but first, thank you." "No need," Jinfrey humbly replied. "It's the least I could do." Then he turned away, his gaze becoming distant. What's more, Jinfrey Van Raid stood among his teammates, his intuition telling him, it's not over yet. He sensed a killing intent even more terrifying than the previous foes, emanating from that dark gate. From the shadows, a sneering voice rang out, "Huh. I didn't expect you guys to make it this far after taking down all 3 of them." A small figure appeared, enveloped in an eerie aura. "But it was too slow and boring, so I came here." A nameplate appeared, 7 amperes, Airy, level 400. The entity slowly approached, and the entire group immediately felt a terrifying pressure. Maria Jenny worriedly said, "A child?" Nixie Crofin quickly dismissed. "No, it's something else. Don't let your guard down." Before the warning was even finished, the stranger appeared right before their eyes in a flash. Maria and Mira Goldland could only stare in shock at that unbelievable speed. The eerie youth smiled, his eyes fixed on Jinfrey. "You're the strongest one here. Hey, play with me." Jinfrey was completely taken aback by the sudden provocation. NXY realized in shock. "I didn't even have time to react." "Play?" Jinfrey asked back. Airy cheerfully replied, "That's right. I like playing with the strong. Playing with those weaklings is boring. They break too quickly." The blatant insult made Maria unable to suppress her anger. She roared, "Huh, who are you calling weak here? Watch your mouth, you brat," despite Mira trying to hold her back. Airy's smile vanished, and he bared his fangs. Too noisy. A terrifying surge of dark energy erupted from his body, engulfing the entire space. He turned his back on the others, declaring, "I'm talking to him." His eyes flashed with a deadly glint. "Don't interfere." Jinfrey watched in horror as his teammates were trapped in a dark magic circle. This is... Maria, Mira, and NXW Crofin panicked as they were trapped in the fear barrier, a barrier that drained life force and nullified all skills. Jinfrey Van Raid was stunned to realize the perilous situation. The fear barrier. This is bad. Each grain of time sand was falling, and their life force was draining with it. "I have to save them before their HP drops to 0, Jinfrey resolved. Airy turned his back, his voice full of contempt. "See? Weaklings are so boring, so easily trapped. He turned back, a sinister smile directed straight at Jinfrey. Forget about them, play with me. Right, Jinfrey? A streak of red light flashed in the space. Without a word, Jinfrey darted forward, swinging his dark sword to create a blazing purple energy arc. I'm not here to indulge your twisted habits. Release them now, he roared furiously. Eri merely raised a hand and blocked the lightning attack, smirking, "Oh, Tildafast, it seems you're the strongest one here." Amidst the furious sword strikes, the monstrous man calmly dodged. "Hey, just stay here and play with me forever. I've always been looking for a friend to play with." Inside the barrier, the three could only helplessly listen to Eri badmouthing his former companions. They were much weaker than me. So boring, he concluded. "Come on, agree already." "Shut up!" Jinfrey roared, his sword strike answering the insane invitation. The scene suddenly changed. Jinfrey collapsed, looking up at Eri proudly seated on a chained throne. "Do you think you can refuse, human?" Eri threatened. "I will play with you until your limbs fall apart." He licked his lips gruesomely. "And if you do fall apart, I can eat you afterward." Jinfrey sprang up, a defiant smile on his lips. "Get ready. I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Hey, you're really interesting," Eri chuckled. "Then, it's my turn." Eri leisurely opened with a massive lightning magic circle. Jinfrey only managed to mutter a curse as he realized the danger from above. A destructive bolt of lightning struck directly onto the arena floor. Fortunately, Jinfrey managed to dash away in time, narrowly escaping the attack. With a sinister smile, Eri provoked, "Dodge it. If it hits, you'll be obliterated." Jinfrey had to constantly move, struggling to evade the endless rain of lightning. Eri rested his chin on his hand, observing, both amused and slightly annoyed by Jinfrey's stubbornness. Suddenly, Jinfrey froze when he realized his HP bar was down to just 1 point. "One slip and I'm dead," he muttered to himself, sweat pouring down him. Eri maintained a calm expression, seemingly awaiting a more interesting performance. Cornered, Jinfrey activated his trump card, the black hole skill from the Ring of Destruction. Eri sprang to his feet, his eyes glowing with excitement. "That's it, show me more." Meanwhile, Maria was helpless within the barrier, regretting that she hadn't been able to heal Jinfrey in time. NXY Crofin calmly explained, "Only by defeating him can the barrier be dispelled." Amidst the lightning storm, the desperate calls of his teammates seemed to give Jinfrey more strength. Suddenly, Eri vanished from the throne and charged forward with terrifying speed. He drew a pair of twin swords, challenging, "Let's see if you can absorb this." Jinfrey's expression became extremely tense at the sudden change in tactic. As the two blades clashed, Jinfrey thought to himself, "Well, things are getting worse quickly." Jinfrey silently assessed. He's still attacking while maintaining the barrier, and his strikes are too heavy. Useless weapons, huh? Then how about this? Eri laughed loudly, unleashing his quadruple fireball skill. Facing the 4 fireballs, Jinfrey remained confident. If this is all there is, but Eri merely smirked. "Double it, summoning mirror." 8 blazing fireballs rushed forward. Jinfrey exclaimed in shock. "What?" The enemy simply crossed his arms, a smug smile forming behind his black mask. With a delighted aha, he savored Jinfrey's surprise. Eri easily used his split skill to nullify Jinfrey's counterattack. Without hesitation, Jinfrey unleashed the absorbed lightning energy with his white hole skill. Eri was utterly thrilled. "Excellent, Jinfrey. Now, let's see if I can blow your entire body away." A massive blue energy surge was fired, engulfing Jinfrey. Only 1 HP left. Is this really the end? Jinfrey desperately realized his limits. All skills were useless, either on cooldown or too far away. In a desperate situation, Jinfrey unleashed his final trump card, confronting Eri's light dark fist. "Why have you slowed down? Come on, entertain me more." Eri roared, charging forward. 2 opposing streams of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. In that instant, a glint of light flashed in Jinfrey's eyes. "That's it." He let out a shout before being thrown back by the terrifying aftershock. Eri looked down at the fallen Jinfrey. "Huh? Have you reached your limit?" He yelled in disappointment. "And here I thought you were strong. Come on, entertain me more." Jinfrey gritted his teeth, muttering in despair. "Damn it, motherfucker. I'm done for." In the vast arena, one stood, one knelt. The disparity seemed all too clear. "What, you're giving up?" Eri scoffed. "How boring." "I'm disappointed." Suddenly, Jinfrey raised his head, a smirk appearing on his lips. "It truly is boring. I didn't expect your power to be only this much." Eri froze at the sudden change in attitude. "Are you calling me weak?" he roared. "You're the one getting beaten to a pulp here." His rage flared. Eri bared his fangs. "I am strong. By what right do you dare call me weak?" Jinfrey calmly explained. "A truly strong individual. is one who can use 6 or more attributes. You only know lightning, fire, wind, light, and dark. Jinfrey shrugged. That's only 5. Seriously, Eri grinned, his anger turning into extreme amusement. I thought you had given up. Then let me help you eat your words. He raised his hand. As water attribute energy surged and gathered, a sharp glint flashed in Jinfrey's eyes, an undeniable triumphant smile on his face. Eri unleashed his full power. A massive torrent of water shot straight towards Jinfrey. But contrary to expectations, Eri only saw an unbelievable sight that left him speechless. He took the bait, Jinfrey said, the necklace on his chest glowing brightly after absorbing the entire attack. I didn't expect you to fall for such a cheap trick. He turned away. Thanks, kiddo. He absorbed it. Eri was stunned. Why? The previous attack was even stronger, yet he couldn't. Jinfrey calmly revealed. That light, dark power fist just now. It was just bait. All to lure you into unleashing a weak attack. He smirked as a new power awakened. The energies of creation and destruction converged. The 2 bracelets on Jinfrey's wrists began to resonate. From within the barrier, Mira Goldland watched in astonishment as strange magical symbols enveloped Jinfrey. Standing beside her, NXY Crofin also frowned, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. Jinfrey continued to provoke. You're strong, but just a naive child. If you had dared to truly use them as hostages, I might have lost. His pride wounded, Eri roared. Don't underestimate me. I don't need such dirty tricks. He pointed towards the barrier. They are only there to be spectators to my victory. This isn't over yet, Eri shrieked, summoning twin swords, radiating intense, killing intent. Facing the enraged enemy, Jinfrey calmly replied, No, it's over. At least for you. He flashed a supremely confident smile. This time, I win. Eri froze, his golden eyes burning with extreme resentment at his opponent's attitude. Losing all reason, he charged forward. Shut up. I'll chop off your limbs and devour you alive. But Jinfrey merely raised his hand, and a miniature universe appeared. Grand universe. Eri was sucked straight into the sphere of darkness, without time to react. He frantically realized he was floating in an endless starry void. Darkness? He swung his sword desperately into the undefined space. Before him, Jinfrey's silhouette appeared, the absolute ruler of this space. The entire gambit was revealed. The condition to unlock the skill was to absorb 6 attacks of different attribute. Inside the anomalous space, Eri froze as the skill information appeared. A cooldown period of up to 30 days. He frantically screamed, What is this? I can't use my skills, Jinfrey coldly declared. The grand universe will devour everything. This time, I win. Pure terror was evident on Eri's face as shadowy tentacles reached out from the void. His body was bound tightly, helplessly dragged into the deep darkness. Darkness, it's devouring me. No. In despair, he reached out towards Jinfrey's retreating back. Hey, play with me, Jinfrey. His final scream faded into eternity. I don't want to be alone. No. And then, only silence remained. Eri's last vestiges of energy dissipated, leaving only Jinfrey standing alone. The system announced victory, along with the reward of the 4th black 4-leaf clover. At the same time, the time barrier imprisoning Jinfrey's teammates began to crack. It shattered into pieces, freeing a stunned NXY, Maria, and Mira. Maria was the first to regain her composure, asking in astonishment, The barrier is gone. Jinfrey, did you defeat him? Jinfrey calmly replied as the team ran over. He was thrown into a random space. We'll never see him again. Let me properly heal you this time. Maria quickly prepared to cast her spell. NXY Crofin also stepped forward, bowing sincerely. Jinfrey, please accept my thanks. Receiving the healing light, Jinfrey merely smiled. Not at all. Everyone helped me a lot too. While NXY and Maria were joking around, Mira gazed thoughtfully ahead. It seems there's nothing valuable left here. Jinfrey calmly mused. Uri, the last of the Quattro, has been defeated. My halo no longer detects any signals. The small fries seem to have scattered. Suddenly, Mira cried out in alarm. Vice, Captain! NXY announced in horror. The door we used to enter here. It's gone. Before the group was only a cold stone wall, sealing off the exit. Maria couldn't keep calm. What? Are we trapped here? Jinfrey smirked, realizing this was the defeated foe's final dirty trick. Play with me here forever, he muttered. If this were the sage's dungeon, it should have disappeared by now. A light flashed in Jinfrey's mind as he realized something. He stated decisively, Wait, could it be? Under Maria's curious gaze, Jinfrey confidently said, I can get us out of here. Really? He replied. I'm not certain yet, but if my intuition is correct. Saying this, Jinfrey began to use a strange skill, and blocks of data appeared from his hands. 4 black 4-leaf clover cards, spoils from Quattro, were summoned. He combined them with another item, the Jackal's soul. Class change. Alchemist. The ultimate skill was activated. Alchemy. From the dazzling light, a magnificent pure gold Grim Reaper scythe gradually took shape. Jinfrey equipped the new weapon, and a powerful hidden Grim Reaper outfit adorned him. The entire team froze, completely stunned by Jinfrey's new power and appearance. Jinfrey Vanrade proudly admired his achievement. One of the 8 hidden equipment. Grim Reaper. Immediately, a frantic voice echoed from the scythe itself, disbelieving its own existence. The skull on the weapon roared, savoring the fresh air after millennia of imprisonment. The whole team froze as the scythe uttered a phrase full of delight. Mira was skeptical of the strange weapon, while Maria angrily shouted, only to be snapped back at by the scythe itself. The scythe recognized Jinfrey as its new master and burst into a savage laugh. NXY Crofin was stunned, confirming the rumors were true, while Grim Reaper began to tease and gossip about the entire team. Although its power was undeniable, its noisiness made the whole group painfully cover their ears. From now on, I look forward to working with you, partner. The scythe officially declared their partnership. With a single slash, Grim Reaper tore through space, opening an escape route. The whole team stepped through the rift, finally returning to the real world in an unfamiliar city. Jinfrey breathed a sigh of relief as the info panel appeared, confirming Grim Reaper's terrifying power. The scythe boasted about its destructive capabilities, then unexpectedly declared itself a gentleman. Shut up, Jinfrey snapped, but resigned himself, thinking that at least its stats were formidable. From atop a tall building, a hooded shadow silently observed them. Jinfrey suddenly narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising within him. He looked back, wondering if he was just imagining the watchful gaze. Jinfrey, Nixui called out, pulling him back to reality. NXY offered his sincere thanks and announced that they would return to the guild to report the situation. Jinfrey listened in silence, the eventful raid finally coming to an end. NXY extended an invitation. Since you also contributed, I wonder if you could come to the guild with us for a bit. Jinfrey flinched, thinking to himself, damn it. NXY continued, I also have a few things I want to ask you, but first, Jinfrey guessed. If the Vice Guild Master is asking, it must be about the hidden equipment. He planned his escape. If I go with them, they'll definitely hold me for questioning, or worse, confiscate my equipment. No, better make a quick exit. But Nixley played his trump card. The chairman also wants to speak with you. Jinfrey froze. Wait, the chairman you mentioned. Is the chairman of the Adventurers Guild who wants to meet me? NXY explained. That shows how seriously the guild is taking this Nameless One incident. Of course, we won't force you, but it would be great if you agreed. The invitation from the guild's leader himself made Jinfrey reconsider. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Jinfrey's lips. He had made his own decision. Meanwhile, in a distant land, the 8th continent, a subordinate knelt, reporting to 4 powerful shadows. My lords. The Si Tianwang, including Air, have been annihilated by a surprise attack from humans. The 4 entities on their thrones fell silent, a terrifying stillness enveloping the grand hall. The messenger continued. Among them, there was a human wielding a divine weapon. That name was like a fuse, and one of the leaders roared. It's been a millennium since I last heard that abominable name. They dare to stand in our way again. Amidst the chaotic space, an oath echoed. No matter what, we will fulfill the wish of the Lord of the Abyss. A venomous curse from the shadows rang out. Whoever stands in our way shall die, while Jinfrey and his group calmly moved forward. They had arrived at the Adventurers Guild headquarters, and NXY announced, Chairman, we have arrived. Inside the luxurious office, the group faced a dignified old man, the guild chairman. Zingsman Zhou, a berserker, praised them. You all did very well in defeating the Nameless One. NXY, Mira, Maria. And, NXY replied, and Chairman Zhou continued in a somber tone. Indeed. What happened to Wyatt is truly regrettable. Chairman Zhou began in a somber tone, mentioning Wyatt Dang. We have lost a talented individual, both for the guild and personally. Then he turned to Jinfrey, his eyes full of gratitude. On behalf of the guild, I sincerely thank you. Jinfrey secretly assessed the man before him, Zingsman Zhou. This aura, he's no ordinary person. The chairman officially introduced himself. I am Zingsman, and the reason I called you here is because you are the one we are interested in. Hearing this, Jinfrey involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. Zingsman Zhou's expression changed, becoming serious. But truthfully, this incident is not over yet. A giant holographic screen suddenly appeared in the middle of the office, drawing everyone's gaze. Jinfrey and NXY couldn't help but be astonished by what was being displayed. On the screen was a horrifying sight, a horde of various monsters rampaging through the city. NXY and Maria exclaimed in shock. Monsters in the city? How can this be? Mira also couldn't believe her eyes, blurting out. That's absurd. Originally, All cities were protected by sturdy, impenetrable walls against monsters. Jinfrey immediately thought, could this also be related to the appearance of the Nameless One? As if reading his mind, Zingsman Joe confirmed. Exactly as you see, he explained. After you defeated the Nameless One, monsters flooded into cities on the 6th continent. We have dispatched reinforcements and are evacuating civilians. NXY quickly grasped the situation. So we should also go to the 6th continent and rendezvous with the forces there? The chairman nodded. You're sharp. How are you all doing, Nix? Thanks to Maria, we are ready, Nixie confidently replied. I apologize for assigning a mission immediately, but the situation is urgent, Zingsman Joe said. We are short on talented and reliable individuals. He looked directly at Jinfrey, his voice full of urgency. I know this is a difficult request, but please go to the scene immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinfrey replied with a single word. Understood. Maria Jenny lit a cigarette, beginning to analyze the situation. Well, if we're looking at the images, she exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes sharp. Many monsters have appeared, but it seems the Nameless One hasn't shown itself. Chairman Zingsman Joe confirmed. According to the reports, that's correct, which made Maria briefly relieved. That's good then, but he immediately extinguished that optimism. I'm afraid it's too soon to let our guard down, Maria. The chairman's expression hardened. We haven't had any reports of them appearing, not yet. He continued to warn the group, but there's no guarantee that they won't appear, or that this isn't a trap. His words startled Jinfrey, who recalled his old enemy's words. They are intelligent beings. NXY Crofin redirected the conversation. Chairman, what about the situation with the other 8 guardians? The chairman began to report a glimmer of hope. Earlier, Guardian Luluka defeated a C-rank boss, and all related monsters in the city disappeared. Maria and Mira Goldland were simultaneously astonished, quickly piecing things together. So if we defeat all the dungeon bosses, the monsters will disappear? That's our assumption, the chairman admitted, but then posed a difficult question about the monster's respawn loop. The complexity of the problem made Maria's head feel like it was about to explode. NXY mused. The correlation between this incident and the Nameless One is still unclear, but both Maria and Mira fell silent. Focusing on his analysis, he delivered a firm conclusion. Currently, we have no choice but to quell the monster surge in the cities. That is our objective. Chairman Joe agreed and updated. Luluka has moved to the A-rank dungeon. He continued to list the other guardians fighting on all fronts. Leon, Gigant, and Ryu. NXY quickly calculated. So we're left with the F-rank dungeon and the S-rank. Let's hurry. Meanwhile, Jinfrey was secretly sighing in relief. Good thing. The vice captain didn't report about the hidden equipment, but his relief didn't last long before the chairman unexpectedly called his name. Ah, Jinfrey. May I have a word with you in private? In the office, Nixie Crofin watched anxiously, while Maria Jenny merely glanced, seemingly accustomed to such matters. Chairman Zingsman Joe began. You helped us eliminate the Nameless One. For that, I thank you. Jinfrey Van Raid humbly replied. It was nothing. In another corner, both Maria and Mira Goldland secretly sighed, their instincts telling them that trouble was brewing. Suddenly, Chairman Joe began to exert his power, his cloak billowing unnaturally. A terrifying aura erupted, directed straight at Jinfrey. The young man flinched, cold sweat breaking out under the unimaginable pressure. The old chairman narrowed his eyes. My apologies, but I don't believe in power based solely on words, unless I confirm it myself. He secretly assessed. He is certainly the strongest I've ever met, even stronger than air. Jinfrey smirked, also calculating. Even if I use all my hidden equipment, this is still a 50/50 chance. The chairman's sharp gaze gleamed with interest at the young man's composure. NXY rushed forward in a panic. Chairman, now is not the time. Ha ha ha. My mistake. Just an old habit. The chairman laughed heartily, retracting his aura before placing a hand on Jinfrey's shoulder. Lend us your strength once more. His eyes were full of expectation, awaiting the young man's answer. He believed he couldn't overlook such extraordinary potential, someone who could accomplish things that even NXY found impossible. Jinfrey replied coldly. I have no obligation to the association, but I owe the vice captain a favor, so I will cooperate. NXY paled at his bluntness, while Chairman Joe merely smirked with amusement. Of course, Jinfrey continued, I guarantee I'll bring back more achievements than even the 8 guardians. As for my hunting area, I'll take the most difficult one, the S-rank dungeon. Chairman Joe's smile deepened, his eyes gleaming with utmost satisfaction. After some deliberation, Jinfrey Van Raid and Chairman Zingsman Joe finally reached an agreement. With sharp eyes, the old chairman declared, Very well, I agree to your terms. Good. Then let's not waste any more time, Jinfrey replied, immediately turning to action. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged straight into battle, lightning surging around his body. Deep down, Jinfrey knew he had to act quickly to collect the next hidden equipment before the enemy appeared. With the new demonic sword in hand, he mercilessly swept aside the monsters blocking his path. After clearing out the minions, Jinfrey faced a towering armored giant. The giant unexpectedly spoke, his voice full of sarcasm. "You're quite diligent, aren't you?" After the battle, Mira Goldland approached, wondering, "Is it because of the conditions you gave the chairman?" Amidst the battlefield littered with monster corpses, Jinfrey explained it was just a safety net, making Mira even more suspicious of his true intentions. Shouldering his sword, he smirked. "I'm helping the association. This is a mutually beneficial relationship, isn't it?" Just then, a communication device next to Mira began to ring, interrupting their conversation. She quickly answered, "Mira here." Meanwhile, Jinfrey was engrossed in calculating how to farm rare materials from the ancient creatures in this dungeon. On the other end, Chairman Joe appeared on screen, asking, "How's the situation, Mira?" Amidst the roars of monsters and Jinfrey's attacks, Mira reported the situation, making the chairman concerned about just the two of them. Jinfrey immediately interjected, his voice full of confidence. "No need to worry. If we can't handle this much, how can we prove our strength?" Hearing this, Chairman Joe nodded confidently. "I understand. Then I'll leave it to you two." Mira politely thanked him and ended the call. She sighed softly, thinking to herself, "Jinfrey is just as eccentric as the chairman." Amidst the battlefield littered with monster corpses, Mira secretly marveled. "I have to admit, he truly is talented." She began reporting to Chairman Joe. "I'll give a quick update on the other high-level dungeon. Leon's, Gigant's, and Ryu's teams are all progressing smoothly, about to face their bosses." "I see," Mira smirked, pleased with the news. However, her expression suddenly darkened. She asked with a hint of worry, "What about Luluka?" Chairman Joe replied, "Nothing has changed. He's completely unreachable." Mira thought to herself, "Right, there's another eccentric on par with Jinfrey and even the chairman." Joe continued, "The last contact was before he entered the A-rank dungeon. He's probably going solo." Both shared the same thought. "If it's him, there's no need to worry. Luluka, Alvis, the strongest among the 8 guardians, he's more than capable." Chairman Joe instructed, "All right then, report to me immediately if anything happens." "Understood." No sooner had Mira finished speaking than Jinfrey's voice came from behind. "Are you done yet?" She startled and turned around, the communication screen having just vanished. Jinfrey gave her a determined look. "Then let's go. To the boss." Meanwhile, in another dungeon, Chairman Joe contacted the remaining guardian. Leon roared excitedly, "No problem at all. These guys are all weaklings." Elsewhere, Ryu stood silently beside his black dragon amidst a sea of enemy corpses. Gigant's team also calmly reported, "Everything's fine here. We're almost at the boss." Zingsman Joe smiled contentedly, listening to the promising reports from all fronts. Zingsman Joe smiled, satisfied with the reports he was receiving. Suddenly, a call came from the strongest guardian. "You finally decided to call, Luluka." Luluka Alvis appeared on screen with a wide grin. "Ha ha ha, can't be helped with that. I just arrived at the A-rank dungeon," he announced amidst a majestic mountain landscape. Chairman Joe wondered, "A bit late for you, isn't it?" "Ran into a little trouble on the way," Luluka casually replied, a giant monster's corpse lying at his feet. After hearing the reports, Joe issued his final instructions to all active guardians. "And one last thing," he said with a meaningful expression. Meanwhile, Leon burst out laughing. "What an arrogant rookie. But I like that audacity." Ryu maintained his cold, expressionless face. Gigant, on the other hand, was furious. "He's utterly detestable, daring to speak so disrespectfully to the chairman. So arrogant. He clearly doesn't know who he's dealing with." Zingsman Joe gently appeased. "No, he might be a bit rude, but he's not a bad person." The call ended, and Luluka pondered alone amidst the wilderness. He smirked. The name Jinfrey that the old man mentioned had piqued his interest. Now I'm starting to get curious about him too. At the same time, in another dungeon, Jinfrey and Mira had reached the end of the path. Countless corpses of various monsters lay strewn behind them. A blood-soaked battlefield bore witness to their unstoppable power. Before them, the final boss, the level 400 Iron Golem, spoke with astonishment. Mira gestured for the boss to be silent, while Jinfrey was still confused about the concept of a challenge. Jinfrey decisively stepped forward. "Mira, sorry, but this one's mine." "Yeah, whatever you say," Mira replied indifferently, then suddenly paused as she sensed something. Suddenly, a figure swooped down from above, landing directly in front of them. Jinfrey and Mira were both startled and astonished by the uninvited guest. The stranger looked up with an arrogant smile. "So you're Jinfrey, huh? Let's see. What interesting things you have." Between them and the Iron Golem, Guardian Luluka Alvis stood blocking the way, his eyes fixed solely on Jinfrey. Jinfrey was confused, thinking, "Who is this person?" He immediately felt the terrifying power emanating from Luluka, a completely different level. Mira recognized the familiar face, exclaiming in horror. "Why are you here, Luluka?" The name Luluka jolted Jinfrey. He remembered this person's identity, one of the 8-star guardians. Luluka casually explained, "I heard there's a rookie daring to challenge the association. Found it interesting, so I came to check it out." He gave Jinfrey a meaningful and provocative look. Jinfrey remained silent, cautiously assessing the situation. Mira still couldn't believe it. "The chairman just said you went to an A-rank dungeon," Luluka curtly replied. "Finished up there, so I came over." That extraordinary speed and power made Mira break out in a cold sweat, utterly stunned. "Hello, I'm Luluka." He extended his hand, strangely friendly. Mira secretly marveled. What an absurd guy, even if he's my teammate. Immediately after, a stone was thrown with terrifying speed. It shattered right in front of Jinfrey, a weighty greeting from the Guardian. The Iron Golem, the dungeon boss, showed annoyance at the appearance of the interloper, daring to chat so casually in front of me. "Clearly, you're looking down on me," Luluka Alvis replied sarcastically. "Haha, my bad, demon." In the blink of an eye, the Guardian was seated on a high rock. "Alright, I'll just sit here and watch. The rest is up to you, Jinfrey-chan." Mira Goldland couldn't believe it. "Just to watch? Are you seriously here just to be a spectator?" Jinfrey ordered coldly. "You too, step back, Mira." Mira Goldland was still stunned, pointing towards Luluka. "Aren't you annoyed with that guy over there?" But then she suddenly realized the terrifying killing intent emanating from Jinfrey himself, a pressure that made others not dare to interfere. The Iron Golem roared. "What is this? Are you planning to face me alone?" It continued to scoff. "Even if that woman joins, it wouldn't make much difference." "Fine. I accept your challenge." Mira Goldland became furious seeing Jinfrey deliberately provoke the monster. She yelled, "Hey, I told you to step back." Despite everything, Jinfrey Van Raid stood alone, facing the armored giant. His gaze turned up towards the man leisurely observing from above. Luluka Alvis smiled smugly, thinking to himself, "Well, there's only one real way to take down an S-rank demon. Let's see what our rookie will do." Immediately, Jinfrey shot forward like an arrow. The Iron Golem roared in surprise at the enemy's speed. Jinfrey's dagger blade clashed, sparking, with the monster's iron gauntlet. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped on its arm and lunged straight for its head. With a battle cry, Jinfrey Van Raid shot into the air, bringing the dagger down. The blade violently struck the Iron Golem's head, but the giant merely snorted in disdain. The monster was secretly astonished. This guy, after fighting all the way here, he still has so much strength? Not giving the opponent time to recover, Jinfrey unleashed a series of purple energy slashes. He landed on the ground, thinking to himself, so tough. Could it be due to the nameless incident? Meanwhile, the Iron Golem had finished its analysis. His level was originally only 350, but now it has shot up to 400. Even so, Jinfrey still strained and roared against the opponent's overwhelming power. He struggled to block a devastating punch, while the Golem coldly compared. Same level, but he's still far inferior to Ia. The armored giant growled, seemingly also struggling against Jinfrey's resistance. From a distance, Mira Goldland silently observed the uneven confrontation. She secretly assessed, that toughness is no joke. The 6th S-rank demon might be weak in attack, but its defense is a fortress. Her gaze darted up to the high rock, where Luluka Alvis was leisurely observing the fierce battle from afar. From above, Luluka had an overview of the fierce battle unfolding. He sighed in exasperation. I thought the rookie that old man was keeping an eye on would be something special. Turns out he's just a brute. After a moment of silence, the Guardian pouted. How boring, Luluka admitted. It's true that no rookie has ever gotten this far. He clearly surpasses ordinary adventurers. But that's all, he concluded. I don't understand what the old man saw in this guy. Back on the battlefield, two auras clashed once again, signaling an even fiercer collision. From above, Luluka Alvis slightly frowned. In the dungeon, an attack tore through space, striking the giant directly. The Iron Golem roared, its chest armor shattered, revealing its beating mechanical heart. I see it. Jinfrey Van Raid smirked, a calculating smile on his face. Oh? More effective than I thought, Luluka muttered, then paused. Wait. Huh? He turned to his silently observing teammate. Mira, did you teach that rookie how to hunt demons? Huh? No, I didn't. Luluka mused. If he's a rookie, this must be his first time facing a demon outside the tutorial area. So how the hell does he know that? His question hung in the air, because Jinfrey knew clearly. This demon's core would determine the reward rank based on the power used to destroy it. One centipede strike is enough. But this time, I'll deliberately go bigger. He raised his hand, summoning a dark greatsword, a Grim Reaper scythe. I'll put everything into this, To prove my strength, I'll go all in. The skull on the weapon suddenly opened its eyes wide, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, looks like it's my time to shine. Oh? It suddenly turned to Mira Goldland, who was standing with her arms crossed coldly. So this is the real deal, dating in a cave? Not bad, buddy, noisy as always. Shut up. Luluka was still analyzing. Maybe it's just luck. A weapon with a special mechanism? Rare, but then, his eyes sharpened. The real fight begins now. Let's see if he can get an S-rank reward. In the past, only I, the old man, and a few others achieved S-rank. The Grim Reaper Scythe exclaimed, "Whoa, this guy is amazing. He even unlocked Skill 2. As a system notification appeared before it, he even knew the conditions to unlock Skill 2. Exactly as the information stated. Taking advantage of the demon's power-up, he turned danger into opportunity. On the rock outcrop, Luluka Alvis froze, unable to believe his eyes. His astonishment quickly gave way to an intrigued smile. Jinfrey roared, pouring all his strength into the decisive blow. Sensing mortal danger, the iron golem's core emitted a frantic light. A verdant slash tore through space, striking directly at the giant's weak point. The mechanical core shattered into pieces before the explosion engulfed everything. Amidst the shower of debris, Jinfrey Van Raid stood firm, coldly observing the result. The iron golem let out a final roar as its body began to disintegrate. Luluka could only smile in admiration at the spectacular performance. Jinfrey subtly smirked, his gaze flicking towards Mira Goldland, who was observing from afar. The giant golem's head detached from its neck, officially ending the battle. The young man stood tall upon his enemy's corpse, his aura soaring. A system notification appeared. Core attack rated S. Corresponding conquest reward has been granted. As Jinfrey examined the sealed core stone, the Grim Reaper Scythe beside him burst into gleeful laughter. See, my friend? That's my power. But this is only the beginning. At the weapon's ridiculous suggestion, Jinfrey coldly ordered, "Scram." From above, Luluka watched Jinfrey's back as he examined the spoils of war. Well, Luluka muttered, "What a crazy weapon that is." Jinfrey smirked, muttering, "Saving the best for last, huh?" From above, Luluka Alvis mused, "I didn't expect him to achieve S-rank power with just that blow, and even break my own record." He chuckled softly, a subtle irritation stirring within him. Meanwhile, Jinfrey confidently thought to himself, S-rank reward, obtained as planned. With this, the next step will be... His thoughts turned towards the imposing guild hall. In the meeting room, Chairman Zingsman Joe announced, "Thanks to everyone's help, we have successfully prevented the monster outbreak in the city." He bowed in gratitude. "My sincere thanks to all." Maria, Jenny, and Mira Goldland listened in silence. Luluka maintained his mysterious smile, while Gigant stood behind him with a stern expression. Leon burst into arrogant laughter. "Ha ha ha, with enough passion, I alone am enough to clean up this mess." Chairman Joe turned to his aide. "Nixie." "Yes, sir." NXY Crofin presented the reward summary. "These are all the spoils obtained from the recent conquest. The power of the 8 Great Guardians is truly no joke," NXY remarked, then continued. "Next is Jinfrey's turn." Hearing his name, Jinfrey remained standing in a corner with his arms crossed, his expression unchanged. Gigant approached, his voice full of provocation. "Ah, so you're that ill-mannered brat?" The old man growled. "Let me tell you, I have no intention of getting along with someone who doesn't realize their reckless actions are disrespectful." Chairman Joe immediately intervened. "Stop it, Gigant. Jinfrey is one of our key players in this campaign." Jinfrey coldly retorted, "I'm not here for your recognition. I'm only here to fulfill my promise to the chairman alone." With that, he summoned a magic console right in front of the stunned Gigant. Jinfrey decisively placed the information panel on the table in front of NXY. Leon, Maria, and Ryu were stunned by the sight before them. The conquest reward for the 6th demon god. An S-rank item had appeared. Gigant roared, "Don't tell me you registered an S-rank attack, just like the chairman and Luluka. That's absurd." Luluka smiled, confirming, "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Mira and I can vouch for him." Leon burst into excited laughter. "Oh, you've shown us your passion, rookie." He delivered a thunderous slap to Jinfrey's back. "Well done," making the young man wince in pain. While Gigant gnashed his teeth, Chairman Zingsman Joe merely smiled profoundly. "Not only did you account for the number of monsters you defeated, but you also brought back an S-rank conquest reward," he said with satisfaction. "Excellent. All right, as per our agreement," the chairman declared. "I will let you choose anything you want first." Before a myriad of precious items, Jinfrey calmly stepped forward, under the curious gaze of the Guardians. "Then, I accept your offer," Jinfrey replied, his gaze resolute. He thought to himself, "With this many rewards, there's bound to be." His blue eyes quickly scanned the items, searching for one specific thing. There it is! Jinfrey cheered in his mind as he spotted a seemingly ordinary item. He picked up the card, which clearly displayed the information. Cord Monkey's Tail F rank, low-quality material, unsellable. The entire room was stunned, unable to believe Jinfrey's choice. Leon laughed maniacally. What are you going to do with that useless material? While Maria panicked. Jinfrey, why? The chairman calmly asked again. Are you sure you want to choose that? Jinfrey nodded without hesitation. Yes. With a knowing smile, he affirmed. I need this. Luluka narrowed his eyes, pondering. Look at him. That expression definitely means he's got something planned. Guild Chairman Zingsman Joe made a surprising offer. Do you want to join the 8 Great Guardians? The other Guardians each had their own reactions, from Leon's wide grin to Gigant's stern expression. Maria, Jenny, and Mira Goldland also couldn't hide their surprise at this prestigious invitation. Sorry, Jinfrey Van Raid replied with a slight smile. He explained. I don't think I'm the type of person suited for group activities. Only Luluka Alvis seemed amused, humming a soft tune. The chairman chuckled. Huh. You're probably the first person to refuse such an offer. The meeting concluded, leaving lingering echoes in the guild building. Jinfrey looked at the seemingly worthless Cord Monkey's tail, pondering the recent Nameless One's incident and the monster. A confident and calculating smile appeared on his lips. All right, time to get the next hidden equipment, Jinfrey declared and set off. Meanwhile, in an S-rank dungeon on the 7th continent, a dark force was rising. A ruler on the throne revealed that they had lent power to the 6th continent, yet they were completely annihilated. The news of the defeat stunned the subordinate. Pathetic. The ruler's cold voice echoed, devoid of emotion. The commander trembled, speechless under the terrifying pressure. New orders were issued. Focus all efforts on the resurrection ritual and gathering sacrifices. He furiously swore to personally eliminate that human and reclaim the divine weapon. The mastermind listened to the oath with soulless, cold eyes. Of course. That is the sole purpose of your lowly existence. In the darkness of the sanctuary, the overlord touched the subordinate's face, and a surge of purple energy began to gather. A painful scream echoed as the punishment was carried out, dark lightning cruelly scourging the body of the failure. Chi, don't follow and lose footsteps, the icy voice rang out. You are not allowed to fail. Understand? The one called Chi slammed his fist onto the floor, absolute obedience etched with fury. With fiery eyes he looked up and replied, Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jinfrey Van Raid had begun his own plan. First were the rare materials obtained from the S-rank dungeon. Next was the F-rank junk he had deliberately chosen from the guild, the Cord Monkey's Tail. Confirming materials, initiating transformation, everything merged in a brilliant golden light, creating a completely new item. The 13th Cat-Eye Scope, an A-rank equipment, was born from seemingly unrelated items. Now, equip it. Immediately, the world through Jinfrey's eyes completely changed. I see it. A hidden path, optical footprints invisible to the naked eye, led him to a secret door. The door creaked open, a blinding white light swallowing the darkness. Jinfrey calmly stepped into a pure space where only a towering stone gate stood. The system warned that if he proceeded further, the halo above his head would react. Despite the warning, he confidently stepped through the gate, and a new notification appeared. Magic item detected. The halo is vibrating. The only item in this room. Jinfrey felt the resonance. He reached his hand forward, touching the undefined void. A hidden equipment materialized from nothingness, the legendary Athena costume. Jinfrey gently took the treasure, a worthy reward for his intellect and audacity. Jinfrey smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. The Athena costume appeared with impressive stats and a unique stealth skill. With the treasure in hand, he decided, time to head to the 7th continent. The new land appeared, a majestic fortress with a distinct eastern style. Jinfrey silently stood on the hilltop, gazing towards his objective. Finally here, he thought to himself as an interface screen popped up. But the silence was quickly broken by an unexpected call from Kukuru. Jinfrey, I've gathered all the materials you requested, she reported excitedly. On the other end of the line, Kukuru suddenly paused with a bewildered expression. She panicked when she saw a new request for double the quantity had just been sent. Jinfrey casually used the next dungeon as bait against her complaints. Hearing the 2 words dungeon, all of Kukuru's annoyance vanished, replaced by eagerness. After successfully luring her, Jinfrey slyly ended the call. Good luck. He stood in the middle of the desert, silently apologizing that the upcoming battle wasn't suitable for her, because the 7th continent required continuous dungeon conquering, a challenge too overwhelming for Kukuru. The young man approached the colossal gate of the F-rank dungeon. Athena costume, equip, he commanded, and the new armor immediately enveloped his body. In his new appearance, Jinfrey resolutely stepped through the gate, entering the challenge. He smirked. Let's aim for a new personal record. Immediately after, hordes of monsters from F rank to E rank dungeons were torn apart in the blink of an eye. Jinfrey coldly stepped over the corpse of the snake monster in the D rank dungeon. Even the werewolves in the C rank dungeon were torn to shreds in an instant. Amidst the pool of blood, he stood unfazed. Everything is progressing too smoothly, he thought to himself. Athena's stealth skill truly is top-notch. Just as he was about to press on and conquer the B-rank dungeon, a loud voice suddenly rang out, making him stop short. Before him was a burly redhead commanding an army of beastmen. Jinfrey narrowed his eyes. That guy is. Memories suddenly flooded back. One of the 8 guardians. I think his name was Leon? Leon roared out orders for his team to begin the investigation, completely unaware that Jinfrey was observing from the shadows. Understood, sir. His army, Ultimate Fang, replied in unison. The entire team rushed off to search, one member even bumping into Jinfrey without realizing it. Oh right, I'm in stealth mode, Jinfrey reassured himself. But then he had a bad feeling. Suddenly, Leon stopped, sniffing the air. This scent. The scent of pure passion. He burst out laughing heartily, then suddenly pointed directly at Jinfrey's location. We meet again, Jinfrey. Jinfrey froze, Leon's finger like a spear aimed straight at his heart. What? He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. Are you kidding me? I'm still in stealth mode? He panicked, while Leon was still shouting challenges. Jinfrey quickly analyzed. It's not like he used a skill. Could he have found me with pure intuition? Dispel, he whispered. The Athena costume vanished, returning him to his familiar black attire. Jinfrey sighed, getting a headache thinking of how to explain this stealth incident to the troublesome guardian. Leon's eyes narrow, a glint of recognition flashes through them. I knew it. Leon patted Jinfrey's shoulder, curious about the costume and deducing his purpose on his own. Jinfrey breathed a sigh of relief when Leon came to his own conclusion, luckily escaping a troublesome explanation. Leon's expression turned serious as he revealed the mission: to investigate the missing adventurers. Jinfrey listened in silence, the information about the missing people giving him pause for thought. Be careful, Leon warned, then his spirit ignited. If you encounter enemies, just crush them with passion. He cheerfully waved goodbye. Well, I'm off. See you later. Leaving Jinfrey to return a forced greeting. Watching his energetic back, Jinfrey thought to himself, he truly is special. Shaking off the unexpected encounter, he decided to continue his work in the dungeon. Before him, the B-rank boss, Acid Werewolf, appeared, growling menacingly. There you are, Jinfrey muttered, drawing his centipede, ready to finish off the boss to advance to A rank. But a terrifying killing intent from behind startled him into alertness. Between him and the werewolf, a gigantic dragon head slowly emerged from the shadows. The A-rank boss Hresvelger majestically appeared, leaving Jinfrey stunned. Huh? The wall collapsed. Leon burst in and laughed loudly. Running from enemies? You lack too much passion. Leon snorted, then exclaimed, Oh, we meet again, Jinfrey. Leaving Jinfrey utterly shocked. Leon, see you later promise echoed in his head. He never expected it to come so quickly and ironically. Jinfrey froze between the two bosses and the Guardian, wondering what the hell was going on. Sorry for the interruption. A hand reached out in front of him, cutting through his chaotic thoughts. Leon put an arm around Jinfrey's shoulder, explaining, I was investigating when this guy jumped out. I gave it a beating, and it ran in here. Jinfrey Vanrade was still bewildered by Leon's explanation. A little. Huh? Meanwhile, Leon looked at the trembling Hresvelger and disdainfully thought it was probably just a minor boss. The situation was truly ironic. Leon stood with his arms crossed confidently. Jinfrey was frozen, and the acid werewolf growled at the two uninvited guests. Cornered, the two bosses from two different dungeons turned to snarl at each other. Jinfrey noticed the abnormality, while Leon had already begun training the B-rank boss. You're pathetic if you can't do anything by yourself. Let me teach you a lesson. Hey, Leon called out loudly, summoning his war spear with an arrogant smile. The redhead stood alone before the two gigantic monsters, his aura completely unfazed. Provoked, both Hresvelger and Acid Werewolf simultaneously let out an earth-shattering roar. Leon stomped his foot, the ground cracking as he gathered momentum and shot forward. He soared into the air, the spear in his hand ready for a finishing blow. Take this! Leon roared, energy exploding around his weapon. Yihua Guanzi. A fiery beam of light shot forth from the spear tip, aimed directly at both bosses. Screams of agony echoed throughout the room as the spear pierced through both creatures, fresh blood splattering everywhere. With a single blow, Leon pinned both monsters down, ending the battle swiftly. Jinfrey was stunned, muttering, he defeated two bosses with just one blow. Leon smiled smugly, thinking to himself, this guy is too strong. But a thought suddenly flashed in Jinfrey's head. Wait a minute, he realized with a shock. If Leon had defeated both the A rank and B rank bosses, then his condition for challenging the S rank boss might have been ruined. While Jinfrey was sinking into despair, Leon burst out laughing heartily. Gaha! There are no opponents at all. Oh, a message from the chairman. From his office, Chairman Zingsman Joe contacted him. Well done, Leon. Did you find any clues? Leon reported. The cause is still unclear, but I just took down an A-rank boss that shouldn't have been here. Chairman Joe couldn't help but be surprised by this anomaly. Looking at the corpses of Hresvelger and Acid Werewolf on the screen, Leon casually replied, Who knows? While behind him, Jinfrey was sinking into despair. Chairman Joe's sharp gaze suddenly noticed the reluctant companion. Oh, Jinfrey. Leon turned to look at his companion, who was trying to force a smile. You're coming along too? Jinfrey awkwardly denied it, but Chairman Joe had already noticed his lifeless expression. While Jinfrey was secretly planning to start over, Chairman Joe suddenly interrupted. Sorry for the sudden request, but Leon, Jinfrey. Jinfrey snapped his head up, curious about the upcoming command. Leave the investigation to the Legion, Chairman Joe ordered. I want you two to go straight to the S-rank area. He explained vaguely. It's still uncertain, but a phenomenon potentially caused by the Nameless Ones has appeared. Both Guardians were stunned. Knowing that the other Guardians were busy, Leon immediately accepted the order with enthusiasm. Understood. Anyway, I'm really curious about these Nameless Ones. Leon turned to Jinfrey. Let's form a party. The red-haired young man grinned, extending his hand as an irresistible invitation. A notification panel appeared before Jinfrey, making him hesitate for a moment, but then he realized this was a golden opportunity to qualify for S-rank challenges, and Leon had already eagerly rushed off. The two quickly arrived at the S-rank dungeon of the 7th continent, standing before a majestic Torii gate. Leon took a deep breath, sensing the challenging aura. Ho ho, smells like fun, Jinfrey thoughtfully remarked. The number of creatures is insane, just like the 6th time. In stark contrast, Leon smirked with delight. If so, the likelihood of this being related to the Nameless Ones is higher, Jinfrey analyzed, while Leon cracked his knuckles, growling, Let's see how bold they are. Inside the dungeon, an ancient tower stood tall, emanating a dark aura. Both immediately plunged into battle, Jinfrey swinging his sword while Leon tore apart monsters with his bare hands. Jinfrey confirmed. As expected, not only are there more of them, but the level of each one has also increased. Leon was pierced by countless spears, but he merely let out a roar. Stronger than usual, but still boring. Leon scoffed, completely unharmed. Suddenly, he grabbed Jinfrey's shoulder and shouted, Let's compete, Jinfrey. Jinfrey was completely bewildered. Huh? Compete? Leon raised a finger to the sky, dramatically declaring, The name of the competition is The Great Battle of the Stronger One, he roared, pointing directly at his teammate. Standing with 3 summoned warriors, Leon proudly boasted, despite Jinfrey being speechless. That name is so cheesy. The participants are you and me, Leon declared, and Jinfrey could only tiredly ask, Is it mandatory? Leon bared his teeth in an excited grin. Whoever takes down more monsters wins. Get ready. He pointed his spear forward and yelled the command, Start! While Leon was still busy shouting, Jinfrey coldly took down a monster. He started by himself. One down. New monsters roared, charging from all directions. Without hesitation, Leon charged straight into the horde of monsters, beginning his own rampage. A cold count echoed across the battlefield. 1, 2, 3. Leon, covered in blood, plunged into the joyful slaughter, while Jinfrey stood behind, quietly observing. Jinfrey thought to himself, This person is not simple at all. Although his attacks seemed spontaneous, every one of Leon's movements was terrifyingly precise and effective. Jinfrey compared. Leon's physical strength was even on par with the mage Luluka. Suddenly, a gigantic armored monster appeared right behind Jinfrey, but instead of panicking, Jinfrey merely smirked. A sword flash, and the monster's head flew into the air. Witnessing that speed, even Leon had to turn his head back in surprise. He couldn't help but ponder, this was an S-rank dungeon, where even ordinary creatures could take an adventurer's life. Yet Jinfrey could easily take down these unusually strong monsters. His skills were no joke. From within the bushes, eerie cries echoed again, signaling a new wave of attack. A flying beast charged out and was immediately struck down. Leon was stunned to see Jinfrey standing amidst a battlefield littered with enemy corpses. A total of 775, Leon announced. What about you? Also 775, Jinfrey replied concisely. Leon laughed loudly. You dare keep up with me, but the ultimate winner will be me. While Jinfrey merely thought that winning or losing didn't matter. Nevertheless, he secretly admitted, losing does sting a bit. Hey Jinfrey, Leon suddenly asked, why are you an adventurer? Jinfrey was completely taken aback by the irrelevant question. Huh? Why ask so suddenly? Leon just smiled and began his story. Well, my family is very poor. Leon suddenly froze, tears streaming down his face at Jinfrey's bewildered expression. Father passed away, mother is sick, and you have to raise your younger sister. As the eldest son, you've been through a lot, Jinfrey mumbled. His guess is terrifyingly accurate. I didn't say anything. Jinfrey was confused. How did you know? Is it some kind of skill? Hearing that, Leon let out a roar, his emotions completely overflowing. Jinfrey, you've been through a lot too, haven't you? Leon hugged his comrade. That's truly admirable. Let go of me. Jinfrey awkwardly pushed the burly man away. Actually, I also grew up in the mountains. But Jinfrey's explanation was cut short by Leon's even more tragic story. I have 20 siblings, and grew up in a poor family. Leon sobbed, leaving Jinfrey speechless. He looked into the distance, recalling 10 years of hardship after leaving his hometown. Finally, I'm strong enough to support my whole family by myself. So I understand how you feel more than anyone, Jinfrey. Leon suddenly burst out laughing, pointing at Jinfrey. You're quite brave yourself. Come here, brother. Leon spread his arms wide again, but a sudden surge of killing intent struck. Both immediately spun around, their expressions turning serious. Before them stood a towering minotaur, wielding a long saber, the mid-boss, Crimson Cow. The tense standoff began, the atmosphere heavy. The mid-boss is here, Leon smirked. Save the sappy speech for later, brother. Now, let's continue the fight. You humans, you won't take another step. Crimson Cow unexpectedly roared in their language. A deadly silence fell, leaving both Jinfrey and Leon stunned. That guy just spoke? Leon whispered. Could this also be the influence of the Nameless Ones? Jinfrey frowned, muttering, I'm not too sure, but usually mid-bosses don't talk. Leon just burst into hearty laughter. Gahaha, it's too late now, but who cares? He bared his teeth in a provocative grin. The score is 775 all. Whoever hunts down the mid-boss and the demon god wins. With that, Leon leaped into the air, bringing down a devastating spear strike on the monster's head. But Crimson Cow roared, I have orders from demon god Orochi-sama to annihilate all of you. This is the end. It suddenly unleashed a mage skill, firing countless sharp stone projectiles. Leon was stunned for a moment. This is a mage's skill. Caught off guard, the warrior could only scream, help. Jinfrey snapped awake. The entire dungeon has been manipulated by the Nameless Ones. Leon, he has their power. Leon stood up, his eyes sharp. No doubt about it. The power of the Nameless One. The monster proudly declared, don't bother resisting. You'll never reach Orochi-sama. A massive surge of dark energy erupted from Crimson Cow's body. But Leon didn't flinch. His body began to emit an even more intense aura. Black streaks appeared on his face, and he roared, You bastards dare to use skills stolen from adventurers. Absolutely unforgivable. Jinfrey stared in astonishment at the power erupting from his comrade. That's, Leon stood proudly in a brilliant golden aura. The divine power skill of a spearman, enhancing all stats. He smirked defiantly. If you think you can steal it, just try. I'll take you down and raise the score to 776. Faced with such overwhelming power, Crimson Cow showed caution for the first time. Leon vanished and reappeared right in front of it, swinging his spear with incredible speed, leaving the monster terrified. A lightning-fast attack struck. A deafening sound echoed across the battlefield. Leon, bursting with power, delivered a fatal spear thrust to Crimson Cow's shoulder. The monster staggered back, fresh blood gushing out. Looks like you're not small fry, it growled, the wound on its shoulder beginning to glow with healing light. Seeing that, Leon smirked. Oh? You even have a healing skill? Stolen from another adventurer too? He growled, fury blazing in his eyes. Heh, just consider it a reward I conveniently picked up, Crimson Cow arrogantly retorted. Immediately, Jinfrey yelled, Got it. Be careful, Leon. The condition for them to steal skills is eye contact and blood absorption. Leon froze, his eyes turning cold. Blood absorption, huh? Pretty sneaky. If you're so good, try stealing mine. He poured all his strength, his aura exploding violently, ready for a rampage. Leon! Jinfrey cried out in alarm at his comrade's reckless action. Without hesitation, Leon charged in, unleashing a storm of spear techniques, tearing through Crimson Cow's defenses. Gah! A human. How can he be this strong? No chance to counterattack. The monster exclaimed in horror. What's wrong? What's wrong? Come on, try to steal my skill. You're good at that, aren't you? Leon provoked wildly. From behind, Jinfrey silently watched Leon's overwhelming solo performance. Amazing. Even a mid-boss can't touch him. The power of divine power pushed to this extent is truly insane. Hearing the warning, Leon turned back and laughed loudly. Sharp eyes, Jinfrey. My divine power isn't ordinary. I've enhanced it with innate ability. Jinfrey broke into a sweat, refuting Leon's insane logic. I've never heard of such reasoning. If it gets stolen, the risk is too great, isn't it? Leon glanced over, his tone condescending. If you're always afraid of having your skills stolen, then the future battles with demon gods will be tough. Jinfrey was speechless, dumbfounded by his comrade's recklessness. Suddenly, Leon smirked. Who knows, you might even be able to use my cherry divine power. Jinfrey. All right, I'll share it with you. The sudden declaration made Jinfrey look up in surprise. Share? Jinfrey suddenly remembered the party mechanism, and Leon immediately confirmed. That's right, we've met the condition of defeating 500 monsters together. Leon grinned widely, declaring grandly, normally I don't share with anyone, but now you're family, so I'll share it with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the spearhead firmly onto Crimson Cow's head. Don't worry, you'll be able to use it right away, Jinfrey. Just call me Big Bro if you want. Leon jutted his chin, even as Jinfrey remained stunned by this absurd power. The Spear Knight's divine power is a high-efficiency skill that boosts all stats, Leon explained. Come on, brother. Then held out his hand. A brilliant golden aura enveloped Jinfrey as the system notification appeared. Leon's divine power skill has been shared. He felt the new power, but Leon warned. Learning it takes time, and mastering it in combat requires serious practice. It's fine, everyone starts from zero, Leon encouraged excitedly. Just try it, there's nothing to be shy about. Jinfrey muttered to himself. It's not that I'm shy, it's just that being shared doesn't mean I can use it easily. But then, a confident smile suddenly appeared on his face. Normally, I would. Oh, Leon exclaimed, noticing the change in Jinfrey's eyes. Jinfrey burst into hearty laughter, imitating Leon's demeanor. Gahaha, that's more like it, Jinfrey. Leon leaned closer, his smile turning sly. But that's only 1/10 of my divine power. Put your all into it, shout it out. Jinfrey grimaced at the sloppy instruction, but then resolved. Even if the teaching method is a bit bad, if I master it, it'll be very useful. All right, let's fight. Jinfrey frowned, trying to exert power in vain. He realized that knowledge alone wasn't enough. Practical training was needed. Not like that, Leon roared, demonstrating with an earth-shattering yell. You have to put your whole guts into it. Jinfrey sighed, thinking to himself that it was easier said than done, and mastering divine power would take a lot of time. But Leon gave him no chance to falter. Of course, that's why you have to grit your teeth and learn quickly. Try again. This is crazy, Jinfrey muttered. There's no way just putting your guts into it will work. He clumsily imitated, causing Leon to declare bluntly, Jinfrey, you're clumsier than I thought. Not like that. It has to be like this. Leon tensed up and demonstrated right beside him again. Jinfrey tried to feel it. Ah, so this is the feeling. He channeled energy into the dark dagger, growling. So, it's like this, right? That's right. Leon's voice was full of excitement. It's like adding your guts to your burning fighting spirit. Though he didn't understand this guy's guts theory, Jinfrey decided to try again, and then, in a moment, he suddenly realized, but I'm starting to feel it. A brilliant golden aura erupted around his body, stunning Jinfrey himself. Leon burst into hearty laughter, patting his shoulder vigorously. Well done, Jinfrey. Amazing. Jinfrey looked at his hands, feeling his stats soaring with each surge of heat. Just as expected. You've achieved 1/50 millionth of my power, Leon boasted, ignoring Jinfrey's speechless state. Even though he knew this was only half of the shared power, Jinfrey still felt the surging energy flowing through his veins. All right, next is lesson number 2, Leon grinned, signaling that another crazy training session was about to begin. Leon urged, try using divine power in real combat against that guy, which stunned Jinfrey. That guy was Crimson Cow, currently kneeling in a humiliating Caesar posture. Hey mid-boss, fight Jinfrey, don't hold back, Leon shouted, while Jinfrey was still bewildered. Forced into it, Crimson Cow grumbled in its mind about the human master's recklessness. The Minotaur King stood up, drew its katana, and faced Jinfrey in a battle-ready stance. Show me your divine power, Jinfrey, Leon said, crossing his arms with an expectant smile. Jinfrey steeled his resolve. Just this once, he told himself, he would make use of this shared power. Meanwhile, Crimson Cow had its own thoughts. At least I must take this guy's head, so I can face Lord Orochi. With a furious roar, I'll kill you, it charged straight at Jinfrey. Jinfrey looked up, his sharp eyes meeting the furious attack. The dark dagger clashed with the katana, the power from divine power erupting into a purple streak of light. Crimson Cow attacked with its horns, but Jinfrey managed to kneel down and dodge just in time. Damn it, Jinfrey exclaimed, his body still unable to fully adapt to the new surge of power. He realized he couldn't keep up with his own speed and strength. But then a strange sensation washed over him. My body. It's so light. Seeing Leon radiating a brilliant aura, Jinfrey finally understood. Is this the divine power of guts? Just as Crimson Cow was about to deliver a finishing blow, a demonic purple hand grabbed its head from behind. Both Jinfrey and Leon turned back in shock at the sudden and deadly intervention. A red-haired demon stood towering over Crimson Cow's headless corpse. Lord Orochi had descended. Orochi pressed his hand firmly onto Crimson Cow's head, roaring, "What are you playing at, you fool? It seems I still have to take matters into my own hands," declared the seventh demon god, Orochi, level 500. Jinfrey and Leon were stunned by the appearance of the new enemy. Collapsed at its master's feet, Crimson Cow trembled and called out, Lord Orochi, there is no place for the weak under my command," Orochi judged coldly. A gruesome crack echoed, as Orochi twisted the neck of his useless subordinate. Leon clicked his tongue in annoyance. Tsk, there goes number 776. Whatever, Leon licked his lips excitedly. Guess I'll have to switch to this guy then. Jinfrey secretly analyzed. The 7th S-rank demon god, Orochi. But this dark aura. It's not the Orochi I know. It seems he's also been influenced by the Nameless Ones, Jinfrey concluded. Orochi's gaze locked onto Jinfrey. This guy. Is he the one using the divine equipment that person mentioned? Both Jinfrey and Leon took their stances, ready for battle. The demon god bared his sharp fangs, flashing a savage grin. "I won't let you humans hinder our plans any longer," Orochi roared. Jinfrey and Leon stood firm against the terrifying pressure. Suddenly, Leon turned to Jinfrey. "All right, Jinfrey. Time for lesson number 3. Huh? Take him down using only divine power." Leon gave an insane command. Jinfrey frantically protested, but Leon simply replied, "If you believe you can, then anything is possible. This is unbelievable. I can't reason with him." Jinfrey helplessly looked at his teammate. In this critical situation, Leon nonchalantly calculated some ratio, leaving Jinfrey speechless. Suddenly, Orochi roared, unleashing the skill Serpent Devourer. A gigantic white python burst forth from the void, its maw wide open and full of fangs. It slammed into the ground with terrifying force, demonstrating its power before the two strangers. Jinfrey froze, sweat pouring down as he realized the terrifying disparity. "Don't lose focus, Jinfrey," Leon yelled. "The enemy won't wait for you to awaken your divine power." Jinfrey muttered to himself, "Look who's talking." He sighed, accepting the fact that he had been spectacularly set up by his teammate. Leon crossed his arms and declared, "Self-imposed challenges are the best training. Weapons allowed, skills forbidden. Go, Jinfrey." Orochi sneered contemptuously. "You want to face me alone? Know your place, fool." Jinfrey's eyes sharpened, and he focused his entire mind on the demon god before him. Orochi chuckled darkly. "I don't know what divine artifact he's equipped with, but what's so scary about a kid? Die in regret," he roared, unleashing the Serpent Devourer attack once more. The ferocious python lunged straight at Jinfrey, determined to swallow its prey. The young man raised his hand to block, preparing for the fated impact. The dark dagger in his hand flashed with a cold gleam. The terrifying impact sent Jinfrey flying into the air like a leaf. He was pushed back by a massive surge of energy, unable to resist. Ugh! Jinfrey struggled to his feet, then realized in shock, "All my stats have skyrocketed." Jinfrey told himself to hold back his power, but Orochi merely scoffed at his attack, calling it a joke. "Even if I steal your skills, they'll be useless," Orochi roared, summoning 2 gigantic white pythons. Despite the pressure, Jinfrey gracefully moved on the serpents' bodies, using his dark dagger to fend them off. "Damn it," he realized. "Using divine power is making me lose too much focus." Jinfrey closed his eyes, deciding to change tactics in an instant. "No, don't hold back anymore," he told himself. "Synchronize with the enhanced stats." He gripped the hilt tightly, and a fierce golden aura erupted. Standing opposite the demon god, Jinfrey was now ready for an all-out attack. "Try this move. Divine power!" Jinfrey yelled and lunged, making Orochi look up in astonishment. From a distance, Leon stood silently with his arms crossed, observing everything. Too slow, he judged coldly. A piercing sound rang out. Jinfrey's full-power attack was blocked by Orochi with just one hand. He could only click his tongue in utter astonishment. "I see," Orochi said. But his gaze was no longer on Jinfrey. He looked towards Leon. "The strong one is that guy over there, not you." A smug smile subtly formed on Leon's lips. "Ha ha ha! Your spirit has been shown, Jinfrey. That's enough. The rest of the lesson is for next time," Leon declared. To Jinfrey's shock, Orochi placed a hand on his shoulder, and the battle abruptly ended. Leon bared his teeth in a sharp-eyed grin. "You're allowed to use your skills again now," Orochi scoffed in response. "Oomph. What difference do 1 or 2 skills make? Your power is still." But suddenly, Jinfrey vanished right before his eyes. The demon was stunned, his eyes darting around in search. "He disappeared?" he muttered, Is it an invisibility skill, or also a divine artifact? If so, I'll use an area of effect attack to sweep them all away. But before he could act, a spray of blood erupted. Orochi stared in astonishment at the fresh gash on his chest. From behind, Jinfrey smirked. Just to be sure, you don't have overwhelming power like some wild kid Superman, do you? Enveloped in a golden electrical current, Jinfrey appeared right behind Orochi, his dark dagger ready. A brilliant purple slash tore through the air, making the demon cry out in pain. Under continuous attack, Orochi roared in fury. Such techniques are only for weak humans. Are you so afraid that you dare not show yourself before me? Jinfrey's voice rang out, taunting. Didn't you yourself say? One or two skills make no difference. The provocation touched a painful memory, and the image of an old foe resurfaced in Orochi's mind. I can't. Memories of the fated battle, where he was once overwhelmed. The voice of the past echoed. Defeated once again. Bound by chains of shadow, his desperate screams from the past resurfaced. Back in reality, Jinfrey's eyes glowed purple, and his entire body erupted with a powerful golden aura. Beside him, Leon also quietly released his power, a similar aura enveloping him. Facing two terrifying surges of power, Orochi was stunned, forced to unleash all his demonic energy to contend. Facing Orochi's monstrous form, Jinfrey and Leon could only stare in shock. Jinfrey whispered, a bad premonition creeping into his mind. That's... Memories flooded back, images of his mother and Amelia. Then Leon's red-haired family appeared. That's my family. Back in reality, Jinfrey stood frozen next to a terrifyingly calm Leon. Orochi sneered. You humans are weak when it comes to hostages, aren't you? One of my serpents is on its way to their town. Jinfrey's face paled as he realized that Serpent had absorbed Leon's super burst skill. Demon Lord Orochi began to gather deadly green energy orbs. Jinfrey was worried, but Leon only let out a scornful laugh. Where's your bravado from earlier? Orochi scoffed, his eyes full of malice. A barrage of energy orbs rained down like a storm. Without a moment's hesitation, Leon raised his hand to block the entire attack. His hand was only slightly scratched, a thin wisp of smoke rising from it. Don't mess with me like that, Leon growled, clearly annoyed. Jinfrey broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the demon who remained unfazed after the blocked attack. He realized a horrifying truth. If I don't deal with that serpent first, I can't defeat this guy, because Super Burst will activate when Leon is defeated. Orochi smirked. Serves you right. But who gave you permission to defend yourselves? Block the next attack, and I'll kill every single hostage. The cruel threat stunned Jinfrey, completely cornering him. Leon gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger and helplessness. Damn it. Orochi summoned another volley of even larger energy orbs. Come on, how long can you hold out? A destructive rain of magic power hurtled towards the two heroes, now stripped of their right to defend. Jinfrey looked at his comrade, sweat pouring down as Leon narrowed his eyes with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, Leon charged forward, taking the full brunt of the magic rain, fresh blood splattering. Despite enduring the devastating attack, his feet remained firmly planted on the blood-soaked ground. Covered in wounds, Leon's eyes still blazed with defiance. Jinfrey screamed his friend's name in horror. Leon! From a distance, Orochi sneered. Worry about yourself before worrying about others. Jinfrey was stunned, unable to react to the next volley of magic bullets. A painful scream echoed, and he too was sent flying by the terrifying power. The demon stood there, proudly looking down at the two defeated foes lying motionless. Amidst the deadly silence, only Orochi's sinister laughter reverberated. How ridiculous. I'll never understand you weaklings who care for others. Lying in a pool of blood, Leon struggled to ask, Are you okay, Jinfrey? And received only a faint reply. Jinfrey gritted his teeth, his mind screaming. This is bad. I have to do something. Leon let out a bitter laugh. One careless move and I'll explode. Maybe I should just let it kill me, haha. Cornered, Jinfrey desperately searched for an impossible way out. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke, agreeing with his predicament. A skull mask abruptly appeared. Ha ha ha, you look pathetic, brother. Jinfrey spun around in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. His scythe had shrunk, and a voice full of self-satisfaction emanated from it. I'm a genius. A completely different class compared to ordinary equipment. More importantly, have you forgotten my skill? The mask asked, leaving Jinfrey bewildered. Lying on the ground, Leon, covered in injuries, could only utter a question mark. The scythe spirit reminded him. Your skill? If I recall correctly, you just unlocked Overdeath the other day. And a light flashed in Jinfrey's mind as he suddenly realized something. Haha. Looks like you remember. The scythe spirit gloated. That's right. Your idea is the best, brother. Jinfrey thought to himself. This person came all this way just to save me. While the scythe declared, All right, Time to make them pay double. Jinfrey shouted his recently awakened comrade's name, Leon. Standing up with determination, Jinfrey swung the Grim Reaper, growling, "Leave Superburst to me. We'll take him down." Leon's expression hardened, his eyes sharp. Then a proud and defiant smile appeared on his lips. Gahaha. Leon staggered to his feet. "You look spirited, Jinfrey." With absolute trust, Leon looked directly at Jinfrey. "I trust you. What should I do?" Jinfrey commanded, his eyes cold. "Land a fatal blow, but just enough so he doesn't die." "Huh. I could actually kill him 1,000 times, but I guess I can't," Leon roared. "Leave it to me." Orochi smirked, disdainfully creating energy orbs. "Still have the energy to talk? Well, if you die too easily, I'll lose interest." Leon, holding the glowing spear, faced the giant demon. He tensed, shouting, "Don't worry, no one will die, except for you." Orochi was stunned by his opponent's sudden confidence. "Hey!" The demon began to panic as Leon charged. "Don't you care about the hostages? If you attack me, the explosion will." The attack landed, striking Orochi directly in the face. With a baseball player's stance, Leon unleashed his hell-pattern strike, a heaven-shattering blow. Orochi roared in pain after Leon's devastating blow. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey stood proudly atop the demon's head, ready for his next move. The spirit in the scythe excitedly cheered. "Haha, here it comes, brother." Jinfrey thought to himself. Grim Reaper, Skill 1. Soul Hunt. I never thought I could hunt skills themselves. He activated a special ability, capable of tearing apart anything without a physical form. Without hesitation, Jinfrey forcefully plunged the scythe's hilt into Orochi. "Hiya!" he yelled, channeling all his energy into the attack. The giant demon convulsed violently as something invisible was being dragged out of its body. Jinfrey yanked the scythe, pulling out a mysterious surge of energy. A blue dragon soul emerged, coiling around the Grim Reaper scythe. "Amazing. I actually hunted his skill," Jinfrey exclaimed in astonishment. Immediately, he shouted, "All right, Leon, deliver the finishing blow with all your courage." Below, Leon was ready, his spear glowing brightly in his hand as Orochi lost momentum and plummeted. "Well done, Jinfrey." Leon grinned, full of appreciation. He gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes blazing. "For capturing our precious family, die in regret, Orochi." The demon fell freely, completely defenseless. "Beast Spear, Knight's Charge," Leon roared, unleashing his ultimate technique. A surge of dark energy in the shape of a giant spearhead shot straight forward. "Gah!" Orochi could only let out a horrified cry as his body was pierced. Amidst a shower of blood, Leon stood firm, his spear having pierced through Orochi, ending the battle. Orochi collapsed, only managing a resentful grunt before his consciousness faded. "Not enough," Leon sneered, a look of smug satisfaction on his face after the finishing blow. Jinfrey landed on the ground, the Grim Reaper's scythe still held coldly in his hand. "Gahahaha, sorry, Jinfrey," Leon turned to boast. "I took down the demon, so that's 76 points for me." Jinfrey silently watched his teammate, his face devoid of expression. "Still counting that competition?" he asked, while Leon enthusiastically explained his self-made rules. "In short, I win this round," Leon declared, while Jinfrey just thought to himself, "How wonderful," in a weary tone. "But don't be discouraged." Leon patted his shoulder comfortingly. "You fought on par with me." Suddenly, a chilling, murderous aura enveloped them, cutting off Leon's words. Both startled and jumped back, their instincts telling them something was amiss. In the sky, a hovering figure appeared, exuding a deadly aura. The stranger revealed himself with pale skin, lifeless eyes, and bizarre patterns on his face. "Granted power and still just an inferior species," he said, looking at Orochi's corpse with disdain. "They're even worse than trash." "Who the hell is that?" Leon asked in confusion, but Jinfrey could only reply, "I don't know." Jinfrey narrowed his eyes. "But it's definitely not a good sign." The stranger growled, "Another nameless one after another," then unleashed a terrifying pressure. "Come on," he sneered, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. A terrifying surge of power pressed down on Jinfrey and Leon, forcing both to brace themselves. Amidst a haze of purple energy, the new enemy slowly approached. An even fiercer battle was about to begin. "I am Grimoire, the Forbidden Book of Destruction," the stranger announced. "I hate to spoil your fun, but now is the time for you to die in silence." Jinfrey, Van Raid, and Leon froze, their triumphant atmosphere instantly extinguished by the overwhelming presence of the new enemy. The demon sneered. "But I suppose you wouldn't agree, would you?" The introduction was polite, but the rest is utter nonsense, Leon growled. "Are you also a nameless one?" Grimoire seemed amused. "Nameless one? Ah, the name you humans give us. A rather vague question," he said, crossing his arms. "But if you lump us all together, then it's close enough." Leon got straight to the point. "What is your objective?" "The resurrection of Lord Abyss," Grimoire smiled, revealing an ominous name. Lord Abyss? Who the hell is that? Leon frowned. Never heard of him. Don't worry. Grimoire raised his hand. Purple dark energy beginning to surge. Soon, this entire world will know and praise his name. While Leon was still confused, Jinfrey silently observed, his sharp eyes analyzing every gesture of the opponent. His blue eyes gleamed with intense focus. Jinfrey thought to himself, at this rate, Lord Abyss must be the final boss of the Nameless One. If so, I absolutely cannot let him be resurrected. Jinfrey gripped his sword hilt, deciding to act. Grimoire glanced over, seemingly sensing the surge of power rising from the black-haired young man. No need to rush, he said, but then froze as a giant dark greatsword appeared in Jinfrey's hand. Jinfrey's eyes now held only resolve, ready for a fight to the death. The book-shaped necklace on his chest subtly vibrated. Grimoire stared at the demonic sword, the smug look on his face gradually vanishing. I knew the divine weapon had reappeared, he said, his tone now much more serious. Grimoire sneered. Honestly, I'm a little surprised you could handle all of that by yourself. Jinfrey wondered what a divine weapon was, as the enemy's arrogant laughter echoed. Witnessing that scene, Leon could no longer contain his rage. He let out a roar and charged straight at Grimoire like an arrow. So, this is how it's done, right? Leon yelled, swinging his weapon with all his might. A world-shaking collision resounded. However, Leon's spear was easily blocked by a giant hand. That person was none other than Orochi, the monster that was thought to have fallen. Jinfrey was stunned. Demon God Orochi. Why is he? Despite his astonishment, Leon still frantically charged to attack the giant puppet. He's still alive? Leon was stunned, but Jinfrey knew the problem was far worse. Standing behind Orochi, Grimoire smirked, dark energy beginning to gather in his hand. He watched Leon struggling with an amused gaze. Our conversation ends here, doesn't it? Grimoire coldly declared. A colossal orb of dark energy was unleashed, engulfing the space. From the darkness, a terrifying army of monsters poured out, leaving both heroes speechless. A horde of monsters. Leon couldn't believe his eyes. Jinfrey and Leon stood close together, wary of the swarming enemies. What skill did he use? Grimoire arrogantly declared. This is the noble power of Lord Abyss. Don't compare it to the stolen skills of humans. With a command in an ancient language, he signaled the monster horde to surge forward. Jinfrey was speechless before the ant-like swarm of monsters that had just been summoned. Without a second's hesitation, he unleashed a super counterforce, blowing away the nearest monster. But that effort was like a drop in the ocean. The monster's encirclement immediately tightened again. Damn it, there are too many of them. Jinfrey gritted his teeth, realizing the dire situation. Even the sky was covered by flying monsters, cutting off all escape routes. The young man resolved. The only way is to defeat all of them. Witnessing Jinfrey fighting alone, Leon roared his comrade's name. He spun around, his furious gaze fixed on Grimoire, who was still calmly opening summoning gates. You damn nameless bastard, don't think you can escape. Leon roared, charging straight forward. Grimoire merely glanced coldly, showing no sign of flinching at his opponent's rage. Offended, the demon slightly smirked. What did you just say? Shadowy tentacles rose from the ground, swirling around Grimoire. Leon suddenly froze, sensing a deadly killing intent. A sharp shadow spike pierced through the ground, blocking his path. In a flash, countless other spikes simultaneously emerged, piercing the red-haired warrior's body. Hearing the desperate scream, Jinfrey turned back in horror. Leon! He yelled as he saw Leon fall, bound by a chain of shadows. Grimoire haughtily looked down at the defeated foe. I told you not to lump us in with those common creatures. Then he turned to Jinfrey with a condescending gaze. You're quite good yourself, aren't you? But from the ground, Leon struggled to his feet, his fists glowing with fighting spirit. Now it's my turn. Leon roared, charging straight at Grimoire with a lightning-fast spear thrust. But the enemy merely raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the sparking spearhead. Blasted back by the recoil, Leon staggered, while Grimoire stood firm. Clumsy spear play, Grimoire scoffed. You've completely lost control. You dare say I don't know how to use a spear? Leon growled. You idiot. He swung his weapon, declaring, This spear has spirit. That's undeniable proof. From afar, Jinfrey, struggling with the monster horde, muttered, What kind of logic is that? Leon brushed off the criticism, yelling, Keep up with my speed, spear. Immediately, countless phantom spear thrusts were unleashed, engulfing Grimoire. Your speed and power have increased, Grimoire calmly remarked, but it changes nothing. Ignoring him, Leon poured all his strength into unleashing his ultimate move. Spear burst, Madman's thrust. A blinding explosion of light engulfed the entire battlefield. The terrifying sound made Jinfrey startle and look back. Before his eyes was a colossal column of smoke and dust billowing upward. Damn it, Jinfrey worried. I can't tell what's happening over there. When the dust cleared, Grimoire appeared, unharmed behind a shield of shadows. He smirked. Your spear didn't even touch me. Leon didn't flinch. There's a severe lack of spirit here. Then he burst out laughing. You're right. But this attack of mine, it's not over yet. Grimoire froze, as the tip of Leon's spear began to transform, emitting a terrifying surge of energy. Grimoire was stunned. This guy. Is he trying to break through with pure power? Despite everything, Leon let out a heaven-shaking roar. Grimoire's wall of shadows shattered before the spear's overwhelming power. The demon couldn't hide his astonishment at the direct attack. I'm not done yet, Leon sneered, his aura surging. He roared. Spear art. Chaotic shadow pierce. Dozens of phantom spears lunged forward, forming an inescapable rain of attacks. Grimoire clicked his tongue in disdain. Tsk! What a savage and crude attack. But one spear slipped through the defense, grazing his face. Don't get cocky, Grimoire growled. Shadow step. A gigantic shadow foot descended from the sky, aiming directly at Leon. The red-haired young man tensed, putting all his strength into resisting the immense weight. Veins bulged, sweat poured, but the pressure was too great. Finally, he was crushed to the ground by the shadow foot. From afar, Jinfrey cried out in horror. Leon, crushed. Leon still gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Do you see others as mere insects? Grimoire coldly declared. Shadow domination. Shadow tendrils rose from the ground, binding Leon's body tightly, astonishing him. Huh? I can't move. He struggled in vain. Grimoire merely stating calmly, It's useless. I have taken control of your shadow. Body and shadow are one. You can no longer be free. Grimoire coldly observed his bound prey. He muttered. So, this is a battle against your own self, isn't it? But in Leon's eyes, his fighting will had not faded. If that's the case then, he tensed, every muscle straining against the shadow's grip. Pinned to the ground, Leon still raised his head, defying his enemy. Grimoire was stunned. What? He shouldn't be able to move once his shadow is bound. With a heaven-shaking roar, Leon unleashed an aura that shattered the dark shackle. He let out a hearty laugh, clenching his hand, which glowed with newly unleashed power. Your shadow domination? It's broken. Grimoire was speechless, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. Impossible. You can no longer control my shadow, Leon declared boldly, regaining the initiative. Contrary to expectations, Grimoire merely smirked. Interesting. Looks like I'll have to use my old trick. Leon immediately took a defensive stance, wary of the ancient incantations beginning to echo. A surge of purple magic swirled, enveloping Grimoire as he began to chant. The red-haired warrior stood opposite, silently observing his enemy channeling power. What the hell is this? Leon frowned, sensing an unknown threat. His instincts screamed, and he decided to strike first. I have to finish him now. It ends now, you bastard. Leon shot forward, unleashing a lightning-fast spear thrust, but the spear only pierced illusions. Grimoire blocked the attack with ease. With a smug smile, Grimoire whispered the last words of the incantation. His power had reached a new level. Leon clicked his tongue, his face etched with indignation at the situation. This incantation and atmosphere. I have to end this before it's too late. Grimoire smirked. Rise from the shadows. Bind your sacrifice to me. He roared as Leon charged. Shadow Realm's judgment. A sense of unease rose. Leon froze before the surge of magic. My body again? He cried in horror as shadows rose from the ground, binding his legs tightly. Grimoire explained. This technique comes at a price. Both of us are immobilized. But in return, the attack is absolute and fatal. Die, you lowly human. Sharp shadow spikes pierced through Leon's body. He let out a cry of agony, fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Grimoire let out a delighted laugh, savoring the victory he thought was already in his grasp. Now then, to deal with the rest. He turned his back dismissively. But from behind, a shout rang out. Rui spear! Grimoire froze, the glowing golden spear having already pierced his chest. What? The spear extended? He exclaimed in shock, looking down at his wound. Still bound, Leon had controlled the spear to pierce through the very shadow that held them both captive. Jiahaha. Looks like your spell doesn't affect the shadow of this spear. Leon growled, a blood-stained smile full of defiance. Haven't you heard, never let your guard down, nameless one? Because I'm not dead yet. Grimoire clutched his wound, grinding his teeth. Damn it, you cursed human. Bound tightly by shadow magic, Leon still stood firm. His eyes flashed with surprise as he realized the severity of the wound. I can move. But this wound is deeper than I thought. Leon mumbled, blood continuously flowing. Grimoire, with a gaping hole in his chest, sneered at his dying opponent. Haha, just trying to act tough when you've reached your limit, he growled, then lunged forward. Die this time. Sharp shadows pierced through Leon's body, causing him to collapse in a pool of blood. A sudden flash of lightning appeared, signaling the arrival of a new force. At the same time, Jinfrey Van Raid landed on the battlefield, his body also covered in injuries after clearing out the monster. Grimoire turned back in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He stared at the battlefield behind him, where his minions had been completely annihilated. When did he defeat all those monsters? The demon mumbled in confusion. Jinfrey immediately knelt beside his fallen comrade. Leon was injured and coughing up blood, weakly calling out the name of the newcomer. Jinfrey? You're completely messed up, are you okay? Jinfrey asked worriedly, but he wasn't in much better shape himself. Hang in there, don't you dare die, Leon, Jinfrey asserted. Just rest. I'll deal with that bastard right away. Grimoire scoffed at the arrogant declaration. You intend to defeat me? How ridiculous. But then he tensed, dark energy violently erupting. Perfect, I'll kill all of you at once. Jinfrey didn't flinch, directly confronting Grimoire as he powered up. Flames of power erupted in Jinfrey's hand, startling Grimoire. Jinfrey delivered a thunderous kick, making Grimoire scream in pain. The demon staggered back, fresh blood splattering on the ground. Despite his injuries, Grimoire's eyes still blazed with hatred. But Jinfrey had also reached his limit. He knelt, breathing heavily. Grimoire sneered. You're just trying to hold on, human. You can't even use your skills anymore, can you? That's right. Thanks to you, I've used up all my skills, Jinfrey replied. And that means, I'll take this opportunity to recover. His cryptic words left Grimoire bewildered. Amidst his wounds, a confident smile unexpectedly appeared on Jinfrey's lips. Equip! Athena! He shouted. And a completely new outfit enveloped his body. In the shimmering light, the fatal wounds on his body began to heal. A brilliant golden bracelet appeared, harboring unimaginable power. What? Grimoire was stunned, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. He realized in shock, his wounds are healing? Jinfrey stood up straight, sarcastically. Perhaps I should thank you? It's precisely because I was pushed to my limit that I could unlock this power. The system panel appeared, showing HP and MP fully restored. The skill Goddess's Blessing reset the cooldowns for Meltdown and Wind Dragon God. The uses for Stealth, Supergravity, and Teleportation Storm were also restored. Grimoire froze as he realized. The divine artifact has been activated. Jinfrey gripped his black sword, his eyes sharp. All right. Now, I can still fight. Leon is in danger. I no longer have time to waste on you. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey flipped behind Grimoire. His eyes flashed with a deadly glint. Grimoire let out a pathetic scream as the blade pierced his flesh. Fresh blood splattered, staining the ground red. A decisive slash tore through the demon's back. Jinfrey thought to himself, thanks to Leon pressuring him, this victory was too easy. He roared, activating his ultimate skill. Finish him with. Melt, down. Shadows extended from the sword, engulfing Grimoire. But Jinfrey suddenly froze, sensing something ominous. Amidst the purple smoke, Grimoire stood firm, his wounds healing, as he mumbled, a mere human. The demon glanced at Jinfrey with utmost contempt. Don't you dare underestimate me, Grimoire roared, unleashing his full power. A furious surge of dark energy erupted. But Jinfrey stood firm in the eye of the storm. Facing overwhelming power, he was forced to use forbidden magic. Dual Soul. Complete Shadow Soul. A dark entity with a sinister smile emerged from the shadows. Jinfrey stared at the newly summoned entity, a perfect replica of himself. He bitterly admitted, I hate this technique. I never wanted to use it. The shadow entity stood there, its purple eyes glowing brightly, ready to unleash terror. Jinfrey stared blankly at his clone, thinking, that appearance is me? The shadow entity smirked. I have copied you completely. Now you are me, and I am you. Jinfrey realized in horror. It didn't just copy the appearance. Even the centipede sword, too? What kind of monstrous technique is this? Ha ha ha, surprised, aren't you? The clone scoffed. You look visibly shaken. Fear rose in Jinfrey's heart. Unlike when it copied air, if it can use my hidden equipment too, then I'm really screwed. Being finished off by myself isn't a bad ending, is it? The shadow continued to sow unease. Facing an enemy that was himself, Jinfrey cast aside all doubt, his eyes turning sharp. No more time for hesitation, he told himself. Even if I don't fully understand the power of this shadow, I must defeat it at all costs. Jinfrey made the first move, unleashing Force Push, but the clone only gave a sinister smile, perfectly mimicking his movements. Two identical streams of energy were unleashed simultaneously, clashing in midair. Jinfrey was stunned as his attack was completely nullified. They canceled each other out? Ha, the clone cackled with delight. Undaunted, Jinfrey channeled energy into his dark sword, roaring, then try this, melt, down. In response, the clone also performed the exact same move. Melt, Down. Two dark slashes named Toxic Heaven Gate tore through space. The blades clashed, creating a terrifying shockwave. Equal power, clashing wills. A merciless battle between the original and the shadow had just begun. Jinfrey clicked his tongue in astonishment. You can even copy melt, down, but he quickly noticed something strange. Its power lies in its ability to transform freely. Why is it maintaining this form? The shadow entity scoffed. It's useless. The original and I are a pair. Your attacks are also mine. Jinfrey immediately retorted. In other words, you can't freely use my skills, can you? The shadow admitted. No need to probe further. I merely imitate the target. Unless you use a skill, I cannot activate it either. Jinfrey muttered, believing he had grasped his opponent's weakness. You dare to reveal your weakness yourself. Meaning you're hiding something else, he asserted, but the shadow merely replied, It's true that I cannot arbitrarily use your skills. Suddenly, grotesque specters began to rise from the ground. Jinfrey's eyes narrowed as he sensed the new threat. Behind the shadow entity, a formidable army of monsters had gathered. He realized in horror. Are these the creatures I defeated before? The shadow entity declared. As a shadow, I can nullify all your attacks. Now do you understand? Jinfrey was speechless as the true plot was revealed. The shadow continued to explain beside a corpse. If we cancel each other out, then only attacks not from you can harm me. The corpse of another adventurer was cruel proof of this deadly trap. The battle is decided, the shadow entity declared amidst the horde of monsters. Jinfrey broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, Damn it, things have really gotten bad. He realized the extremely unfavorable situation. My skills are almost depleted, and I can't heal myself. I have to think. What do I do now? Jinfrey gritted his teeth, desperately trying to find a way out. The shadow entity laughed arrogantly amidst the monsters. Ha ha ha, this is the end for you humans. It roared a deadly command. Crush him. Surrounded on all sides, Jinfrey could only grit his teeth and endure. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Use divine power, Jinfrey. A glimmer of hope flashed, and a radiant golden aura began to erupt around him. Jinfrey's eyes shone with an unprecedented iron will. He suddenly noticed the fallen figure of his comrade, lying amidst the enemy's encirclement. His voice faltered in surprise and pain. Leon? That's right. There's still a way, Jinfrey muttered, looking down at his friend's corpse. Leon's last image, a helpless click of the tongue, was etched deep into his memory. The shadow clone still yelled smugly, It's too late. Whatever you do now is useless. But Jinfrey unleashed all his power. Repulsion field. The shadow entity flinched in horror as it recognized the familiar skill. It was thrown backward by an irresistible force. What? He's pushing me back? It roared in extreme disbelief. It couldn't understand. Why is the power so different when I copied it perfectly? Standing over Leon's corpse, Jinfrey radiated a power that the clone could never reach. Because imitating a skill is easy, but comprehending the arduous training and experience behind it is impossible. And then, the army of monsters was crushed into pieces amidst agonizing screams. The shadow entity stood amidst the devastated battlefield, its purple eyes glowing with arrogance. It was stunned to realize an unbelievable truth. What? Pouring all your will and resolve into a skill? That's not something you can do. Facing it, Jinfrey Vanrade erupted in a brilliant golden aura. Roaring to the heavens, Jinfrey poured all his power into his dark sword. The two blades clashed, creating a fierce whirlwind. The clone's sword couldn't withstand the power of will, shattering into fragments. The imposter was speechless, watching in horror as its weapon was destroyed. Seizing the opportunity, Jinfrey lunged forward, delivering a heart-piercing blow without hesitation. The shadowy shell shattered, revealing the enemy's true form, a pale-skinned man with teal hair. He shrieked in extreme agony as his true nature was exposed. It all ends here, Jinfrey whispered, an image of Leon flashing through his mind. Finish it, Jinfrey. The ultimate skill activated. Divine power, Wind Dragon God. A furious emerald vortex, imbued with the power of lightning, engulfed the enemy. His desperate screams were drowned out by the destructive storm of energy. The shadowy entity was torn apart, vanishing completely into nothingness. The battle ended, and Jinfrey silently watched Leon's body begin to emit a gentle light. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. Well done, Jinfrey. The comrade's form dissolved into countless particles of light, ascending into the silent forest. The red-haired hero's soul finally found transcendence, leaving behind a promise fulfilled.